Synopsis. Kenshin is a boy who doesn't have a Gnosis. He doesn't have the ability to rewind time when he dies. He doesn't have memories of another world. He definitely doesn't have a system. To be fair, he doesn't even have a vision. The only person he can hurt with a weapon is himself, and he is scared of a single hilichurl. And yet, even he has something that makes him unique. He can see souls. Not a fighting fic, we can see. You are advised, don't complain later. No NTR or yuri, just so you know. I own nothing from this work, as there is no brain behind it. The image is, obviously, an AI-generated one from Wallhaven. I still don't know how the copyright works so well. If the AI sends a message to me, I suppose I will have to take it down. Lastly, Patreon, yes, just my name. Patreon.com/arandommob, but I recommend you to just wait for the chapters. I won't keep anything locked behind a paywall. Chapter 1, The Annoyance arrived. In the great land of the Narukami, centuries pass without change. Or that was what was supposed to happen. In one of the most noble clans, serving directly under the shogun herself, the cries of a newborn infant sounded loud and clear, waking everybody up. Look, madam, it's a boy. Look, his sword-shaped eyebrows, his eyes brimming with intelligence, willing to defy the laws of this world, with jade skin that is a source of envy for even the prettiest of women, his soul brimming for confidence, willing to challenge the heaves themselves. And did you really think that's how this story is supposed to go? No, you are wrong. This is the story of a boy born in a humble home in a land ruled by a tyrant who can turn you into charcoal with a thought. He is not the chosen one, he doesn't have a bloodline from a higher world, and he is definitely not a reincarnated person who conveniently knows everything about this world. While he is handsome and has special eyes, he won't be able to defeat a single hilichurl. He gets scared of a boar, and while he is handsome, he is too direct to be able to subtly flirt with the female half of the world. This is the story of Kenshin and the problems he will get into with his dumb brain and big mouth. Wah. The baby cried just after being born. No doctor had to lightly smack his back or his butt. It was almost like he was waiting to be born to annoy everyone. Look, it'll be, wah. The baby didn't even let the new father give the news to the exhausted mother. The father, whose name was Yahiko, felt his smile cramp. Were all babies supposed to cry this loud? He was getting dizzy just by hearing her son cry. Let me hug it, Wah. The boy even interrupted her mother. Such audacity was unheard of. Are you sure? You are quite weak and he is trashing around, asked the concerned father. Yes, I want to hold him, said Maya with a weak smile. If you are Suwa. The baby cried even louder. He seemed to have been born in this world just to annoy everyone. He was no longer crying, he was actively shouting. Yahiko suddenly felt that maybe buying some herbs to prevent Maya from getting pregnant could have been a good idea. Don't misunderstand him, he loved his son a lot, but he was already tired of hearing him cry. The baby had been in this world for 5 minutes and his father was already thinking of some reason he could use to leave the boy with his grandparents for a while. Here, calm down my son, let your mother hug you, Maya tenderly said to the baby while gently hugging him, and the miracle happened. Yahiko could only feel touched when he saw how the baby, whom they decided to call Kenshin in honor of a legendary samurai who fought during the cataclysm 500 years ago, stopped crying and looked at his mother with curiosity brimming in his eyes. Maybe the sentence "the bond between a mother and her son is special" had some truth to it after all. Yahiko looked at the heartwarming scene, and swore to himself that he would protect. Slap. Maya and Yahiko could only watch as Kenshin slapped Maya's face, leaving a red handprint. How strong could a baby be? And yet, the mark on Maya's face told them that he was, indeed, quite strong. Look at it from the bright side, started Yahiko with a cramped smile. Maybe calling him Kenshin made him strong. I'm sure he will be able to have a great life. Slap. The boy, still with his curious expression, slapped Maya's other cheek, leaving her pondering about her life. URDA. The boy had the gall to start giggling. Maybe other parents would have felt euphoric at seeing their baby come into the world laughing after a short period of time crying, but Yahiko and Maya felt that they had made a mistake. Sometimes, somewhere, but it was there, A mistake that would make them miserable. You, the boy kept giggling and raised his hand to slap her now dear mother again. That's enough you little youth, calm down. He is only a baby. We will educate him with love. While Kenshin started shouting again. Not crying, shouting. Yahiko felt some veins start popping all over his body. Mayo, try to recover. I will take him to the shrine. Yahiko had to shout so as to not let his voice be drowned by the baby's screams. What for? The custom is to wait for 3 months until the baby is strong enough. Mayo had to raise her voice as much as she could even in her weakened state. Do you think this rascal is not strong enough? I fear that he may be possessed by an evil spirit. How is a baby shouting even louder than me? Yahiko shouted back. Mayo nodded wryly, wondering what would this baby bring into their lives, aside from cries and slaps, that is. After cleaning the baby, Yahiko took him and departed towards the shrine. It was a custom of the land of the Narukami, in Azuma, to bring the babies to the shrine to receive a blessing from a Miko. It was believed that it would bring fortune to the babies' lives, even more so in the families from humble backgrounds. The Miko was believed to be the messenger from the immortal shogun, the Narukami Gosho, the god of eternity. It was a mouthful, but that how important the god of Inazuma was in the mind of the common people. As such, the place where the Mikos live, the great Narukami shrine, was considered to be a sacred place not to be disturbed by anybody and treated with respect. So imagine Yahiko's apprehension when he climbed the long stairs with a baby that was screaming like his life depended on how many people he could annoy. People he could swear were important enough to decide his life looked at him and the baby with disapproving eyes. People looked towards the entrance of the shrine when they heard that the baby's screams were approaching, but they kept waiting and nobody appeared. The screams getting even louder. When Yahiko finally arrived at the top of the mountain, he saw how absolutely everyone was looking at them with their mouths wide open, surprised about the baby's lung capacity. Those screams were something else. I think everyone heard him even when he was at the foot of the mountain. A woman with long pink hair and a Miko's outfit walked forward. Gucci-sama, Yahiko quickly genuflected, as fast as having a baby in his arms allowed it. Stand up. You brought the baby for the blessing, right? Asked Miko with a noble voice. Yes. At this point Yahiko didn't dare to say anything else than what he was asked to. Give me the baby, Yi instructed. It is an honor for my humble family, Gucci-sama, Yahiko emotionally said with teary eyes. Normally the blessing ceremony was conducted by an ordinary Miko. The chief priestess conducting a blessing ceremony was something even the ruling families of Inazuma couldn't ask for, as it symbolized the blessing of the god of eternity herself. It's not a problem. Still, he is quite small. Does your family lack money to feed him? Yi asked while watching Yahiko approach. Kenshin has stopped crying when he saw the magnificent sakura tree, a confused expression on his face. And no, Gucci-sama, it's just that he was born half an hour ago, replied Yahiko with a small voice. Are you telling me that a boy that half an hour ago was inside her mother's body is able to scare away every single bird in this whole mountain with his cries? To say Yi was shocked was selling it short. Why yes, meekly admitted Yahiko. Kenshin then saw Yi and kept looking at her with curious eyes. Yi saw that the baby was looking at her face or her hair, the thing that normally babies and children get attracted to. The baby was looking at something else, maybe even through her. Yi extended her arms to grab the baby with a serious expression, intending to see what was special in this baby. Yahiko, too embarrassed by the attention his son got from his cries, didn't think anything else and handed him to the Gucci. Thankfully Kenshin has stopped crying. Now please Kenshin, you have been in this world for less than an hour and yet I need to beg you, please don't cause trouble here. Yahiko was a fervent believer in the power of the god of eternity, but he now feared that the same god would turn Kenshin into coal if he messed up with the divine messenger. And fortunately, Kenshin only looked at Yi's eyes with rapt attention. What is he looking at? He is looking beyond my eyes. Maybe. As Yi was theorizing about what was Kenshin looking at, Kenshin quickly saw a strange section of Yi's hair, and being the baby he was, he grabbed it. You have to understand that Yi was not human. She was a fox yokai that could adopt a human form, yet some fox traits remained. In Yi's case her ears were camouflaged as a part of her hair. And that was exactly what Kenshin grabbed, unknowingly introducing his little fingers inside Yi's ears, making her have a pained expression for a second. Yahiko didn't know what happened, but when he saw Yi's pained expression he resigned himself. Thank you, Maya, for being with a nobody like me. Thank you, Mother and Father, for giving me this life. From Earth, we were born, and to Earth, we will return. I only hope to be a tree in my next life, Yahiko said with an illuminated expression, as if he had witnessed the secrets of the universe. Well, aren't you a mischievous one, said Yi with contained anger. She knew Kenshin had no ill will, but the pain made her want to scare the little she. Calm down, Yi. Her eyes morphed for a second, adopting a slitted form and shining ominously with a purple light. Kenshin had a scared expression, and that jump scare had its consequences. Yi could only look speechlessly at the warm liquid staining her clothes, her disbelief at the absurdity of the situation not allowing her to react. Well done, son. You are exceeding your parents' expectations. Just when I thought you had already reached your limit on how bad you could fuck us up, you had to piss on Gucci-sama. I am truly humbled. Yahiko nodded sagely, having already made peace with his future. After Kenshin ended peeing he looked at Yi disbelieving expression. You are, and he laughed. Yi had to clench her teeth to restrain herself from dropping the baby from the nearest cliff. Things like this are uncontrollable after all. He is just a bab. Slap. Yi closed her eyes in exasperation after feeling a slap in her face so strong that she could believe came from a 3-year-old child. She expected everything from this little shit. Truly, my son, you are not afraid of the heavens. If this was Liu, you would be hailed as a young master with the courage able to defy the Tao. But I'm afraid here the only thing you will get is a curse. Yahiko started making plans to at least make my escape from Inazuma. Come back. And the Kenshin started crying again with his incredible lung capacity, drowning whatever Yi was saying with his screams. Yahiko nodded with a calm face, having entered a Zen state. Understanding what Yi was going to say, he picked Kenshin from Yi's arm and with a bow he left the shrine. Now, pissed on, with a red handprint on her face and with hurting ears, Yi also retreated into her room in front of a lot of very important and shocked people to have a shower. It was worthy of mention that she kept her serene face at all moments. Surely she was too mature to take a baby's actions seriously. And yet, the thunderstorm above the shrine didn't subside for a month. Maya was lying on the bed, wondering about how much trouble would Kenshin get into at the shrine. It was unthinkable to be worrying about that. After all, her baby was a few hours old. What's the worst thing that could happen? She felt relieved when he saw them entering the house. Kenshin was finally asleep and Yahiko had an expression she had only seen on him after a round of rough sex. It was a good thing he was relaxed, right? How did it go? She asked worriedly. Yahiko didn't want to worry his already exhausted wife and answered directly. Good, and he lied like a scoundrel without any shame for the first time in his life. Kenshin is already sleeping, so if you don't need anything I will sleep now. With that Yahiko went to sleep. Maybe tomorrow Kenshin would act like a normal baby. Maybe. Maya nodded, feeling sleepy herself. With clean clothes, after having a shower she felt comfortable enough to rest, the peacefully sleeping Kenshin by her side. And the family of 3 slept. The day's results: Kenshin was born. Annoyed his parents, pissed on, off the second most powerful person in the whole country, gained the disdain of all the important clans present in the shrine, and made the god of eternity herself travel to the shrine to ask Yi why was the thunderstorm not stopping. Come on Kenshin, you can do it. Chapter 2. The blessing ceremony. 3 months passed and Yahiko knew that today was the day. The day when Kenshin would show to the world that he was not the scourge everyone thought him to be. After all, Yahiko and Maya learned more about how to treat him and they felt now that they could somehow control him. You only needed to cover your ears with cotton when he started screaming. Of course, you couldn't do that when Kenshin was crying, as he may need something important. But they learned how to distinguish between screams and cries. They were different. Also, never approach him. It may sound weird like that, don't approach the baby, but it was the truth, as Kenshin automatically slapped almost everything that approached him. Yahiko was thinking of teaching him how not to slap when he got a bit older. All he would do is approach a cactus to him. And so, with his newfound confidence, Yahiko picked up Kenshin to go to the shrine. Mike also wanted to come, but Yahiko persuaded her to stay at home. Something about there is no need for your ancestors to be ashamed too. Kenshin had stopped crying that much, maybe because he annoyed even himself. Yahiko didn't take him outside the house for 3 months, so he was now looking at everything curiously. Yahiko felt that Kenshin was after all a normal baby, except for a few quirks. Look at him, looking at the grass in wonder. Look at him looking at the tall trees in awe. Look at him. Yahiko deadpanned when he saw Kenshin slapping a butterfly that had unknowingly entered his impressive slapping range. "Why can't you be normal?" asked Yahiko the baby, who was looking with frenzied eyes at more things to smack down. So while Yahiko pondered his life's mistakes and Kenshin looked around, they arrived at the great Narukami shrine. "I want to go back," thought Yahiko with fake tears when he saw how every single person looked at them while whispering, "No, I need to be strong. If Kenshin doesn't receive the blessing, he will not be able to have a healthy life. So what if they whisper at my back? When the time comes, I will approach Kenshin to anyone who complains." Yahiko was indeed a parent worthy of admiration. He even thought about how to weaponize his son. "Still, aren't too many people here in formal clothes? I should come another day." Yahiko got cold feet when he saw the amount of officials around. "Welcome to the shrine. What do you need?" asked Tomiko with brown long hair. Due to her short stature and apparent age, Yahiko thought that she must be a Miko in training. "I'm here for the blessing ceremony for my son. But if there is something important today, I can come back another day," said Yahiko while gulping. He just saw the head of the Kamisato clan, and he was carrying Kenshin. "This will go wrong for sure." "Don't worry, I will tell that to Gucci-sama." The energetic trainee went happily to accomplish her mission, not realizing the dismayed expression Yahiko had hearing her. Yahiko had hoped for a quick ceremony with Mikoshi and to get out, easy. But now the Goji was involved, and remembering how she was treated by Kenshin, Yahiko wanted to run. But now that the trainee had left, it would be rude of him to run away. Fuck it, better to be rude than dead. "I'm running." "Kenshin, I'm sorry, but your blessing is too expensive for us." Just when Yahiko had turned around to leave, the trainee came back with an excited smile. "Good news. Goji-sama was going to perform the blessing ceremony for the young lord of the Kamisato clan, so she agreed to bless your son personally." Her radiant smile told him about how excited she was to be able to tell him this good luck. Yahiko felt that the god of eternity was punishing him for not praying enough. He could only hand Kenshin to the trainee, who received the baby with a gentle face. Maybe she was at the age when she thought babies were cute. Poor soul. "I only hope Kenshin doesn't destroy her innocence." "Please Kenshin, this is your chance of redemption. I don't ask much of you, just don't go slapping people around. You can cry, it's okay. I made sure that your bladder was empty before leaving, so that's also covered." The fact that Yahiko needed to do this kind of preparation every time he needed to take his son out of the house was quite telling of how much of a pain Kenshin was. Yi prepared herself, checking for the last time her appearance in a mirror before leaving for the blessing ceremony. "So it's already this time. The new generation of the 3 great clans have already been born. I wonder which generation is it now? I lost count a few hundred years ago," Yi thought dryly. "Well, it's just another ceremony. Let's end quickly and return reading my November." And then she saw the other baby she was going to bless today. Oh no, that was the only thought that crossed her mind. "Not you again." "Go Kenshin." Making a centuries-old fox Yukai feel fear is something no one else could do. Seeing Yi's dark face, Yahiko hunched over, trying to make himself smaller. "Is there a problem?" Goji-sama asked with a wide smile the trainee. "Muki was it... You have no idea of the trouble you have caused today," Yi thought with a resigned smile. Something was going to be wrong today, and she didn't know what. "No, nothing. Prepare everything." The ceremony started without a problem. It was a lot more formal and solemn than what used to be, as one of the children being blessed was the only boy from the Kamisato clan, Kamisato Ayato. "I can't believe it. Kenshin is behaving himself." "Go Kenshin, show your dad how good you are." Yahiko was almost crying with happiness. "I can't believe it. This boy is not slapping the boy from the Kamisato clan next to him." Yi was impressed by the wrong reason. Kenshin had been looking at the sakura tree with an absent expression, and Yi was thankful for that. Still, she wondered what was he looking at. Maybe when he grew up he could tell her. Then the moment when the children received the blessing arrived. Yi slowly lowered the talisman to Ayato's face and gently touched his forehead with it. Ayato made a cheerful expression and giggled a bit. Truly, his expression befitting that of a normal baby. Now Yi looked at the other baby and felt dismayed. Oh no, he's not distracted anymore, he's looking at me. Indeed, Kenshin was looking at Yi with a bored expression at having been watching the same tree for an hour, and a bored Kenshin was a dangerous one. Please, behave. I will even give you a greater blessing. Please, the 500-plus-year-old fox Yukai begged to a 3-month-old baby. Yi gently lowered her talisman towards Kenshin and Kenshin just looked at it curiously. But when the talisman entered his range, he grabbed it. Yi just looked at the baby in dismay. She was ready, and she wouldn't approach her face to the baby nor would she pick him up, but this brat's unpredictability was something to fear. And there they stood. Baby and Yukai exchanged gazes, one curious and the other apprehensive. God damn it! Kenshin Yahiko resigned himself to grab Kenshin and start running away. The rest of the attendants, the top of the whole Inazuma, obeying only the shogun herself, looked in curiosity at this unexpected development. Yi lightly pulled her talisman trying to make Kenshin release it, but of course, Kenshin didn't allow that. You approach it and now you want to take it away? Yi decided to be the bigger soul here. She released the talisman making Kenshin show a disappointed expression. Maybe he wanted to play more, but now that the lady released it, this strange thing was his now. Come and take it back if you dare. The trainee saw this and towards Kenshin to retrieve it, but Yi saw how Kenshin's eye zeroed on the approaching object and started preparing his arm for a monumental slap. So Yi stopped the trainee, saving her from the embarrassment of being decked in the face in front of the ruling families, who were watching the show with anticipation. Watching a ceremony for hours to bless two children they didn't care about could be quite boring after all. No need. Surely you don't think so little of me that you believe I can't bless a baby without a medium, right? Yi asked with her teasing smile while masking her apprehension. Oh, of course not, Gucci-sama. The trainee quickly blushed and retreated. Foo-foo. How cute. And now Yi looked at Kenshin as if she was staring at an enemy. Maybe Kenshin noticed the animosity in Yi's eyes because he wore a smile that Yi could only think was a smug one, while waving her charm, reminding her how he had won their previous bout. This little, Yi decided to bless him and release this feral beast into the wild. She muttered an incantation and gestured with her hands in a complicated pattern, effectively blessing the child. The boy tried to slap the blessing, making Yi feel astonished. Is he really able to see the blessing? This kid is really special after all. But though luck, you can't slap the blessing away, smugly smiled Yi. Kenshin felt really surprised because it was the first time in his short life that he couldn't smack something. From the corner of his eye, he saw Yi's mocking smile. Of course, being a baby he wasn't able to understand what it meant, but he didn't like it one bit. So he slapped the purple thing approaching him with his other hand, the one holding Yi's medium. And he was able to effectively slap the charm away. You aren't that smug now, right? Bow before my greatness is what Yi understood from Kenshin's smirk. Yi clenched her teeth again. Why did this brat make everything so complicated? If she gave up she would feel like she lost against a baby 3 months old. The people around saw what happened but didn't understand why Yi looked pissed off, but someone remembered the last time they had seen Yi make that kind of face. Wait a minute, isn't that the baby who pissed on Gucci-sama only to slap her after? Someone pretty dumb had to say in a loud voice. The rest felt stunned, some because they didn't know about it, and some others because they recognized the baby now. Now everybody was muttering while looking at Yi, and the Kamisato clan felt nervous as they didn't want Ayato's ceremony to be tarnished by this troublesome baby. Yahiko was dead inside. I'm done with you. I know how this will go. I will keep trying to bless you and will keep slapping my blessings away. So I will bless you with all my power and just end this." And he did just that. Hundreds of blessings poured towards Kenshin, who was wearing a playful smile and holding the talisman like a tennis racket. But when he saw the 100 of purple things approaching him, he knew he was in for the hardest battle in his life. He started swinging the talisman, focusing on zones he wouldn't be able to reach so easily later, mainly his feet. Yet he realized that he couldn't stop paying attention to his left side because he was using the talisman with the right hand and the time needed to reach the left side of his body was bigger. So that's your plan. Pretty crafty, but you shouldn't underestimate my power," Kenshin thought while looking with a challenging smile at Yi. He started executing his perfectly designed plan, evaluating the amount of purple things that were about to reach the different sides of his body and calculating how much time he would need to bat away every single one of them, or ... He swung his hand around randomly with his eyes closed, hoping to somehow hit them. What did you expect? He is a baby after all. Of course, he failed. He slapped 3 before the rest hit him. Yi quickly dispelled the excess of energy inside his body but still had time to send Kenshin a smug smile before freezing in realization. Why am I competing with a baby? She thought and felt depressed. The audience looked at her quickly changing face, but couldn't understand anything as they couldn't see their mystic battle. But one thing they realized was that the boy wasn't normal. When Kenshin realized he had lost in something, his monkey brain did not allow him to understand exactly what felt like crying. Yi saw how Kenshin took to the air to start screaming and felt relief. If he was crying he wouldn't do anything strange, right? But she didn't hear the expected cries, so she could only think one thing. Oh no. Yi saw Kenshin wear a confused expression, maybe not understanding what he was feeling. He opened his mouth and puked all over Kamisato Ato. Chapter 3. A New Home. Another year passed. Kenshin was a year and a half old. He was able to control to some degree his slapping reflex, that by this point was ingrained in his cerebellum. Yahiko and Mio definitely felt thankful for this, as the number of slaps they received in this past year was greater than the number of times the sun rose, which was a number of 1+ slaps day. Yahiko and Mio knew that Kenshin was different. No, they didn't realize it because of his tendency to mess up everything in the most horrible way possible. They knew that Kenshin saw things they couldn't see. He would suddenly start shouting in excitement, pointing at the air. At first Yahiko and Mio thought that their son was just stupid, but they later realized that maybe there was something else. When he started shouting, they would sometimes feel a chill. Other times they would feel sad or even happy. They confirmed that effectively their son was special. Of course, that didn't mean he couldn't be dumb too. Today Yahiko slapped his own cheeks, maybe had developed some dependency on it after Kenshin's reflex actions, but he encouraged himself. He was going to take Kenshin to the Great Narukami Shrine. Again, while he was somewhat apprehensive, he was worried about Kenshin. They were a humble family and didn't have enough cultural level to discern rumors from facts, so they believed in ghosts and spirits. Maybe Kenshin was possessed by something that made him see those things they couldn't detect, so taking him to the shrine was their only choice. After arriving at the shrine, every single person, including the Makos, looked at them with a peculiar face. Somebody from another world would have identified those faces as the Excalibur face. "What do you need?" asked Trudely. The same trainee a year before had received them with a happy smile. The baby she had taken care of briefly had puked upon receiving the Goji's blessing. "What a heresy! I don't know if my son is possessed," confessed Yahiko. The trainee, Muki, suddenly had a serious expression. No father would joke about that, as possession and curses were something quite grave. She looked towards Kenshin only to find him looking stunned at the sakura tree. Every time we came he looked at the same tree with that stunned expression. "Is that tree special?" Yahiko noticed how Kenshin's attention was always on the sakura tree. "I am not qualified to ask his possession and curses. Please wait while I find someone who can," Muki said with a serious expression and received Yahiko's grateful look. Muki could have refused or dismissed Yahiko based on how much trouble Kenshin caused, but she still took his worries seriously, earning Yahiko's admiration. Muki was almost running towards the inner area of the shrine where the senior Makos were. "Oh, Muki, what's wrong?" Are you in a hurry? Yumiko suddenly appeared and stopped Miki. Gucci-sama. Yes. There is a father and his child waiting at the entrance of the shrine. The father believes the child may be possessed. Miki spoke quickly. She was born into a family of shrine priestesses, so she knew how dangerous those possessions were. Another one, he thought dryly. She had lost count of how many people came to the shrine believing that they were cursed. Out of 10 cases, 10 were just paranoid people. I will go. I had just finished reading the new novel. Do you think it's possible that the child is cursed? Yi was trying to educate Miki, teaching her that possessions were not a common thing. The father would probably worried because the child didn't stop crying. Miki answered immediately. Yes, I think he may be possessed. There was no need to think after all. If someone was possessed in Inazuma, it was Kenshin. Someone who puked while receiving a blessing could be a normal baby. Who? That's interesting. Yi was intrigued now. Even the serious Miki didn't hesitate. Oh no, it's you again. Yi had the same Excalibur face. Greeting Gucci-sama. While it may be presumptuous of me after all the trouble Kenshin caused, please I ask you to check if my son is alright, Yahiko said while bowing. I don't really think your son is cursed. He is just a bit ... special, Yi said with a dry voice. I thought the same. My wife and I could ignore his screams in the middle of the night, his slaps at anything that entered his range, his tendency to throw his food. The more Yahiko explained, the more dead his face looked. Poor guys. And here I thought I had the worst of it. Yi considered blessing these parents who, despite living with the little devil, were still worried about him. But recently, the last 3 months or so, he started doing weird things. Yi and Miyuki looked at Yahiko. Even weirder things, Yahiko added while blushing. What did he do? Yi was curious about Kenshin's uniqueness. Maybe now she could glean something from Yahiko's words. He shouts and excitedly points at things in the air. If it was only that we wouldn't worry, but sometimes it even affects us. We would feel a chill, or suddenly we shivered. At first, we dismissed it. But in the following months the same thing happened, explained a nervous Yahiko, aware that what he was saying sounded a bit stupid. Yi had a pondering expression. She knew Kenshin was able to see blessings, but she didn't know if Kenshin could see anything else. She looked towards Kenshin, only to see him looking at the sakura tree with the same curious expression she had seen on his face before. Does he always react like this? She asked Yahiko. Yes. Every time we come he always stares at the scared sakura with his current expression. Yahiko nodded. Why don't we take him to it? Wondered Yi before walking towards the tree. Gucci-sama, please think about it again, exclaimed Miki. Please Gucci-sama. The sacred sakura has protected us for generations. We can't allow my son to go near it. Yahiko didn't trust his own son. You too ... Do you really think a baby can destroy the sacred sakura? Asked tryly Yi. Yes. Yi felt surprised but then realized something. She couldn't trust the little devil. His unpredictability was out of the charts. Maybe his presence could cause a fire that could destroy the tree. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. We let him approach but stay on guard at all times, Yi instructed with a serious face. Are you sure Gucci-sama? Asked a resigned Yahiko. He really didn't trust his son. Yes. Let's go. Yahiko approached the sacred sakura with reverence. Every single person in Inazuma saw the sacred sakura as their protector and approaching was not allowed. He got cold feet in the end. Gucci-sama, are you sure you don't want to take Kenshin yourself? I'm not touching that thing again. No, I'm sure. Thank you for the offer, but I think he will feel safer in your hands, Yi denied with a polite smile. Yahiko wore a cramped smile, opting to ignore the first part. Kenshin suddenly started gesturing with his arms towards the sakura tree, as if he wanted to hug it. And that's what he did. He hugged the tree and fell asleep, or so it appeared to the 3 spectators. Raiden stood in the plain of Euthymia, alone as she had always been for the 500 years. A plain made of her own soul, with sand for ground and a lot of ruined columns, was adorning the otherwise empty space. She was lonely, but that was something she couldn't admit. Always meditating, pursuing eternity to get closer to the heavenly principles. The last person she saw was her friend Yumiko, about 400 years ago. And now in front of Beelzebub, the Raiden Shogun, the immortal Shogun, the Narukami Gosho, the the god of eternity, a baby appeared with a confused expression. The baby looked around confused about his situation. He was in front of the mean pink-haired lady and his father in front of that tree that whispered to him, even if he couldn't understand what it was saying when he found himself in a place unlike anything he had seen before. It was a weird place, but he felt comfortable here. But this was not the time to sleep. He was going to explore this whole place and make it his. He liked this place and he was going to make sure no one but him could enter. His underdeveloped brain couldn't devise a plan on how to do that, but he remembered something. When he peed or pooped, his parents would make a disgusted expression and would change his clothes quickly. They didn't like his pee, so maybe, he could make this place unpleasant to the others. It would smell bad, but it was a sacrifice he was willing to make. So Kenshin donned a hooligan smile, ready to mark his territory. He started looking around, looking for the best place to start delimiting the frontiers of the new kingdom, until he looked behind him and saw a woman. The god of eternity and the slapping baby looked at each other in confusion. Abort, this place is already conquered, and no amount of poop will be enough to beat her, is what Kenshin's brain told him. Are you sure? I can produce a lot, is what Kenshin's body told him. Kenshin pondered for a while, knowing that he would have to make a painful choice. Raiden felt even more confused. Who is this baby? No, that's not important. How did he arrive here? She wondered while looking at the baby, who was thinking very seriously about something very important. Kenshin looked at the woman in front of him. The only woman Kenshin had contact with was his mother. The other women learned their lesson after Kenshin smacked them, so he couldn't really compare the woman in front of him to others. He only knew this woman was dangerous. Realizing that waiting was not going to take them anywhere, she decided to ask this boy who he was, her centuries of isolation taking its toll on her communication skills. Who are you? She commanded the baby. Said baby looked at her, making Raiden feel stupid. It was a baby. How could he speak? The baby muttered something incoherent but gestured towards her. Raiden didn't understand what the baby wanted, so she approached him. My name is Raiden. Who are you? Kenshin noticed something wrong when the woman approached. The aura this big woman had was dangerous, even more dangerous than Mom's when he put his poop in the raisin deposit, thinking that poop was being stored there. And now this dangerous woman was approaching him. Kenshin suddenly realized that he was extremely intelligent, because as his brain said, no amount of poop would be enough to defeat this monster. If he didn't do anything when the woman reached him, he would suffer. Maybe he would be the one slapped for the first time in his life. So Kenshin trusted his newly found intelligence. By some cosmic event, his only neuron connected with itself, making a closed circuit that allowed him to speak. And with that Kenshin spoke his first word. Well, it only had two sounds. Maybe he just joined two random sounds that sounded like a word. Raiden nodded, expecting the baby to introduce himself. He could speak, so he should be able to introduce himself and tell her his address and family, right? But then the baby suddenly vanished, making confused again. This was the plane of euthymia, her soul. How could a baby come in and out? Maybe she needed to do something else for a while. But not now. Now she had to meditate. On the sacred Surah, Yahiko picked up the sleeping Kenshin, who woke up with a jump. In the end, we just saw him sleep for 15 minutes, said dryly Miki. Indeed, nodded Yi, feeling like she wasted her time to read. Yahiko only blushed and looked towards the floor. Kenshin was stunned, finally finding himself near the good tree. He looked around and saw the mean pink woman. He wanted to challenge her, to have a rematch. Last time he lost, but he was now a lot bigger. This puny woman, even if she had a strange aura, was not as strong as him. He had even looked the dangerous woman in the face. This pink loser was nothing in front of his courage and bravery. So he uttered the meanest word he knew, something that would make her piss on her weird clothes like he pissed on his own an hour ago. He shouted and felt deep satisfaction when he saw the mean woman's face contorted in surprise. Hey, you stand no chance against my skills, is what his face said, directing a smug smile towards the woman. Oh, that was his first word. Yahiko jumped around, forgetting for a moment where he was. Wait, is that even a word? He questioned his son's intelligence. To be fair, I sounded like the noise a baby would make. I don't know, Yi said seriously, thinking that maybe it was a coincidence. She was the only person in the whole land of Inazuma who knew about the true name of the god of eternity. Kenshin was angry. He had faced several risks, staring to death at the face to acquire the forbidden knowledge that would make the pink mean woman recoil in fear. So why did her expression only change for a short moment? No, Kenshin would not tolerate it. He shouted even louder this time. There it was again. That serious expression on her face. Yes, that's right. You need to take me seriously. Me strong. I will need to take your son for a brief exam that will allow me to know if your son is possessed, he ordered with a stern face. She needed to know how this little devil knew about it. Why yes, of course. Yahiko stuttered, seeing Yi's stern face. Only now did he remember what he came here for. Yi extended her arms to grab Kenshin, but she noticed Kenshin's expectant look and how he was readying his arm. Miki, grab him and come with me. And she dumped the dangerous mission onto Miki, who looked at Yi with a betrayed look. Damn this pink woman, she is so smart. Kenshin was impressed. How did this pink woman realize his intentions? Here, put him on the floor and leave, Yi instructed, and Miki obeyed. Now, let's test what you can and can't see, mused Yi. This woman is planning something, is what Kenshin's underdeveloped brain told him. Yi took an amulet from a box and approached it to Kenshin, but he didn't see anything weird with it. He just looked at the woman with a guarded expression. Yi didn't say anything and showed him other things. An amulet, a pendant, a book, a sword. In some Kenshin saw some weird things and in others, he saw nothing. Yi studied his expressions and was able to notice with what objects he saw something else. So he can see souls, is what Yi deduced. But not only that, he should be able to do something else. If he didn't, we wouldn't be able to know his name. He looked at the baby who was trying to bite a cursed sword. What a mess. His ability is too dangerous to be left alone. He could kill his parents if he starts developing his ability without anyone teaching him. Messing with souls is too dangerous, Yi pondered. She then showed a conflicted expression, then a disgusted one before setting into one of resignation and bitter realization. Kenshin noticed the change in the atmosphere and saw Yi walking towards him with a bitter expression. He had no way of defending herself if the pink woman tried something, so he uttered his mantra. It had worked until now after all. He expected to see the pink woman's horrified face, but he saw a sly smile. Do you think you can scare me with that? Why would I be scared of the name of my stubborn friend? Here, I will repeat it for you. Yi smiled. How dare she? She knows about the dangerous woman. Just as he faced her, the pink woman did too. Kenshin took a mouthful of air and showed an indignant expression. He can no longer scare the pink woman with this. How can he win then? Yi used this unusual thoughtful state of Kenshin's to grab him by the scruff of his neck, not allowing his weaponized hand to reach her. Kenshin didn't even notice that, as focused as he was on his future war plans. He is not possessed, but he has a dangerous ability that could cause problems for your family if he is not taught. He decided to reveal the truth by laying it out. What can we do then? Yahiko felt worried about his son, but their family didn't have the money to pay for somebody to teach him. Was anybody even able to teach him? Yi gulped with a wry expression. There is no choice. Only one path forward. No matter how painful it is. He will have to live in the shrine, Yi cried inwardly. Really? Yahiko looked excited. This way Kenshin will be able to have a great life, living in the shrine and being taught by the holy people here. This was the best option for Kenshin, even better than getting adopted into one of the 3 ruling families. The shrine was a sacred institution after all. Really? Miki looked sour. Having to take care of the slapping baby, as he was known around, was nothing short of a nightmare. Yes, even the serious Koji had an expression tinged with despair, thinking about the future years that awaited her. Even if she had more than 500 years under her metaphorical belt, she knew from this moment that the following 15 years would be the longer ones. Thank you. Yahiko bowed repeatedly. For the Goji to teach his son was nothing short of a miracle. It didn't have anything to do with how calm his house would be, and how he could walk around his own house without worrying about getting randomly slapped by a baby that liked to ambush him. Results of the day. Yi lost big, Muki lost big, Kenshin lost, and Yahiko and Mayo kept their sanity. Chapter 4, Tale of a Cursed Man. Another 3 years passed. I'm now around 600 years old. I think at least. I lost count after a few decades, but I think you would understand it if you lived the same year again and again. Every year has its Sakura Bloom Festival, New Year, and a summer festival. Every year has its cold season and warm season. Every 2 decades there is a new generation that springs forward bursting with energy and enthusiasm, wanting to shape the world according to their ideal, only to be rebuffed by the unforgiving reality, turning into the same generation they had sworn to never turn into. And like that, centuries pass without change. The fact that the society in Inazuma is the same as it was 500 years ago is very telling. Despite a few hiccups, like Ai's first failed puppet, everything has been more or less good. Until now, that is. Lately, the Fatui from Sneeze-Naya have been trying to infiltrate Inazuma both openly and covertly, so we will need to keep an eye on them. As I was saying, everything has been peaceful except for some problems, but overall it has been a relaxing 500 years, for both good and bad. I started to think that anyone wanting to cause some change would be eviscerated by Ai's blade. She has this stupid idea of eternity in her head, and anyone seeking change will be imprisoned at best. So imagine my surprise when, at the height of boredom, someone like that appeared. I am used to measuring the time in generations, so a single year is something I consider inconsequential. Kenshin, that annoying baby. Maybe I should stop calling him a baby. He will be 5 soon. The same baby that couldn't contain his urge to pee on me, the second most important person in this nation. The same baby that annoyed absolutely everyone with his unbelievable lung capacity. The same baby may be the one to change this boring land. And the same baby that has a fearsome ability. He can see souls, and that is one of the most dangerous things in this world, where some dangerous truths are hidden behind a mortal vessel. Of course, I know that this ability is not that unusual. There are plenty of people in Liyue who are able to see ghosts. And even here, in this same shrine, there are plenty of Makos who can do the same and even work as exorcists. But Kenshin's ability is on another level. Only I know where the entrance to the plane of euthymia is located, just beneath this shrine. And despite it being hidden under numerous layers and defensive measures, Kenshin was able to bypass all that and even speak with Ai. This is only my assumption, but there is no other way he could have learned that way. And every time I want to ask Ai about that, all I get is a curt conversation with that robot. Just remembering it makes me angry. I had to let Kenshin live in the shrine to know more about his ability and its limits. We can't afford to have a random child with the power to peer into souls alone. In the shrine, I will see that he grows up being someone who knows how to use his ability responsibly. These last years taking care of him hadn't been half as bad as I expected, but it may have been due to the fact that I didn't take care of him. Except for some occasional times when I would check how he was progressing, the only moments I saw him was when he came to me screaming for another challenge. "Pink woman, I will win this time," he would say with a determined expression, before leaving with a frustrated one. I'm not a small woman who doesn't let a kid win. I am not human at all after all. And there are a few competitions I'm not interested in participating. Pink woman. Here comes the rascal again, with his black hair and brown eyes that were causing panic in whoever saw them. What will it be now? See who can spit further, who can sneeze more, who can make a more satisfying slap sound. And yet the kid came at me crying. For the first time since our wonderful first encounter, I saw the crying face of this little rascal. Has he stumbled on a rock or something? What's wrong, kid? Are you going to ask the evil pink woman for help? I said teasingly to him. Even if I'm worried about him, I can't let my image slip, right? There is someone cursed, he shouted to me. In another situation, I would find a little kid saying something like that with a serious face amusing, but knowing about his uniqueness, I can only believe him. Have you talked to the other priestesses? I'm quite busy after all, I said with a light smile. They can't help him. They are not strong, Kenshin said while shaking his head. Okay then, let me see him. Is he in the shrine? I answered with a bored tone, but I was quite concerned about this. Kenshin has been exposed to a lot of people who come to the shrine for a variety of things, and some of them were curses. Even though 9 out of 10 cases were just paranoid people, the one case left was truly cursed. Last month we got someone with a pretty dangerous curse. Every time she slept she would have a nightmare of a monster chasing her, and every wound she got in the dream was reflected in her real body. And even then, Kenshin didn't say anything else than she is cursed. So what kind of curse has he seen to have this reaction? I wonder if this person is still alive after the time Kenshin needed to come here. No, he is not. I went to Aito's home to play, and I saw him in the way, replied Kenshin, not aware that he just said he snuck out of the shrine. I wonder what were you doing there, I asked with a mischievous smile. How's all that, the kid said with a face showing regret. Pink woman. There is a cursed person, there is no time for that. Yes, I heard you. There is no way I will let him escape. What can you tell me about this curse? I don't know. It's very weird. It's like it's attached to him and causing him pain, he said weakly. I'm mused about what kind of thing should I expect. Well, I'll be able to cleanse the curse no matter what. I'll just need to tap into more of my true power. Can you help him? Asked Kenshin in a vulnerable tone. To say that hearing it I was unmoved would be a lie. I don't want to see his sad face after all. Even if he is a pain. Of course, who do you think I am? I boasted. He doesn't know about my nature or my true powers, only I does, and I don't see her talking about that or talking in general. Pink woman, he answered quickly, too quick for my taste. And the most powerful Miko in Inazuma. I explained to the dumb child what it meant to be the head Miko. So will you help him? He asked in a hopeful tone. Of course. It's my duty as the Miko of the Narukami Shrine, I answered with a smile, a sincere one this time. You promise? Yes, I do. Now stop wasting our time and take me to the cursed person. He's right there, near the forest. And what were you doing in the forest? I need to keep an eye on him and teach him about his new position. With the fat yuri doing suspicious things, Kenshin is a good hostage to blackmail me. Even while doing nothing, this brat is a pain. I went to play with Aito, but I saw something weird and followed it until I found the cursed person. Kenshin replied honestly while shivering, remembering the curse. I saw that, so I needed to ask more about it. It may help me understand Kenshin's ability. What did you see from even outside the forest? The fact that he could see the course means that it might be tied to the soul. Of course. I am confident I can cleanse it, but the process may be tricky and we may need to carry this victim to the shrine. It was like fog. It smelled very bad, but that's not the worst part, Kenshin replied, his shivers intensifying. What's the worst part? It sounded like someone was talking, or screaming. He trailed off at the end, clearly scared. Are you sure? For a curse to speak, something really bad is involved here. Maybe it's a remnant of some god from the Archan War? Maybe I should call I for this. Yes, but I'm not worried, answered Kenshin, recovering his usual upbeat mood. Well, you may not be worried, but you were scared, I teased him. No, I wasn't. Maybe a bit, but Mom tells me that courage is not about not having fears, but conquering them. He nodded while nodding sagely with his head. While I admit your mum knows what to say, that doesn't explain why you are not worried anymore, I asked while thinking about the curse and possible ways to avoid getting Kenshin in danger. He looked to the side, not wanting to establish eye contact with me. If you don't tell me, maybe I should leave. Maybe the curse is not that serious, I joked. The fact that he is a kid will make him unable to discern threats from false bravado. No, it's because ... you are here, he muttered with a red face. I stopped and looked at him. While I consider him an annoying albeit dangerous kid, I would have never thought that he could develop such faith in me that despite getting very scared, just my presence here makes him believe that everything will be fine. I feel a little touched by his trust. After all, it has been a long while since I felt that I was someone important in another person's life, even if it was a kid. The only one is I, but we haven't talked in centuries. Of course, there are a lot of people counting on a head Miko of the Narukami Shrine, but this dumb kid doesn't even know what that means. That only tells me that he trusts me and not my position. So you trust me that much, I teased him, not allowing him to see my turbulent emotions. Of course. After all, for all my strength and intelligence, I haven't been able to beat you. Of course. You must be amazing to be able to beat me, he nodded while patting his non-existent biceps. What are you trying to show? Those noodles you have for arms? I mocked him, finding his gestures the most amusing thing I have seen lately. Shut up. I will grow. It must be bad for you. No matter how much time passes, you will still be that short, he mocked me back. Before I could answer him and tell him that I had a lot of admirers, not all of them men, he grabbed my priest garb. What's wrong? You scared? He is not going to leave it be. He is going to explode and I will have blackmail material for his future unruly age. One of the perks of being a centenary being is that you learn how to play a very long game. Not that's all he did while hiding behind me, but pushing me in the direction he remembered seeing the cursed man. While I may have found this funny, sensing her trembling hands on my kimono while looking from my back made me feel a bit protective. Is this what the Gapmo I read about is? The normally hyperactive and unruly kid is trembling in fear behind me. Maybe it's because of this gap that I find him cute now. Don't worry, I promised you, didn't I? I will dispel the curse, I tried to reassure him in a gentle voice that surprised even me. Yes, you said it. His mood seemed to recover a bit, but not enough to make him release my kimono. It's here, he said while pointing a trembling hand at a tree. Well, let us see the mysterious man. I will dispel the curse and return to my novel. Come out, I'm the head priestess, I'm here to dispel your curse. Why is he hiding now after sending Kenshin to call for me? Pink woman. I saw Kenshin tugging at my kimono while pointing down. Then I felt shock, worry, and sadness, because on the floor next to the tree was a hilichurl. Naturally, I knew about them and their tragic fate. Even if I wasn't in the cataclysm fight to understand exactly the reasons an entire country was doomed to this fate, there are enough survivors, my friend Ganyu being one of them. So it wasn't like we didn't know about it. I felt shocked because Kenshin, while not even 5 years old, was able to detect such a powerful curse. I felt worried because this is not something Kenshin should be meddling with. It could get him killed or attract the attention of the ones who created this curse. And I felt sorry because, for the very first time in my life, I would break a promise because I can't dispel this curse. So, when are you going to heal him? The kid looked at me with hopeful eyes. Can't I looked to the floor in defeat. It's not only that I'm not strong enough to dispel it, it's just impossible. The curse had fused with the human soul over centuries, making it unable to be separated. If you try to separate the curse, it will cause damage to the host, to the point that by the time you have separated the curse, the host's soul would be destroyed. So even if I were 10 times more powerful, I would still be helpless. What do you mean you can't? The kid looked at me like the notion didn't even cross his head. It only made the truth even more painful. I'm not strong enough, I replied ruefully. Even if I was strong enough, I still wouldn't try to cleanse it, as doing that would only attract disaster to Inazuma. But how can we help him then? He asked me with teary eyes. We can't. I wonder how will this affect him, seeing something as foul as this curse and yet not being able to help him. I should have been more careful, but I didn't expect him to be able to even this curse. But he's in pain, he said, the reality of the situation hitting him. We can't help him. He looked at me with teary eyes, but all I could do was shake my head, telling him in a more graphic way that there was nothing we could do. Then he looked at me, then at the hilichurl, and then at me again. And lastly, he sprinted towards the hilichurl. Kenshin, wait. It may have been the first time I called him by his name, but in my worry, I couldn't care less. It's not that I couldn't stop him, but my surprise at his sudden act left me unable to react beyond mere words. Kenshin touched the hilichurl mask and suddenly he screamed in pain, grabbing his eyes. Kenshin, I need to see what's happening to him. The hilichurl's curse is not something I can dabble with, and I have no idea of what can it do to Kenshin. I thought the curse could not infect anyone else, but now seeing Kenshin trashing around in front of me while grabbing his eyes tells me the opposite. Kenshin, move your hands, I urged him. I need to see his eyes to see if, with my elemental vision, I can detect what's wrong with him. Is that blood? Damn it, I have no time. I need to see his eyes now. After I pried his eyes open, I saw that he now had no pupil. No, it's not that. His eyes had been affected by something and his pupil was dissolving into the rest of his eye, causing him a lot of pain. I look at the hilichurl trying to attack us, alarmed by the screams. This is your fault and now you want to make even more trouble? With just a thought, lightning strikes, leaving a pile of ash in the ground where there was a hilichurl just moments ago. I don't care if he's dead or his kind respawn in some place, but now I don't care. Damn it. I can knock Kenshin unconscious because I don't know if this process will stop midway. Biting my lips, I can only carry Kenshin to the shrine, a safe place where I don't have anything else to worry about. It's been a week since Kenshin has been in a coma and he still has not shown any signs of improvement. I have been doing everything I can, but in such a complex field like souls, I'm afraid that anything I could try would only harm Kenshin. All I can do now is wait and hope that whatever is happening to him is because of his special ability and not due to the curse. It has been a hard week, but the worst moment was when both Mayu and Yahiko came to the shrine, sweaty after running here and with pale faces, worried about Kenshin's status. I had to lie to them, as nobody could know the cause. All I told them is that he is adapting to his ability, and is a part of his training. Even if I'm a fox, lying to a child's parent about their son's health is not easy for me. While I feared that they blamed me, they didn't say anything. But I'm not that naive to think I'm not at fault. I was the one in charge of their son, and it was under my care that he got hurt, and possibly dead. It looks like the fear or respect they had for the divine Maiko was too ingrained in them to say anything to me, but those feelings were there, and I noticed them. What surprised me was how everyone in the shrine was affected by this. Looks like the kid has been making friends everywhere. The how is beyond me, but it stung that I was probably the most distant person to him in the whole shrine, when I was supposed to be the one mentoring him. Something to think about in the future. So for now the only thing we can do is to wait. Goji-sama. Kenshin is awake. Miki ran into my room without knocking. While in a normal situation, I would have scolded her. Now was not the time to care about stupid things like that. I promptly stood up and started walking toward his room, but Miki's uneasy face made me fear the worst. Something you need to say? I asked curtly. We have no time to hesitate, and I need all the information. It's just that. Miki looked doubtful about how she could say it. We are in a hurry, so tell me directly and I will deal with the consequences, I asked in a calm voice to calm her. But my heart lurched thinking about a possible side effect or a consequence of whatever happened to him. His eyes ... They have changed, Miki said in a quiet voice while looking at the floor. Well, that's expected. I saw his eyes losing their pupils, so it's no wonder. The only thing that matters is how did they end up. Has Kenshin lost his sight? Do I need to go to Liu to ask for the Adepti to help him? While I was musing this, I suddenly realized that I was in front of Kenshin's room. Pink woman. I heard a tired voice come from within the room. While I'm glad he can discern it's me, the fact that he did it across the door is worrying. If he can now see through the walls, I will need him to leave the shrine. We can't have a man who sees through walls in a mostly female shrine, right? Not wanting to waste more time and preparing for the worst, I opened the door only to find myself looking at two purple eyes. The most beautiful eyes I have ever seen. Chapter 5, You Are Not Unko. Kenshin didn't know what happened. He just felt very bad because he could not help the man with the curse, and he tried to grab the mask where he felt the curse was stronger. Maybe taking off the mask could help the man, right? The next thing he felt was immense pain in his eyes, making him cover them with his hands in an attempt to ease the pain. But it was useless. After an agonizing long while he stopped feeling anything, falling unconscious. And now, he is awake looking at the charming face of the pink woman, the head priestess of the shrine, looking at him with worry in her eyes. But Kenshin could be paying less attention to her eyes. What is that? Is all he could think of, looking at the swaying pinkish transparent tails coming from somewhere in the pink woman back. How are you? Asked the Yi calmly. You are not fooling me, I can see the tails twitching. Just like when Aito's dog wants food was all that Kenshin could think of. Good. Kenshin simply nodded, wanting to see more of this before telling it to the worried woman. It was not a good idea to keep this a secret. Besides, maybe now he could do something about the cursed man, but he needed this woman to teach him everything. "What are you looking at?" Yi asked while turning around to see what was catching Kenshin's attention. Now that she showed her back, Kenshin could see that the tails were growing on her lower back. Aren't you a little young to be focusing on a girl's rear?" Yi asked with a mischievous face. "I couldn't care less about your uselessly big butt." Kenshin was a boy with his priorities clear. The only thing he wanted in a girl was how could she run or how well could she hide. "I'm remembering this. I remind you of that sentence 10 years from now on," Yi said teasingly before paling. "This kid is a pain now. I don't want to think what will he do when he is controlled by hormones," was all he could think. "Whatever you say, I am not interested in your butt, but the tails coming from it." Kenshin has always been a very direct child. Why dance around what you want to say, making everyone lose their time? Say what you want, get a response, and get the fuck out when you don't care anymore. Yi made a surprised face that quickly changed into a serious one. "How are these tails?" Yi wanted to know how her nature was reflected in his now mesmerizing eyes. "There are 5 of them and they are a translucent pink. Now they are swaying like the tail of a hungry dog." While hungry was the last thing Yi was now, Kenshin was no expert in deciphering the tail language. Yi fell silent, thinking that this kid got even more dangerous. He was able to see her, even when she was the best at her craft, and hiding her identity was the easiest thing to do. She even taught her friend about how to imbue your should in an object, something several magnitudes more difficult. So now probably every secret in Inazuma was an open book to Kenshin. "Listen Kenshin," Yi started before looking at Kenshin's expression tinged with surprise. "What's wrong?" "It's the first time you called me by my name. Normally you say kid, brat, child, and boy," Kenshin replied while counting with his fingers, and he watched Yi's tails stiffen. "Well, aren't you all of these? Maybe after you grow up and do something impressive I could start calling you something different," Yi joked, trying to hide the guilt she felt at not having paid enough attention to the child she had kept in the shrine. She knew that Kenshin loved his parents, and maybe he would have preferred to live with them, but instead, he had to live here in the shrine because of her paranoia. The only friend he had was Ayato, and maybe that was only because he lived near the shrine, making him a perfect target for Kenshin to annoy. And even despite all of that, she hadn't called him by his name in almost 5 years. Something she would need to change soon. "Ha, you can't fool me, your tails stopped swaying, so that means you are surprised," mocked Kenshin, thinking back on how dogs and cats did the same when someone scared them. Not him, of course. He likes animals too much to scare them on purpose. Yi quickly lamented her bad luck. Controlling her tails was something she had never been able to do, but with her human form that was not important anymore. And now this kid is going to realize everything she felt, and there was nothing she could do to avoid it. And Kenshin seemed to have thought the same. "Hey pink woman, something tells me that this is going to be the start of a very curious and amusing relationship." For me at least. He could see the malice radiating from Kenshin's eyes. "Don't you want to see your parents? They have been with you for a week while you were lazing on the bed." He wanted to get out of here to think of some possible countermeasures. "Sure, but you wrapped your tails around you. Maybe you are feeling a bit defensive?" Again Kenshin was teasing Yi back, something she was not used to. Yi was proud of her poker face and her teasing nature, mainly due to her origin as a fox, but she was not used to being on the receiving end. "These are going to be some long years," Yi thought tiredly. And even despite being a person who complained about how boring life was, this change didn't make her as excited as she would have expected. Still, this is dangerous. Knowing how strict Ai is about irregularities, she may do something crazy if she knows about Kenshin. He is the very definition of uniqueness and madness, all mixed into an explosive cocktail. "I can't let them see each other." Yi loved her friend, but after centuries of not talking with each other, they had gotten a bit estranged. And Ai's dangerous thinking of everything for Inazuma made her quite the extremist. "Gucci-sama, there is a person asking for you. She wants to talk to you about the festival in the next month." "Tell her to come to the main hall." Yi sighed and resolved herself to talk with the head of the ruling house in charge of all this. Wasn't the Kamisato clan the one in charge of festivals and marriages? The last thing I remember, The head of the house was a man. Or was that the previous generation? Yi was left to ponder about the brevity of human life while going to do her jobs for once. After a very long talk with his parents, Kenshin was finally allowed to leave the bed. I feel good. I don't know what happened to me, but I have never felt better. Just like after shitting, you are left with relief and energy. He nodded sagely, with the typical thoughts of a 5-year-old child. I need to ask the pink woman to teach me. I still don't know what was that curse, but I feel awful just remembering it. So Kenshin left the room, and decided to blackmail the pink woman. If she didn't agree, he would start putting in her meals fox food, whatever it was foxes ate. He quickly asked the first priestess he saw about the pink woman's location. I think she is in a reunion about the festival next month. Oh, that's lucky then. I wonder if Aunt Ko is here. Kenshin remembered the warm welcome Mayato's mother always had for him. You shouldn't talk about the wife of the Kamisato clan with such familiarity. And I think so. I heard that Gucci-sama was receiving a woman to the reunion. That's nice then. Anyway, I got to go. I have no time to waste. Remember, be direct with what you want to say, and get the FCK out when you lose interest. I sensed that the Miko wanted to ask me something, but I didn't care, so goodbye. And the Miko was left wondering what happened to Kenshin's eyes, now purple. It's here. I hear the pink woman yapping. No matter. Knowing that Aunt Ko was with her, and believing in her calm personality, she wouldn't be angry about a little joke. So I opened the door abruptly and entered without knocking. Aunt Ko, did you bring cookies? This pink woman didn't let me eat for a week, I shouted while welcoming myself in. And I saw the pink woman wearing a panicked expression. It's actually reflected on her face and not only her tails. What is she afraid of anyway? Aunt Ko would not hurt a cockroach that was infecting her whole deposit of food. Why would she hurt the awesome and amazing me? Also, it's because I know I'm Ayato's only friend, so she does care extra about me. Maybe I should intimidate the other children to keep them away from Ayato, that way I can monopolize Aunt Ko's homemade food. Wait a minute, then I realized something. You are not Aunt Ko. In front of me was a regal-looking woman with purple hair in a long braid and purple eyes, with a mole underneath her right one. I think I saw her before, but I don't remember when. Said woman was looking at me a bit shocked about my intrusion, but quickly recomposed herself. No, I'm not this Aunt Ko you are referring to, she said while looking at me with her purple eyes. This woman has gone too far with the purple theme. The only thing not purple on her is her skin, I thought while looking at her in the same way I looked at Yi's tails. It was weird. She looked like a human, but she wasn't one for sure. Is that in her chest? A sword? Why the hell is a sword inside her? Well, now that I'm here, let's try to look a bit more. Kenshin, go out. I'm having an important talk here. The pink woman had to annoy me just now. Pink woman, if you don't leave me alone for 15 seconds I will pull on your tails. I blurted something I shouldn't have. Damn it. Still, now that my exit with a foot mark in my ass is inevitable, I will try to see the sword. It's like the sword is bigger inside than outside. How is this even possible? Ah, I found a way to enter and peek inside. What is this feeling? It feels similar to what I feel sometimes when I can't see my parents, and Mickey told me it's loneliness. So the sword is feeling lonely? What a weird sword. Kenshin, get out now. The pink woman looked worried and angry. Well, I probably messed up something big. But the marvelous Kenshin can't leave without fulfilling his mission. Okay, I will leave. I came here to ask you to teach me everything about curses so that maybe in the future I can dispel that horrendous thing. Even if you can't do it, I have to try, I commented offhandedly. The purple woman looked curiously at us. Curses? Is there a curse you can't dispel? She asked the pink woman. No, it was not like that. The pink woman started saying, but I won't let lies enter my ears. Don't lie, pink woman. You told me clearly that you couldn't. That's the whole reason I tried to touch him and what got me in a coma for a week. Do you know how many times I could have annoyed Ayato in that time? As Mom said, be honest. I know I'm annoying Ayato, but that's all the contact he has with other kids in our age range. The purple woman looked confused about a lot of things. Pink woman, She asked what I thought was the most worthless one. Looks like the purple woman is not that bright. Yes, she has pink hair, so pink woman. It's that Oguchi-sama or Head Maiko. I don't know her name after all. And before you ask, you are purple woman, I nodded sagely. Pink woman's tails seemed to go down for a moment, maybe feeling sad about something, but quickly looked at the purple woman in worry. Said woman looked a bit stunned, but I lost interest in whatever she was going to say, and respecting my personal mantra, I turned around to leave, much to the relief of the pink woman. Before that I remembered something. No, please leave is what pink woman's face told me, but I didn't care. I had to respect mom's words after all, so I walked towards the purple woman and patted her on the head, much to her astonishment and pink woman's dismay. What are you doing? Is all she asked. I think it's obvious. You are not very smart, right? Don't worry, pink woman is smart enough for the two of you. Mom told me that lonely people feel better if someone hugs them, but I don't feel like hugging you, so be content with the mighty head patting of the mighty Kenshin. Now I need to eat. I have not eaten for a week. And I left the room, not caring about some stupid festival. Dashi and the Raiden Shogun looked at the back of the almost 5-year-old child that came like a storm, leaving only a sinking boat. And a lot for ye to explain. Who was that? Asked the Raiden Shogun in her usual calm tone. She didn't stop Kenshin mainly because she was too stunned to do it. Damn it Kenshin, now I have to explain some things I didn't intend to. Ye fumed, thinking about telling the cook to put something extra spicy in every meal for Kenshin. His name is Kenshin. He is living in the temple because I saw in him some potential to be an exorcist and help me in the most demanding rituals. Ye explained with a calm face. And why did he say I was lonely? Inquired the Shogun. I don't know. As I'm sure you realized, he is somewhat unique. I don't know what is going on inside his head. He only felt sadness about the fact that I didn't realize she was lonely. Even if the one she was talking to was only the puppet I made to house her soul, I was too dense to identify that feeling as loneliness. Raiden Shogun's gaze turned sharp at hearing the word unique. Is he a threat to Inazuma's eternity? She asked in a deceptively calm voice. He is not. And even if he were, I wouldn't let you harm him. Ye replied in the same tone. I will eliminate him if he proves to be a threat to Inazuma. And after saying that she left, leaving a devastated Yi behind. In the end, I didn't want to talk with me again. Sighing, Yi stood up to give Kenshin the scolding of his life. Maybe it was time she got involved more in Kenshin's life, and maybe revealing her name was a start. Chapter 6. Aunt Ko was hungry. After leaving the pink woman in the meeting room, I realized I had to run away for a while. The pink woman is too petty to forget this, so running is not going to solve anything, but if I can delay the punishment, I'm all for it. So I decided to annoy Ayato. Yes, just like that, I'm going to annoy him. Even if from my point of view I saw him yesterday, talking about Aunt Ko food made me hungry, and staying here is not an option. So here we go. Luckily Ayato's house is very near the shrine. But maybe it's not luck. If he didn't live near, I wouldn't go out of my way to visit him. But what I'm doing for sure is not going near the forest again. I don't want to think more about that cursed man, because every time I think of it, I feel powerless, and I don't like the fact that while I'm happy there is someone out there suffering that much. As they say, out of sight out of mind. Look, just by the time I have been thinking about some stupid thing, I'm already at the entrance of the Kamisato house, looking at the resigned faces of the guards. It's my duty as a member of the shrine, even as an unofficial one, to greet the men and women who valiantly decide to protect us spoiled rich people. I greet you, guard and guard be. Let it be known that in case you fall in battle protecting your noble masters, I will deign myself to place a flower in your cold and humid grave. I said it with the noblest tone of voice I could muster. See? The fact that they don't answer is because they acknowledge my disposition to honor their sacrifice. One of them looked angry hearing me. You are new here, right? I asked the unknown face. Yes, and what you said is just too. Hey rookie, better hold your tongue. He is from the shrine, the older guard told him. Yes, this guy is sensible. Why would the rookie look angry anyway? Yes, I can see his hack armor, but even then, Kenshin, Go in. The madam told us that you are free to enter. Another one looked at me and gestured at me to enter. I can see you are a sensible one. May your arthritis be mild and your Alzheimer's slow. He looked to be getting into his older years, so desiring him a good health for his last years in this world after having dedicated his life to protect a stranger was the least I could do. Ms. Yuiro-sama, are you going to let this kid insult you? Even if he is from the shrine, he should not be a low. Nobuiro, it's not that I fear the shrine. If I told them the kid will be reprimanded, but I feel that the kid is trying to wish the best for us, in his own weird and rude way. Also, be careful he doesn't hear you. He is known with other name. What name? The slapping baby. It's him? I thought it was a legend to scare us rookies. As I approached the door to the main house I heard the guards saying something, but I can't care less. I already granted my blessings to them in the form of words, and that's all I'm willing to do for the day. Aunt Ko. I came to play with Ayato, I shouted just after entering. Even if I came to annoy the serious kid, I need to say it nice in front of Aunt Ko. I know, and so does the whole house, said the woman with long silver hair and blue eyes. Of course they do, I shouted for them to hear. Silly Aunt Ko, you don't realize how much my mind is able to decipher the future. Looking at her, there is something weird in her belly. It is very small, but is rounded and whitish. It looks a bit like that baby I saw coming here receiving his blessing, just a little smaller. Oh, I see now. I'm sorry Aunt Ko, I wasn't aware that things were this bad. I know I'm still a kid, but surely you could have told me about it, I said, feeling sad that they didn't trust me. What are you talking about? Now Aunt Ko even has a confused look. Even now they are trying to hide it from me. No need to hide it from me. Due to some accidents I can see it clearly, I said, shaking my head. What are you talking about? Said a moody Ayato coming into the hall. Are you okay? I asked Ayato. Surely it must have affected him too. Even if Aunt Ko was so kind that she may have sacrificed her health as to not worry Ayato. I was until I heard you screaming. How are you able to shout that loud? Kenshin, what are you talking about? Aunt Ko said with a tired expression. I saw you have a baby in your belly, I confessed. Talking directly is the best. Yeah, you truly are from the shrine. To think you could see it. I saw Aunt Ko make a wry expression. But why would that affect Ayato? Well, if you are so hungry you would eat a baby, it makes sense. Ayato can't eat. Well, I nodded sagely, amazed of my caring nature that allows me to pierce the fabric of the world. Aunt Ko made a stunned face, followed by one of tiredness. Kenshin, ask your mother the reason why I have a baby in my belly. I will go to rest now. I'm not feeling good enough to deal with this. I agree, I added. She didn't look good. You do? Aunt Ko asked me with a resigned expression, maybe fearing what I was going to say. Don't worry, I got you. Mom told me that after eating I should lie down for a bit while I'm digesting the food. And I guess a baby would have fought back, so please rest and let me take care of Ayato. I am truly magnanimous. Sigh, and with a sigh Aunt Ko left the room, leaving with a resigned face. Are you stupid? That baby in her belly is my future sister. Why are you so angry? If she is your sister, why did Aunt Ko eat her? You moron, she will be born in 6 months. You mean that babies come from the mother's belly? Yes, and before you say it, no, it's not the same as your poop. You don't speak of other things. Okay, you got me there. But then how did the baby reach that place? I don't know. I will ask my mum. What were you doing? If I wasn't going to get some answers, I don't care. I was trying to read a book about rituals. Why would you want to read that crap? He is truly a bored kid worth annoying. Who reads that shit? That crap, as you so rudely put it, is the accumulated effort of generations upon generations of knowledge. Some rituals even came from the great Narukami shrine itself. He looked proud of that. Dumb kid. Dumb kid. That's where I live. If you wanted something you could have just asked. I even participated in some cleansing rituals myself, even if was there only to sense how bad the curses were. Everyone in the shrine knew I was able to detect curses somehow and even see the most serious ones, and that was before I got this weird thing when I could even see the pink woman's tails. Now I should probably be able to see the weaker curses as well. You would do that for me? Why does he look so touched? I think it was pretty obvious at this point. If I don't come here, how would I be able to taste Aunt KO's cookies? Think Ayato. Think. If Ayato gets too annoyed, he won't let me enter his house, so I have to appease him sometimes. The fact that I had to explain such a basic concept to him was beyond stupid. Ah, of course. How could I forget that? Why does he sound sarcastic? So, why were you reading that? It's my mom. She has been unwell lately. And no, it's not that she wants to go to the toilet because of my sister. Dude. Chill. Even I think of other things. How does that relate to rituals? I wanted to find one that could make her feel better. I swear I will get stupid by being near this moron. What you need is a doctor, not a ritual. I swear, we have people coming every day to the shrine while they are ill to pray to get better soon. If they stood in their homes instead of climbing the honestly absurd amount of stairs, they could have healed already. They are really stupid. Do they even think the god of Inazuma will care about the fact that they have a snotty nose? We already went to a doctor, but he couldn't say what was wrong with her. This is the last thing I could do, he said with a teary expression. Let's do this. I will take a look at her, and I will tell you what I see. If I can't see anything wrong with her, probably no ritual will help you. I can detect the problem, but I don't know how to solve it. That's what the rituals are for. Really? What the hell? What happened to your eyes? You realize it now. You are really stupid. Shut up. It's dark in here. These eyes are the reason I'm confident in seeing what's wrong with Aunt KO. I'm probably the most qualified person in Inazuma to see curses, even if I can't dispel even the weakest one. Of course, the pink woman should be able to cleanse almost every curse. Almost. That's good then. Let's go to my mother. And I didn't have time to even complain before finding myself in front of a displeased KO. Ayato, I told you that I needed to rest. But Mum, Kenshin can see if there is something wrong with you. He even got some freaky eyes. While I don't think my eyes are freaky, that's true. Even the pink woman thinks that. And who is this pink woman? Asked Riley, the sickly-looking person. Maybe she fears my immense wisdom. The woman with pink hair. I don't know any woman with pink hair, she said with the same wry expression. The shrine boss, you say ... Please tell me you don't call Goji-sama like that. She paled, now realizing who the pink woman was. Of course, I called her that. She has pink hair. So pink woman. I think it's quite obvious. Aunt KO looked a bit dismayed hearing that, maybe fearing the pink woman's wrath, but I quickly reassured her. Don't worry, she doesn't care at all. She can get angry sometimes, but she loses interest really quickly. In fact, I came this time because I made her angry. What did you do that you had to leave? Now Ayato is asking another stupid question. It doesn't matter what I did, but when will I be able to go back? This kid. You need to give it to him with very easy words. I interrupted a meeting with another woman about the festival next month. In fact, I thought Aunt KO was her meeting partner. I know your family manages all those parties and all that. We indeed manage parties, but the festival next month is something from the shogunate. Oh, please Kenshin, I know you like to have fun and joke around. But tell me you didn't say anything offensive to the woman that was in the meeting. Why does she look so desperate? I didn't, and I see Aunt KO's face relaxing. So she was worried about me? That's nice of her. I will reassure her even more. Who do you take me for? Why is she anxious again? Please Kenshin, tell me, what did you say? Maybe if the Kamisato clan pleads for your innocence you may be allowed to live. What are you saying, Aunt KO? Everyone that wants a piece of Kenshin can come to get it. I will even tell them where I am. And I pat my chest to show my braveness. I look majestic right now. The same kid who can't get to the shrine in a single trip without getting cramps. Onore Ato, making me remember my only weakness. Kenshin, what did you tell her? Relax, Aunt KO. I just told the purple woman that I wanted her to cleanse curses from the pink woman that's school. And that she is not very bright. And then I patted her head. Now that I think of it, I think I saw that purple woman somewhere before. It bugs me a lot, this feeling of familiarity with a woman I haven't seen before. At least I think so. You probably have, said Aunt KO with a wry smile. Have you been to the Shogun's castle? No, Why would I? I have enough of those stiff and boring people every time they come to the shrine to start yapping about some complicated stuff. So the purple woman is from the shogunate then? Yes, she is, was all Aunt Ko said. Well, she is not as important as the pink woman. The pink woman is the second most important person in Inazuma, right? Yes, she is, replied Aunt Ko with a nod. Then the purple woman must be a paper pusher. No worries then. I am under the protection of the pink woman, so only the so-called shogun can make me disappear. Aunt Ko only had a forced smile. Now I remember what I came here for. No need to ask, I will just look at her. Sometimes it's better to say sorry than ask for permission. I need to see more people to accurately say what's wrong, but she looks mostly fine. There is a darker part though. Maybe that's the problem. I watched you right now. There is a darkening part in your soul, but it doesn't look to be caused by a curse. Maybe it's a health problem, and your soul is deteriorating because of that. I decided to see what I saw. Aunt Ko looked resigned. Aunt Ko, you know something, right? The smart Kenshin is not going to miss anything. Mum? Ayato looked scared at his mother. He's stupid, but not that much to miss that something smells fishy here. It's an illness that runs in my family. Now please leave me to rest, she curtly said. What can I do? Asked a nervous Ayato once we were outside and alone. Why don't we go to the library? If it's an illness that runs in the family, there should be some information somewhere. That's what I think at least. Yes, that's right. It's nice to see Ayato excited, but does he have to shout? There are people with sensitive ears. I dislike people who just shout without reason. They are truly the scourge of Inazuma. But didn't find anything, not a single mention in any book. In the end, the only thing we found is that your ancestor started puking worms, and only with the help of an adeptus did he get better. I would probably choke out of disgust. Where are the adeptus? Maybe they can find a way to heal my mom, Ayato asked me with teary eyes. In Liu. How much do I need to walk to arrive at Liu? How can I explain it in terms he understands? Ayato, Inazuma is an insular state. That means that we live in an island. Slow and steady. I know that. What does it have to do with healing my mum? I guess he's too worried to think calmly. I will forgive him for this time. Liu is on the main continent, and we live on an island. Why don't you tell me how much time do you need? He had the decency of looking embarrassed. But don't worry. This magnificent Kenshin has an idea. The pink woman knows people in Liu, and by the letters I accidentally, believe me, it was an accident, found that one of those people is a friend. Knowing that the pink woman is not human, probably her friend is an adeptus, the equivalent of Yukai there. So you can try to convince her to let us contact her adeptus friend to heal my mum. Ayato looked excited, finally seeing a little light in his messed up situation. Wait, Goji-sama is not human? Ayato, I'm worried you will forget how to breathe. She has been around for hundreds of years. Do you think she is human? I don't know. A lot of people don't even know what she looks like. Whatever, it's not important. I know her friend's name is Ganyu, and the pink woman always gives her some herbs from Inazuma as a present. So here is the plan. You help me collect a lot of herbs, and I go to Liu to convince her to help us. A perfect plan if I say so myself. No gaps or chance of failure. No variables or unexpected things can mess up my plan. Why am I so talented? You are so stupid. It's infuriating to see Ayato's disgusted face looking at me. But I am the bigger person here. It's my duty to explain to him the greatness of my plan. Ayato, I told you and your mother that I interrupted a very important meeting the pink woman was in. What do you think will happen to me when I get back? You will be punished? Yes, but to a degree you can't even imagine. I was tasked with cleaning the main hall of the shrine for a week because I wrote mean phrases in the fortune slips. What do you think she is going to make me do now? Why are you acting like a week of cleaning is that bad? Even I clean my room and help in the house, just to know what did you write? Aha, even the serious Ayato can't keep his curiosity contained. I wrote, if you spit upwards you will have a chance to lick your idol's feet. What the hell is that? That's disgusting. I know. Don't look at me like that. I needed to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night and saw two hiding random guys doing it near the shrine. Believe me, I didn't sleep for a week. I still have shivers remembering that. I was frozen seeing that, but when they started kissing afterward I left the scene feeling nauseous. Why would you want to lick a stinky feeblurg? I want to puke now. And why did you write that? What the hell, Kenshin? Bleak, and I puked. Now I feel better. Nothing like a good puke to relieve yourself of all nauseous thoughts. You are too weird and disturbing. Ayato looked at me with a face that said how incomprehensible the scene in front of him was. You know what's disturbing? A lot of people started spitting upwards, blinding them after the spit came down. It was a mess. A lot of blind people going around hitting each other. The shrine is on top of a mountain, so one of them didn't see where was he walking to and fell down, breaking his leg. That was the moment I realized that humanity has no future. Ayato looked too shocked to answer. I can't blame him. So, the pink woman caught me and told me to clean for a week. That evil woman. No, if you ask me, a week of cleaning was too little. The pampered kid was muttering something, but I needed to execute the plan now. Anyway, I don't want to go back, so I will leave this afternoon. That's decided. It's a good plan. I still think you are stupid, but I will help you. What are you going to do with the ship? Ayato, don't be stupid. I will walk to Liu. I mocked him. Forget that please. The ship's easy. I look like a noble, and I'm wearing the shrine outfit. Some ship will take me to Liu if I tell them I have a mission from the pink woman. People around fear her a lot. How can they fear that woman? She is nice. Except when she is not. I give up thinking. Tell me, what do I need to do? He sighed. That's the smartest thing you said in the whole day. We go collect herbs and you send a letter to the shrine. You just tell a generic Maiko that I gave it to you, and it's for the pink woman. Don't worry. They won't blame you. Are you sure? I don't want to get my family in trouble. He looked worried for his family. That's nice, but if he gets cold feet now I'm screwed. Yes, don't worry. Even if your family was in trouble, you need to heal your mom, right? Why yes, I think so. He nodded but was still hesitating. But I don't care. Then let's go. Chapter 7. A travel full of surprises, and we carried out the plan. Now I have a bag full of herbs, also called weeds. I hope this grass eater is not picky with food. We went to Ita looking for a ship, but I realized a flaw in my plan. Ayato, abort the plan. Why? He asked, a bit worried. He knew that this was the best chance to heal his mother. I have no money. Do you want me to starve when I get there? You are so cruel, sacrificing me for a chance for your mother, who we don't know how ill she is. I took my savings. I have been saving for a year. So while it's not much, it should let you live for a few days there. What do you mean, my moth? Give me that Mora. Oh, shiny Mora. The only thing we can trust in this world. I had zero contact with Mora in my short life, so now having a heavy bag of Mora made me dream of uncountable possibilities. Aren't you a little exaggerated? My mom told me money doesn't make you happy, Ayato said with a chastising look. But you need it, right? I asked him with a raised eyebrow. Well, I guess he nodded awkwardly. Then tell to the poor guy whose wife left him for a rich man that money doesn't give you happiness. His ex-wife must be happy now with her new husband's money at least. How do you learn those things? Dude, I live in a place where 90% of the people come just to vent. Is there anything you can't learn? Oh, sorry about that, I suppose, he said while rubbing his neck. So now with my acolyte's help the plan goes forward. Now you leave and give the pink woman this letter. I handed a beautiful written letter to him. Living in a shrine where you need to write a lot of things with beautiful handwriting has its perks. Okay, something else? He asked while saving the letter in his pocket. Yes. Now you leave. This will only work if I'm the only one here, because I'm the one with the mission. If another kid, a nervous one at that, they will realize Zarus. Oh, okay. Good luck. He nodded and ran out, heading for the shrine. You dumbass. Don't run, I need some time. This acolyte of mine is too stupid. Whatever, I need to focus on my mission. I walked around with a straight back, high chin, and clear eyes, whatever that meant. I just walked around like the pompous guys that came to the shrine did. I quickly spotted the ship that was going to set sail. Excuse me, I had to use the same condescending tone of voice those people used. What do you want, kid? Are you from the shrine? He said, looking at my attire. Good, he is stupid, I will use all my charm and persuasion powers to convince him. Yes, I'm here on behalf of the pink, Gucci-sama. I need to go to Liu for some ritual supplies needed for the festival next month. I was also told that once in Liu I would be helped by a friend of our head priestess, named Gani Uta, whom I will need to deliver some supplies, stored currently in my backpack. Would you be amenable to taking me to Liu? I'm sorry about the money, but the pin, Gucci-sama thought it was too dangerous to have me carry that amount of money. I said everything I should to make my case believable while avoiding some topics. Why a kid and not another Maiko? Why does only one person have to carry all the supplies needed? Yeah, sure, hop on and we will depart, he said with a sunny smile. Even if it's incredibly convenient to me, I can't help but think that Inazuma is safe only because of luck, and probably our overpowered god too. But still, isn't he a bit too stupid? Then on behalf of the great Narukami Shrine, I thank you. And with grace befitting one of such noble origins as mine, I boarded the ship, and we departed. Isn't this going a little too well? Hey kid, I need to ask you something. How did you know that I was not going to kidnap you? Ah, a valid question, but one I had thought about. As the only male living on the shrine, I have some unique abilities. One of them lets me discern if a person has crooked intentions or not. That's why I approached you. For example, the slim guy reading next to your boat had no good intentions. He was looking at another woman a few meters ahead and was turning the pages of the book in an unusual pattern, probably sending a coded message. That was true. I could see that some souls were darker and others were bright. The guy with the book was the darkest soul I had seen until now. And I'm not stupid, so boarding a ship with a suspicious person doesn't sound like a good idea. No way. Are you sure? Oh John, how could you? And this guy believes me without any kind of proof. I swear people in Inazuma believe too much in their shrine and god, to the point their intelligence is regressing from not using it. Well, it's not my problem. I will report him when I get back. And he had a sunny smile again. I guess John wasn't that close to him. But I know what you are thinking. Why didn't I check your identity? Anyone could have bought a hack armor and wear it. Hee, I'm not stupid, he said with a smug smile. Sorry, but you are. Not only did you let a child board a ship without any kind of permission from his parents, but you even have the gall to ask that kind of dumb question. The hack armor from the shrine is special, made from special materials that will act as a defense against curses as a last resort. The fact that you can't even realize how unique my outfit is tells me that you are, in fact, an idiot. Huh, I'm surprised. How did you know I was from the shrine then? Even if he is an idiot, he is the one who will take me to a place where that hateful pink woman can't catch me. With the festival next month, the whole shrine will be too busy to send someone to get me. And even if they send somebody, I can run away. The only one I fear is the pink woman. Haha, yes I know. Even when my mother lamented how many times I fell from the cradle head first, I knew I wasn't stupid. I knew because you are famous, he said while laughing. I had no clue about that. The only people I talk to are my parents, the people at the shrine, Aunt Ko and Dayato. Damn. My life sounds sad. And what do they say about me? The most talented exorcist? The most handsome guy around? The funniest person in Inazuma? I was going to say the most handsome guy in the shrine, but that's not difficult. Are you all that? Yes, of course, but what am I famous for? Of course, you are the slapping baby. And he had the gall to laugh. The slapping baby. Yes. You are really famous. There was a time around 5 years ago when everybody was talking about you. You slapped everyone that got near you. He laughed even more, not seeing how dark my expression was. Just for that? I hardly think I'm the only baby that accidentally hit someone's face. Surely, I must be famous because of something different, right? Oh no, you didn't accidentally hit anyone. See? There is something else. You slapped people on purpose. When you saw someone approaching, you even raised your hand to deliver the optimal slap. And that's only half of the title. What else is there? I hardly think the slapping baby title has something else, I said with a dark expression. It's because of your courage, he nodded sagely. Oh, that's good, I also nodded. Finally, my courage and bravery were being recognized by the ignorant masses. Yes, It didn't matter who or how, you didn't discriminate. You slapped everyone. And I froze again. You even slapped Gucci-sama, and from what I heard, you relieved yourself in front of her, drenching her kimono in your piss. I did ... What? Yes, you did. And your house was an attraction for months. Every day a lot of people would go there to see how you slapped your father for the whole afternoon. Those were fun times. Until you started living in the shrine, of course. I am speechless. How ... How could this happen? How could I forget everything? If only I remembered it. I could have blackmailed the pink woman into not cleaning. What a disgrace. We are approaching Liu Harbor. Pay attention. The first look of Liu is something magical. Indeed it was. It was late afternoon, so there were a lot of lights shining like stars, and the humongous structure was something I hadn't seen in Inazuma before. It was beautiful. Here is where we part. Good luck slapping, baby. Let the people from Liu know of your legend. I will try, I said, and left the stupid but kind man. I only hope I don't need to piss on an adeptus here to make my legend expand to the mainland. Now I guess I should look for that grass muncher. But I don't know what she looks like, so I will just wander around while looking for someone with a strong soul. If that doesn't give me results, I will use Ayato's money to stay in a hotel and resume my search tomorrow. So I looked around, marveling at the wondrous scenery here. There is someone weird over there. It was an old woman, selling some ... toys. Hello child, what are you looking for? You look like someone lost and looking for a light to guide your way. She smiled at me. I see Liu is full of idiots too. You see a child, alone, with clothes that are obviously from Inazuma, and looking around. Of course, he is searching for something. Yes, kind lady. Thank you for your concern. I'm on a mission from Inazuma. Maybe you could tell me where can I find an adeptus by the name of Ganyu? I asked with my noble tone. Ho ho ho, it's the first time in a while since I've been called a lady. She laughed softly. Well, that's because you want to. Your soul is too young for you to have so many wrinkles. Are all adeptus that weird here? Damn it, I blurted what I was thinking. Her smile froze, but I don't know what part of my sentence caused that. It's these people's fault that they can't appreciate how beautiful your kind soul is. And if they don't call you lady is because they don't realize that age is not a number, is a state of mind. You can find young people who are old because they are not motivated to improve themselves. And you can find aged people that are young because in their hearts there is still the flame of ambition burning brightly. Perfect. Ho ho. It's good to hear someone so young with such mentality. But how did you know I'm an adeptus? She said with her previous smile, but I could see it was twitching. Even my bandage-like sentence didn't make her forget my earlier words. Because of your bright soul. There are no humans with such a shiny soul, I answered honestly. I need her help after all. She fell silent, maybe thinking how much my ability could do. Tough luck, lady. The great Kenshin doesn't give away his secrets. It's not my job anymore to worry about this. I will take you to Ganyu. She sighed and left, gesturing me to follow her. So that means that there is someone in charge of that. I need to be cautious. We stopped at a restaurant with a huge terrace, and there was a blue-haired woman napping on a desk while drooling. Her horns told me that this woman was my grass muncher. Chapter 8, The Nice Grass Eater. Ganyu. There is someone looking for you. The old woman. Yes, no matter what I said, she is old. Gently shook the sleeping one. I haven't finished my work yet. She woke up with a jump and frenetic eyes looking for some job to do. I could only think one thing: I didn't want to be like her, sleeping in public and dreaming about her job, only to wake up to continue working. That is the very definition of insanity. Ganyu. This young man is looking for you, the gentle old woman repeated. But I won't stay quiet. No, I'm not a young man. I'm a child. Please don't mistake that, I petulantly said. And why is it so important? Her smile started twitching again. It's obvious. If I were a man, I would have to work. And if I make a mistake, I will be held accountable for it. But if I'm a kid, I will be pardoned to a certain degree. And knowing that I'm on the run from the pink woman, punished for my mistakes as a man should, is literally the worst thing that could happen to me. Why hide that I'm running? This workaholic horned woman will write to the pink woman anyway, be it saying thanks for the weed herbs, and fruits in my backpack ought to confirm the supplies, so she is bound to know. Also in the letter I left for the pink woman, I said that I would look for her. I'm not an asshole who will leave the pink woman worried about me. I will write another one this night telling her that I am safe and with the grass eater so she can be reassured. In the same letter, I will say that I will not read anything she writes. If I read that she wants me back, I will be punished for disobedience on top of escaping. If I don't read that, I will only be punished for escaping. If I don't get the orders I can't disobey them. My own brain scares me. Are running away? The old lady looked stunned and the workaholic was fully awake now. Yes, I am, I said proudly. Why? How? I guess old age was affecting the woman if she forgot how to talk. I messed up big time and I was going to be punished, so I decided to avert my eyes from reality and run away, making my future punishment a lot worse by doing so. But that will be a problem for the future me. I was aware that I would not be able to sit for a while. My mom is going to skin me alive and I don't want to think about what the pink woman will do. But why are you looking for me? Asked the blue-haired woman this time. This one is also stupid, so I will explain it gently. I'm wearing the hack armor from the shrine, and there is only one shrine in Inazuma. I knew your name, and that means I knew about you, so someone living in the shrine in Inazuma knows about you. And looking at the now open backpack on the table filled with herbs and fruits should tell you that I'm aware of your picky eating nature. At this point, I think it should be clear that I know you from your foxy ancient friend. Huh, you know Yi? She asked while blushing. Who is Yi? I have no idea who is that. There is no way that mean pink woman had such a cute name. But you just told me that you knew my foxy friend, she complained. The only person I know from Inazuma enough to tell her about my likings is Yi. You mean that the head priestess of the great Narukami shrine is called Yi? Looks like indeed, that mean pink woman had a cute name. You didn't know? She asked with narrowed eyes. So she is suspecting me, huh? I didn't. I usually call her pink woman. I dismissed her suspicion. At this point, the only thing I need from her is an introduction to a job where I can use my talents. Pink. You don't mind if I send her a letter asking for confirmation, right? She said to me with a frown. Whatever. Just send my letter with yours, okay? I have to write her to tell her that I'm safe and good. That way I don't need to spend money. Oh, okay. What's your name? She asked curiously. That depends on your intentions. If you want to ask how can you call me, it's Kenshin. If you want to ask Yi if she knows me, you should probably ask about the slapping baby. I don't think it's a bad nickname now. In fact, I like it. The slapping baby. Okay. I will do that. She nodded energetically. Oh, now that you are here. You too, old lady. I came here for another reason. I need to find an adeptus versed in medicine. Do you know someone? I asked the two of them. Ho, so you didn't come here escaping, but to help someone, right? Sorry, but I wanted to escape, and healing that someone was my excuse to reduce my sentence. I appreciate you trying to look at the good side of people, but I'm a truly egoistical person. I think it's harsh on my part to show this ancient woman the truth of the world, but I fear she would get taken advantage of for trusting the wrong people. I see. Unfortunately, I don't know anybody who knows medicine, but you could try the Bubu pharmacy. Good night. And she left. I only looked at Ganyu. Why are you looking at me? I don't know any adeptus, she said nervously. Are you mocking me? I asked with a dark face. N number. Why? She stuttered. The old lady just now was an adeptus, and she guided me to you. How can you not know her? I hate being mocked. That was, she started nervously. Maybe she didn't try to mock me and she simply is stupid. I need to find other words soon, or stupid will be my most repeated word. And lady, you have horns. I don't know any human with horns. So unless you are some unidentified organism or a yokai thing, I doubt you are an adeptus. No, these are some head ornaments, she said, while grabbing them, as if she was trying to hide them. This woman is not only an idiot, she thinks she lives in a world filled with them. Okay, they are not horns, I admitted, and she relaxed hearing that. How do you explain your figure then? From what I know, you eat grass, and seeing how overworked you were that you even dreamt of work, With only grass you wouldn't be able to maintain your form. She would be offended if someone else said this, but as I was a kid she would take what I said as it is, merely an objective fact. Now I have to wait for her answer. That's because I work in an office. What does it matter? Working in an office is also tiring, and you need food. But no matter, that doesn't make you an adeptus. For all I know you could be gorging in cows at night. She looked a bit offended, but she nodded, relieved that she was not considered an adeptus. But what about your soul? It's way different than a normal human's, but not as different as that old woman. If I had to describe it, hers is like a plane, and yours is like a garden, while a normal human's is a sphere. It's not that one is stronger than the other, just that their shape is different. You are in between them, so you are probably a half adeptus, right? While I need more time to get used to my ability, it's quite easy to see such a big difference. Yes. She finally realized that she couldn't escape and admitted defeat in front of the great Kenshin. How did you know? That's why I was under that petty pink woman, and my secret to make some good money here. I was not going to tell her that. Even if she is a friend of the pink woman and looks inoffensive, I don't trust her that much. I understand. Please don't tell anybody about my secret, she pleaded to a 5-year-old child. She probably has 100 times my age, and she is begging me to keep her secret. What a sad existence. Okay, I won't tell anyone. To be honest, I don't care about you or your secret. I only need an introduction to some place that could hire me. I am good at detecting curses and probably ghosts too. She looked a bit hurt by my wording, but I didn't care. I'm getting sleepy and hungry and I need to find a place to fall dead. Yes, you should probably try the Wangxing funeral parlor. Where will you be staying for the night? You could sleep at my place, she offered. Thank you for your offer, but I don't trust you. I have money for a few days, so I will ask around for a professional hotel. Thank you for the offer and the advice. Now, as you offered before, send this letter alongside yours, please. And enjoy whatever I brought. But I would recommend you to learn what is exactly what I brought, because I have no idea. As a kind soul, I warned her and gave her the letter I had written just now. I started going away, but I looked back to the kind woman who only tried to help me and saw her teary expression, so I decided to walk back. I'm sorry if I said something rude. Where I live everybody knows that's how I speak, so they don't take offense to it. But I guess you couldn't know I said, while head-patting her while avoiding her horns. She looked surprised at me. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm mean, but not the malicious kind. Why don't I tell you something to help you as my apology? She nodded curiously. I have a last method to know if you are an adeptus, but it's not really needed now. But if you are able to solve this problem, nobody will know you are an adeptus until you smash a building with your bare hands or something like that, I suppose. Tell me please, she nodded excitedly. I guess she really wants to hide her adeptus lineage, even if I find it stupid. Okay, you don't look to be older than 30, but you have probably lived here for a lot longer. What do you think your older co-workers think when they grow from 20 to 80 years and you have not changed? That's not a problem. I always talk with them and they agree to keep the secret. Looks like you are a kid after all, she tried getting back at me with a mischievous smirk. Grass eater, I've grown, challenging the fearsome pink woman. You have no power here. Then Miss Smart Pants, what about the owner of this restaurant? I saw in the front that this has been here for more than 100 years. Don't you think they know your face if you come here a lot of times over the decades? What about the place where you buy groceries? There are kids walking around that will remember you, and when they have grandkids you will be the same. Do I need to keep going? And now I left, not looking back. Everyone has their problems, and this grass eater is making a huge problem where there shouldn't be one. Now, I am going to eat and sleep. Maybe in that order. Maybe. The next day, in Inazuma. I am trembling in fury, almost tearing the 3 letters on her desk. This brat now has done it. After messing up with the shogun, now he ran away from the country. I need to think of a good way to punish him, a way that will leave him swimming in despair and regret. I read again the first letter that Amiko brought to me yesterday. Not dear pink woman. I write to tell you that under the prospective severe scolding I will probably be subjected to, I decided to run away, aware of the additional punishment I will have to bear. I'm going to leave you to find your friend Ganyu, the grass eater. Don't worry, I know she is your friend and I will not be rude. I picked a lot of herbs this afternoon to get in her good graces, but I don't know what I picked. For all I know it could cause an international problem because I tried to poison an adeptus, but I trust the omnipotence of our dear God. That's all for me. I will write to you again later when I'm in Liu reunited with your friend. Sigh, even if this is a disaster, he still knows how to not make me worry that much. This letter wasn't bad until here. But then came the PS. I wanted to write this here to ask you a question. Are you mad? Haha, I won at last. I escaped the country without anyone knowing, and you know what the best part is? You can't do anything. Ha ha ha. If you send someone to catch me I will run. You are the only one I fear after all. And you can't come because of the festival. So now you have to wait until I decide to come or wait until the festival ends, but I will be home before that. Do you know what that means? That I will do what I want and you can't stop it. I will even write you a letter every day telling you how much fun I'm having. And believe me, I will rub it in your face for the rest of my life, as brief as it may be. Now, goodbye. The great Kenshin's adventure is about to start. P.S. If by some chance I have not been able to hop onto a ship, and you are reading this letter aloud in front of my sitting future self, please have the mercy I won't have if I succeed. He even had the time to mock me, but it was true. I am tied to this place right now. The little shit even had the time to tell me his plan. When he comes back I will make sure she doesn't have any kind of fun. 1 year for every letter mocking me he sends. I looked at the other two, feeling relief knowing that one was from Ganyu, which meant that he arrived safely, but the other one was from that hellspawn. I dread reading it. Let's start with the one from Ganyu. Hello Yi. I hope everything is going well in Inazuma. I know you must be very busy right now, but believe me, as our lantern rite is approaching I am too. By the way, thank you for the Ganoderma you sent last time, it was delicious. The main thing I wanted to talk about was a little kid. He said that his name was Kenshin, but he also told me he was called the slapping baby O number. How did he know that? I made sure nobody told him about that. The last thing we need is for him to reenact his unconscious act in Liu. He was quite rude, but he apologized later. He told me that over the nobody was offended by his words. Thinking about it calmly later, I realized that he only said the truth with brutal honesty. I don't think he is a bad boy, but I don't know what should I do. He asked me to find him a job related to spirits and ghosts. I mentioned a safe place for him and I know the owner of that business so you don't have to worry about his safety or his livelihood. He also mentioned to me that he was looking for a healer for a person. What should I do? Should I tell him to get back or keep an eye on him? I await your reply. Yours sincerely, your friend Ganyu. She is such a pure soul. I honestly don't know how far has this boy planned. He is even looking for a job. What the hell did he leave for? But still, a healer. There is only one person he speaks to that is not his family or the shrine staff. That boy from the Kamizata clan. I don't remember his name, but it should be related to him. I will pay him a visit later. I don't think Ganyu can make the boy listen to her, and that would only end up with her crying from the barbs on Kenshin's tongue. I will make a decision after reading that troublemaker's letter. Hey pink woman, I succeeded. I'm in Liu with that grass eater. I don't know if she is stupid or naive, but I think she is a genuinely nice person. But if she is reading this letter, then she is not, and I will invite her to eat at a BBQ place every single day. I hope you can tell my parents that I'm training or something like that. Now that the serious business is done, I need to tell you that I will be looking for a job here and hopefully learn some things, as the only thing I learn over there is how many stupid and paranoid people are in the world. But I'm going to talk about some serious things from the past. I heard that I am famous in Inazuma, as the slapping baby no less. I admit I was pissed when I learned it, but I came to like it. A stupid but kind bird told me that I emptied my bladder on you when I was a baby, and even slapped you. I wanted to apologize for that. Looks like he is apologizing after learning his mistakes. That's good, a bit unexpected, but good. And while I feel sorry, I hope you understand that I will not let it be forgotten. I finally have some mocking material against you. Yes, I know, that also makes me look bad. But you need to understand, Goji-sama, that mutual destruction is something I am very satisfied with. This damn kid. And so, be prepared for it to be written in the books I will be passing to my children in the future. Just thinking about it I feel emotional. My great-great-great-grandsons, reading in an old and dusty book how their ancestor dared to piss on the head priestess. And knowing what you are, you will probably be around by that time. Ha 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 ha, I am laughing even now. And I will write a lot of copies of it, so be assured, your sacrifice will not be forgotten. I hear thunder outside, and the panicked screams of the staff, surprised by the sudden thunderstorm. Do I really need to negotiate with a kid 100 times younger than me? How humiliating. Anyway, I'm good, looking for a job and also looking towards the lantern right here. It seems to be a pretty big deal. Also, I know you probably are going to visit the Kamisato clan. While I don't deny that I ran away because of my own wants, it's true that Aunt Ko is ill. I don't know why, but a part of her soul is darkening. I don't have enough experience to know what that means, but maybe I can learn something here. I know it's not because of a curse or anything soul-related. Maybe her own body is dying? I will try to find some adeptus help over here. With that I bid goodbye, let your day be ruined and your anger infinite, for I will not be there to suffer it. Ha ha ha. P.S. I think that slapping kid has a nice ring to it. Don't you agree? P.S. I can't believe your name is Yi. Why does a petty and mean woman have such a cute name? Anyway, you are still stuck with Pink Woman, so be grateful. P.S. You can write, but I will tear your letters as soon as they come. It's not that I don't care about what you say, but hearing your instructions to come back will only add another charge to my already big sentence. P.S. I will write to you daily, so wait for my next letter tomorrow. If I'm in a good mood I will even write to you twice a day. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 9, A Court Accomplice. In the Kamisato clan's house. Ayato, is something wrong? You have baggy eyes. Did you have trouble sleeping? Ayato's mother, Ko, asked his son that was looking at his breakfast with a distracted and a nervous expression. No, nothing is wrong. I had a hard time sleeping with all the insects around, he stuttered. Ayato, it's February. There are no insects yet. The one who said this was Asahi, Ayato's father, who had a surprised expression. He knew his son was excellent, too excellent maybe. If it wasn't for the slapping baby, he wouldn't come out of his room or the library. Seeing his son trying to hide something was something he didn't expect until a decade later. It's nothing, I'm feeling tired now, Ayato replied while standing up to leave the room. How did I think this was a good idea? I'm obviously going to get caught. I'm the only person Kenshin interacts with, he thought bitterly. Asahi-sama, Ko-sama, there is a visitor asking to see the both of you. A servant entered the room. Please tell him to come later. Now we need to have a talk with Ayato, said Asahi, looking worried at Ayato's sudden nervous expression. I will do so, and the servant retreated. Ayato, is there something you need to tell us? Asked gently Ko. She knew her son didn't have a single mean bone in his body, and the only reason she could think of was of Kenshin, that rowdy boy. She didn't think it was coincidence that after yesterday's visit Ayato was scared. She knew Kenshin was not a bad boy, but he was a bit unhinged. Well, yes, Ayato started, before being interrupted by the same servant, this time with a pale face. Asahi-sama, Ko-sama, I'm sorry, but the visitor said that in that case she should be present for that conversation. And I couldn't stop her. I'm sorry. With that the servant left, feeling scared. Hello, I hope your morning has been better than mine. A pink-haired woman with a kimono entered the room where the family of three was reunited. Goji-sama. They stood up and bowed in respect. What brings to our home? Inquired Asahi, thinking that whatever Ayato had done, it was something big. Why don't we sit? It's going to take a while after all, Yi suggested, but the electrifying atmosphere she has was making the family of three shiver. Please follow me. Asahi guided her to another room where they sat. Should I let Ayato leave? Asahi was not sure of what could they be talking about. No. Let him stay. Maybe he can shed some light on the mess I am currently facing, Yi answered nonchalantly. Hearing that, Asahi directed a withering glare towards Ayato. He loved his son, but if the second most influential person in Inazuma was facing some problems and Ayato took part of it, They were screwed, like kicked from the position kind of screwed, and knowing the inner working of the noble clans in Inazuma, they would be attacked and eliminated. He thought that he needed to teach his son about this. "We apologize for whatever Ayato has done," said KO while bowing deeply. "Don't bow, you are pregnant. I won't ask you to do anything that could put your health at risk." He dismissed the need for the protocol. "Sigh, just like Kenshin," muttered KO, feeling impressed that the two of them were able to deduce her state with just a look. That muttering was heard by Yi, who had the hearing of a fox, making her tremble in rage. Some clouds started gathering above the mansion. Ayato was confused, feeling the sudden drop in temperature, but KO and Asahi knew better. Gucci-sama was royally pissed off, and hopefully this time, not on. "While I could try to board the matter slowly and tactfully, I'm afraid my patience won't last until then." He spoke with a deceptively calm voice. "Yes please." Asahi decided to resolve this while their house was still standing. "I know that the little the kid was here yesterday. I want to know exactly what happened," she demanded. "Why yes," KO responded, terrified of having made a mistake somewhere. "He entered our house shouting as he always does and realized that I was pregnant. We had a little conversation where I tried to convince him that we weren't so poor that I had to eat a baby." KO's nervousness made her tell something she would have preferred to keep silent about. A brief look of incredulity and disbelief passed through Yi's eyes, contemplating the absurdity of such statement. But that eerie look returned quickly. "Then I left for my room to get some rest. My health has not been well lately, and with the pregnancy my state has deteriorated even more." He then was left with Ayato. KO looked at Ayato, indicating for him to speak. Ayato knew that he messed up, and readily confessed. "I was worried about my mother's health, so I told him I was reading some ritual books to help her, but Kenshin replied saying that he could look at my mother and tell me if a ritual would help or not." Ayato KO was touched that her son was so worried about her. "He is indeed able to do that," added Yi, much to the surprise of KO and Asahi. Continue. "So we barged into mother's room to let Kenshin take a look at her. I think it's better my mother takes it from here, because I think I missed a few things." Ayato didn't know how to retell the whole pink and purple woman thing, and KO suddenly looked nervous, feeling that her son had sold her. Yi didn't say anything and looked at KO, waiting for her to speak. "Yes, after a few comments." He said that I want to know the comments," interrupted Yi. "Maybe hearing it would help me understand this whole situation I have to face." "Why yes." He said that he was able to see if something was ailing me. He then said. KO looked nervously at Yi, but seeing that there was no place to run she gave a resigned sigh and continued. "That even the pink woman thought so." Asahi looked scandalized at KO, and then at Yi in worry, but Yi didn't react, and prompted to KO to continue. After a while he looked at KO was interrupted by the sound of crackling electricity, and KO realized that she couldn't omit what she thought was the worst part. "He told us that he came here hoping to avoid facing the pink woman's punishment for interrupting her meeting with the purple woman," she said in one breath. Ayato looked as confused as he was the first time he heard it, and even Asahi mirrored his son's confusion. "Yes, I was in a meeting with the Raiden Shogun herself," he admitted. Now that Asahi understood, he prayed that the child, who had puked all over Ayato in his blessing ceremony, didn't say anything that could have made the god of thunder angry. While Ayato looked worried about him messing with the shogun and god of Inazuma, but not realizing the severity of the situation. "Continue," instructed Yi, looking towards KO. "Why yes, so he told us how he messed up your meeting," and KO didn't want to continue, but she was afraid of angering the already furious head Maiko in front of her. "He insinuated that he somehow, for some reason, said that he called our excellency dumb?" She ended with an question, expecting some reaction from the woman in front of her. Asahi looked ready to faint, cursing fate for allowing that child to be born the same week as Ayato, but he did, answered Yi. "I still don't understand how he is alive." "I think even the shogun was too surprised to act." KO looked relieved that the worst already passed, and continued with a lighter voice. And then he told us that he patted her head and left the shrine to come here. He told me that a portion of my soul was darkening but that I was not cursed. Then I told him that my illness was a family thing and told them to let me rest. She summarized the rest. Then continued Ayato. We went to the library to find more about my mother's illness, but we only found something about an ancestor who puked worms and an adeptus was able to heal him, so he told me that maybe an adeptus could heal my mom. Ayato slipped back to his less formal words because of the intense stare he was receiving. I don't think I like where this is going, muttered Asahi. I can assure you that you indeed won't like it, agreed Yi. Continue. So. Ayato stammered for a while before sighing and confessing. Kenshin thought it was a good idea to go to Liu to find an adeptus and run from his punishment. What else? Asked Asahi. Ko looked confused at Ayato. How does this explain how angry Goji-sama is? What you need to know, started Yi, in a calm and slow voice, is that that's exactly what Kenshin did. He is not in Inazuma now, huh? Was all Asahi could say. Do you mean that Kenshin left for Liu, alone? Ko couldn't believe how a kid the age of his son could think of something that stupid. Why don't we ask your son? He looked at Ayato again, prompting him to continue. He told me that he knew that Goji-sama had a friend in Liu, and judging how Goji-sama wasn't human, her friend probably was an adeptus. Ko and Asahi looked scandalized. They obviously knew about that, but it was a secret that less than 10 people in the whole Inazuma knew. Continue was all Yi said. Then we started picking herbs for your friend, as Kenshin thought it would be a good way to get in good graces with her, and we left for Ita, where he told me that I would only hinder him persuading a sailor to carry him to Liu. I gave him my savings for him to be in Liu for a few days, and he gave me a letter for you. After that I left. Ayato looked relieved after coming clean, but looking at his parents' furious glares he quickly got nervous again. What have you done? We don't even know if the sailor didn't kidnap him. You don't realize the state Inazuma is in right now. It's the worst moment for this to happen, Asahi shouted, fearing that Ayato may have killed Kenshin with his participation in this stupid plan. Don't worry about that. Kenshin is in Liu with my friend. Kenshin is very stupid, but his special ability is more useful and dangerous, he can imagine, Yi reassured them. Thank goodness, Ko sighed, feeling relieved at not having to explain to Kenshin's parents how their son participated in his disappearance. I think you should read the first letter her wrote. The one your son gave to Amiko at the shrine. He handed them Kenshin's first letter. Ko and Asahi read while holding their breath. The first part where he wrote his plans was not bad, except when for some terms like grass eater and the possibility of poisoning an adeptus. That was very bad. But they felt dismay when they read the second part. It was nothing but mockery to the second most powerful person in the whole Inazuma, and was in cahoots with the first one. They didn't understood very well their relationship where Kenshin called her Pink Woman, but this was nothing short of insulting. They looked discreetly at Yi, now understanding why she was so angry. At least he should be back in a few days, right? We don't give Ayato that much money. After all, Ko tried to calm Yi. Ayato, how much money did you give him? Asked Ko, praying that her son didn't have some sort of black money business. 30,000 mora, 100 negation, Ayato answered honestly. He didn't know what the letter had written, but from his parents' faces, it was nothing good. With that amount of money he should be back by tomorrow. And if he is with your friend, she will send him back with some trusted people, Asahi said with a cramped smile. They needed to make Yi understand that they didn't support this. You underestimate Kenshin, was all he said while handing them the other letter. Ko and Asahi felt dismayed knowing that there was more. They took the letter Yi was handing them with trembling hands. This one was even worse. If the first letter was mocking, this one was just ridiculing Yi. Reading about Kenshin's plans to immortalize Yi's most embarrassing moments was something as devious as alarming. Now they understood Yi's anger. What do we need to do? Asked timidly Asahi. As Kenshin so kindly explained, we can't do anything now. But of course, your son took part on this, so I think it's unfair for me to suffer alone. I will bring Kenshin's daily letters here, so you can enjoy them as much as I do." Asahi and Ko resigned themselves to experience this suffering for every day until Kenshin came back. "Now boy, let me talk with your parents," Yi instructed the quiet Ayato, who left the room looking down. "What will you do, Gucci-sama?" asked Ko, worried about Kenshin. "I will not take action against your house or your son." "While I'm fuming, I understand that your son he got led astray by Kenshin. Kenshin has a mind not belonging to that of a 5 years old, as I'm sure you have noticed. Even if his plan was full of holes, it's not something a 5-year-old could have devised alone," he mused. While she didn't want to admit it, she was impressed by Kenshin's plan. "That's true. We think our son is very smart, but what Kenshin did is just in another level. Even if he is a bit extremist, if I'm allowed to say that," confesses Asahi, looking at Yi to see her reaction. After those letters, the fact that Yi hadn't sent a member of the Shomatsuban to catch him spoke volumes of how complicated their relation is. "Kenshin is not normal. While his brain makes me worry about his puberty, I can somehow see how he thinks, even if I find myself with these." Yi gestured at the letter with disgust. "But his ability is truly worrying." "Is there something we can do?" Asahi asked now seriously. "He is the head of the Kamisato clan. He is obviously going to notice that Yi wanted something from them that Ayato shouldn't hear." "As I said, Kenshin is special," Yi repeated with a meaningful gaze. Asahi was stumped, but Ko realized what Yi was implying. "It's dangerous to be special in Inazuma nowadays," she commented, letting her husband understand what Yi was trying to say. "So Gucci-sama is worried that he may attract unwanted attention." "It's the Fatui. I can't think of a clan so eager to die that they would target Gucci-sama's protege. I had a conversation with an important person about these kind of special people, but the other party thought differently to me. I believe these kind of talents are to be nurtured," Yi said succinctly. "Important person? There is only one person more important than Gucci-sama." "While I know that the shogun is somewhat extremist, have things gotten this bad?" was all that Asahi could think, saddened that being talented in some inordinated ways was a reason to be oppressed or persecuted. "I hope Gucci-sama understands that our hands are tied in certain matters." That was all Asahi could promise. "Ara, what happened to? Is there something we could do to help?" teased Yi. Asahi could only smile wryly at that. "What I ask you is to keep a secret what happened with Ko's illness. Now that Kenshin is in Liu, I will ask my friend to keep an eye on him, and when he gets back, after punishing him of course, I will start teaching him the dangers of his ability." "We can do that." "I hope Gucci-sama understands that we can't defy the shogun, so in the worst case we will be a third party as much as we can." Asahi looked pained saying that, but there was nothing they could do. Talking otherwise was treason. "That will suffice for now." "Now I need to leave to prepare for my increasing amount of work, so I will leave you with your son," Yi said and disappeared in a purple flash. "Darling, what should we do?" Ko looked worried. Even someone as powerful as them were terrified of the immense power of the shogun. "For now, talk with Ayato," replied Asahi with a dark face. Chapter 10, A Tea-Sipping Dragon. I woke up feeling refreshed, and now I remember that I'm not in that boring shrine. I'm in the land of commerce and contracts, and now is my time to look for a job. I spent all my money in 2 meals and staying in this hotel. "Sorry Ayato, but your month's saving weren't worth more than a day." "Doesn't matter, I can get a job easy." So walking with a few meat skewers I walked through Liu Harbor. I read in Ayato's library that in Liu there are a lot of exorcists, and those losers are nothing before the great Kenshin. If I remember correctly, Grasita told me to go to the Wanshing funeral parlor. I guess that's where I will go. After asking for direction, I started going towards that place, but I saw a man having tea in a terrace. Spoiler, it was not a man. Its soul was massive, even bigger than Yi, and had a density I had only seen in the Sword of the Purple Woman, and it resembled a dragon from one of the pictures in Ayato's library. So of course I needed to ask him. I'm in the city, so hurting me was probably a no-go, so I'm probably safe. If I feel like I'm in danger I will return to Inazuma and face death over there. I like the sakura trees in Inazuma better than this place. Excuse me, I was going to say sir, but he is not a human, is he? He looked at me with a curious face. Maybe he was irritated because I interrupted his tea time? I couldn't know. His face was like a stone. Who drinks tea this early in the morning anyway? I was wondering something, seeing him nod and telling me to continue. I did just that. What are you? I think you are a dragon, but I didn't see one before, so I'm not sure. Now I can tell he's surprised. He, be awed by my awesomeness. Why do you ask? Curiosity, I answered honestly. If you don't want to tell me, I will leave without telling anybody about it. It's your business. If you tell, I will leave anyway, as I got what I wanted. Have humans become this precocious in this era? He muttered to himself. Of course not. I'm special after all. I pointed to my cool purple eyes. What is it that your eyes see when you look at me? The mysterious man asked me, his tea forgotten. A huge brown and golden dragon, I answered. So Rex Lapis raised his draconic visage, his golden body gleaming in the sun, gathered his adepti and marched toward the storyteller near us. Finished his tale. The mysterious man and me looked at each other in an awkward silence. Well, as I promised, I will leave now. Good morning, Mr. Lapis. I bowed gracefully and continued going to my future employer's place. Wait a moment, child, he beckoned me. Of course, I had to answer the call of the oldest Archon. Still, I think our Archon must be way stronger. A mere paper pusher and some sort of assistant to the Shogun gave me the same feelings of danger as him. Our Archon must be awesome. Yes, Mr. Lapis. I'm called Zonglai. He introduced himself. Again, I would not let lies enter my ears. No, you are not. I think we already settled that I know your identity. It's the name I am using now. Okay, then I suppose it's your name. I want to ask you to not let anyone know of my identity. I am currently enjoying the peace of Liu while wearing this inconspicuous vessel. No, like I said, I don't care. You do, I guess. I really don't care about how he spends his vacations. What are you doing in Liu? He sounded curious, and a bit guarded. I'm running away from my teacher, I suppose could be the most appropriate term, but she hasn't taught me anything yet. She is the head priestess of the great Narukami shrine. Are you aware of the danger of those eyes of yours? He asked me with a frown. I don't know. I got them a week ago after I touched a cursed man. I shivered, remembering the pain. A curse granted you those eyes? He asked in wonder. No. I was special before. I was always able to see souls and curses, so that's your eyes ability. Peer through souls. That's dangerous, he said with a frown. I know. I realized my teacher wasn't human after all. She is what we call a yukai, the inhuman version of your adeptus, I think. And how did the curse change your eyes? I don't know. I just touched the cursed man and fainted from pain after a while. When I woke up a week after, they were already like this and I could see more things. I wonder how much could a curse affect someone to cause this great of a change. Before he could get lost in his musing, I tried to reply. While I was interested in talking with an Archon, I had to look for a job. My teacher called the man hilichurl. Maybe that helps, I shrugged. I swear I heard a crack coming from his neck with how fast he looked at me. You were able to see a hilichurl's curse? He looked worried and cautious about me. Why would he? He can squash me like a bug. Well, yes, it was a nasty thing, but it was before my eyes changed. Maybe I can get more information now. I may even be able to dispel it. I was getting excited. How did my magic brain not think of the possibility before? You will not do such thing for the first time. The man in front of me ordered me with a serious voice. And I didn't like that. Why? Because you will catch the attention of the one who placed it, and it's something not even the 7 archons together can beat. Okay, you have a good reason. I will give up. I know when to admit defeat. Just like that? Why do you look surprised? I would be stupid to do that. Right now I want to learn how to use my ability. My teacher also told me how dangerous my ability is, but didn't teach me anything. So I need to learn how to use it. Other plans will come later. Yes, it looks like a good plan. First train to fight later. He looked to be pondering something. Well, if that's all, I will leave. I have a job interview. And I left. Wait, only to be stopped again. I really need to go. I have no money to have lunch or to sleep under a roof. Time was ticking. Is your situation that dire? Where are your parents? He looked a bit surprised. Yes, it's that dire. My parents are in Inazuma. And your teacher? In Inazuma. Why is she not with you? It's a mentor's duty to guard and lead their student in a safe environment. If she left you here, she failing her duty. He looked serious. Of course she is not with me. I am running from her. She is quite powerful in Inazuma, so I had no choice to escape the country. I feel sad at being persecuted like this. Well, that's a problem for future me. The dragon was quite surprised hearing me, but he probably decided that he was not going to understand it, so he gave up. I could introduce you to somebody who can teach you, but it will depend on her to accept you or not. Your ability is too dangerous to be left unchecked, and she can teach you how to control it, he proposed. But I have no money. How can I pay her? Why would you need money to pay your teacher? He looked genuinely confused. It must be nice thinking that way. Do you pay your teacher in Inazuma? Of course. I am all day doing chores, and even assist in some of the rituals. But my specialty is seeing curses, as I'm sure you realize. My eyes are incredibly powerful. Kenshin, curse and spirit radar. I see, he mused again. You are. A soft voice interrupted us. Oh, hello. I nodded at the local grass eater, who looked at me with a weird gaze. Ha, she must be watching my meat skewers. I'm sorry, but I don't care about your eating habits so much to change mine, but if I say it like that she will cry again. How to say it? Ah. Got it. You see this? I asked, waving the only meat skewer left. This cow was eating your food, so by killing it, we carnivores eliminated your competition for the limited natural resources. You are welcome, I nodded sagely. She looked dismayed, offended and angry at the same time, but she only sighed. I was looking for you. I thought you wanted to find a job in the Wangxing funeral parlor. I wrote to Yi yesterday and she told me to keep an eye on you while you are here. She also sent me your letter. That was very mean. She scolded me. Well, after receiving my mom's scolding, she could very well be whispering to me. Okay, I nodded. That pink woman will make me suffer for it. So I'm just selling my own future for temporary satisfaction. I know every mean comment I make will be returned to me twofold, so I don't feel sorry. Huh, okay? Why yes, that's right, she nodded, satisfied that I learned my lesson. Didn't you want to go to the funeral parlor? Not anymore, I shook my head. I got the chance of training under someone the George Archon himself recognized as a good teacher. No way looking at some ghosts is going to top that. No anymore? The grass eater looked stunned. No. The mysterious man here made me a good offer, one that I plan to accept, I said, gesturing at the boss of these lands. Who are you? The grass eater said with a frown. What are you talking about, girl? He's the boss of this city. He can probably even drop a meteor in Liu, destroying it, at least according to the books about the Archon War. Just in time. You are the kid Cloud Retainer picked up, am I right? The boss said with a calm face. Huh, you know, teacher? Suddenly this teacher didn't look like a good idea. I mean, her student thought no one knew she is an Adeptus. Can you truly believe that whoever mentored this person did a good job? Yes, and I wanted to ask her a favor. I want her to teach this young human, as his ability is very dangerous. Aren't you more dangerous? I muttered, but letting him hear me. I was disappointed as he didn't react. Well, I have no problem with that. But I don't know if she will accept. She is a bit moody. She laughed uncomfortably. This teacher looks even worse now. Her own naive student was calling her moody now. I won't force her. If she refuses, I will not insist. I will look for another way, boss replied. Are we going or not? If she doesn't accept, I still need to find a job, I urged them. It's a bit far. I don't know if you will be able to go there. To have this airheaded woman worried about you was something I didn't want to experience ever again. I will help with that, said the boss, and suddenly we appeared inside a weird symbol on the floor. What? How did we arrive here? Asked the grass eater. Woman, think with your big head. The boss told us he would help. Don't you think this may be related? Are we there yet? I asked, not wanting to engage in a long explanation. While I think this half-adeptus is a very gentle and kind soul, it may be a bit exasperating sometimes. Why yes, we are very near, she replied. Near my ass. It took 4 hours to arrive to a normal mountain. On the top there was a calm lake with some weird-shaped fishes. Inazuma fishes were better. There are some electric fishes, can you believe that? Truly, electric fishes in the land of lightning. What a surprise. Who goes there? I heard a strong voice coming from a cave on the side of the mountain. Cloud Retainer, it's me, Ganyu, someone asked me to bring this child to you. He said that this kid has a powerful ability, and he needs guidance. The grass eater shouted at the mountain. I'm not interested in having another student. Leave. The loud voice dismissed us. Okay, I only hope this doesn't end with me squashed into the floor, I replied and turned around. Even if I need to walk for another 4 hours, I refuse to learn under person that doesn't listen. But Cloud Retainer, this person looked quite powerful. Are you sure you don't need to talk to him? Ganyu tried to convince her teacher weakly. She would be more relaxed knowing that Kenshin was in good hands because she had to work, but she promised Yi that she would look out for him. No, Ganyu, I have my hands full with the student I took a month ago. She requires all my attention. Okay, I can respect that. If you have someone that needs you, you need to pay attention to them. No hard feelings, this just wasn't supposed to be. Okay, said Ganyu, who turned and followed me. I had no hard feelings, but I was pissed about walking for 4 hours for nothing, so yes, I had some hard feelings. Boss man is not going to be happy. Even you fly with those wings of yours, maybe a meteorite dropping on this mountain will make you change your opinion, I said. Of course it was a joke, but she didn't know it. What? The voice asked again. Anyway, let's go. I have a wonderful plan. Chapter 11. Shenzi, what's your plan? The half-adeptus asked with a downcast expression. Don't worry, the genius Kenshin has an idea. We are near the Wanchuin, right? It's Wangshuin, but yes, she nodded. Wangshu Wanchu, who cares? I will stay there for the night and tomorrow I will go towards Mondstadt. The pink woman knows someone from the Gunhildra family when they came previously to Inazuma as emissaries, so I can learn from them. I lied. I only know that name because of how famous they were. Honestly, Liu has been a mix of things. It was cool meeting the Archon, but the rest. Me. The landscape was cool and the harbor colorful, but too crowded for my taste. I will come back for the lantern rite, but I want to see Mondstadt now. You can't. I told you that I will keep an eye on you. The horned woman shook her head. Okay then. Should I return to the harbor? Honestly, after getting the chance to learn under an adeptus, now going back to work as a ghost radar seems a bit dull. Yes, you can find a job in the Wangxing funeral parlor, I know the director, she replied happily, while my face darkened. So she knows the director. Someone as overprotective as her lets me work in a place where she knows the higher-ups. That can only mean that I'm going to be working as a paper pusher. Not that it's bad, but I came here to escape in the first place, but also to learn. And I can't forget my friend's mother. I appreciate the care Ganyu is showing, but her concern is only making me lose my precious time. Okay, I will return. What do you think about this? I will spend the rest of the day in the Wangshuin, looking around a safe area. Tomorrow I will be back to work at the funeral parlor to organize papers all day. Yes. She nodded happily. She didn't even deny my future job. There is no way I'm coming back. Okay. Can you lend me some money for a meal? I'm broke. I didn't like borrowing money from anybody, but my freedom was in danger. I came to Liu to enjoy the last moments of my life. I won't spend them behind a desk working. To be doing that, I prefer going back to Inazuma. Okay, here you go. She gave me 30,000 mora from her pocket. Poor Ayato, your months of saving are just pocket money for this airhead. Let's not mention the fact that I don't even have any money. Okay then, I need to work, so I will go back now. Yes, no problem. Have fun. Thank you. And with that she left. Poor woman, didn't even realize the sarcasm. So that is the Wangshuin. It's a big tree with a restaurant on top, but cool I guess. I'm hungry after hours of walking, so having a meals seems a good plan. When I arrived at the top, enjoying the scenery and black spots everywhere, I saw something weird. It was like a black miasma coming from the roof. It was a bit different from the hilichurl curse, but more painful and less severe. From what I deduced, the hilichurl curse had turned a normal human into, well, a hilichurl. This one seemed to be just causing pain. Maybe when I actually see the soul of the cursed person I can learn more. Was it a good idea to try taking a look at this cursed and potentially mentally deranged person? But it was my idea nonetheless, so I did it. Hey, person in the roof. I can see that you are very cursed. Can you come down for me to take a look? Honesty is important. I actually saw the soul moving, but I couldn't see his body. Is he hiding it somehow? Why are you hiding? It's useless, I can still see you. The soul stopped and moved slowly left and right. I followed it with my eyes until I got bored. Hey, I'm still seeing you. If you are going to show yourself, do it. If not, leave, but don't play with me. And he showed himself. He was a short boy with dark green hair and a weird diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. Who are you? Nobody should be able to see me, is what he said. Well, I obviously can. I'm from Inazuma and I came here to learn. As for your unasked question, I can see souls. That's how I know you are cursed. Looking at you now, I can see that your soul is being eroded by that curse. That's a nasty one. I admit that this curse was amazing. Only second to the hilichurl curse. Your curse is only second to the hilichurl curse. Crap. I said that aloud. You shouldn't know that. He narrowed his eyes and grabbed a spear that appeared from the air. Calm down, boy. I already got a pass from the boss. I'm getting tired of everyone telling me about how secret the hilichurl curse is supposed to be, but they don't tell me anything more. Who is the boss? He asked slowly, raising his spear. The boss of these lands, also known as Rex Lapis. You met Rex? He was surprised. I said so. I saw through his poor camouflage. He told me he goes by the name of Zonglai. Now I shrugged. Looks like you are telling the truth, he said while lowering his spear. Of course, I don't lie. That was a lie. While I don't like to lie, if the situation requires it, I would do it without batting an eye. Just then, I saw from the corner of my eye one of the black spots I saw all over Liu expand, and some miasma poured from it. I need to go, said the shot boy, because he for sure didn't look any different from one. There is not a coincidence, right? You mean over there? I pointed at the black thing on the ground 100 meters away. He looked to where I was pointing, and his face expressed surprise again. Can you see the remnants? If you mean those black thing all over Liu, yes. What do you mean, all over Liu? He looked pretty scared. I wonder why. Just that. I'm new here, so I thought those black things are part of Liu's scenery. Are they not? They were everywhere. If they are something back, this country is doomed. No, they are not. The boy looked alarmed. Why don't we go over there to solve the problem, and we talk about that later? My nose is telling me there is some potential here. I don't know for what thought. Will you be okay? I like this boy even more now. He is the only one who wasn't worried about me for being a kid. Yes, of course. And I lied, but I want to see that up close. So he grabbed me by the nape and suddenly we were in front of the black thing. Oh, this is amazing. It really was. There was a black wriggling thing in the ground, and monsters were spawning from it. Stay close. I will deal with them. And then the boy wore a cool mask with horns and jumped around, eliminating every single monster around. It was amazing. I didn't even see it. Then what would Rex Lapis be able to do? Hey, I already know the answer. I'm not that stupid. He would have bombarded the area with a meteorite and puff. Problem solved. I really want to see a meteorite. Problem solved, the boy said, walking back to the inn. I looked around and saw no monsters nearby. But, hey boy, are you sure about that? The black wriggling thing was still there, but looked like it was sleeping. What do you want to say? He asked, maybe angry at being called a boy. Well, the black thing spewing all those monsters is still there, and I kindly pointed to the black thing. The boy looked like he was contemplating his life choices. Please tell me it's not like that. Are you telling me that you spent I don't know how many years doing that, only to forget solving the main problem? Because from what I saw, the black thing that originated those monsters is just recovering, and soon it will start acting up again. Please tell me that's not the case. But his dead eyes told me indeed, that was the case. I really wanted to laugh, really, but his blank stare was starting to worry me. Don't feel bad, at least you were killing monsters. Let me propose this, you protect me from the monsters and I look if there is a way to burn this thing, okay? He nodded, but he was still walking like a zombie. Well, nothing I can do. I approached the black thing and looked it up close. No, I can't see a thing, it's just a black sludge. I wait a bit, I'm hearing something. I approach even closer, under the watchful look of the boy. I approach even closer, so much that my ear is almost touching it. sh.n.z. What is a senzu? I muttered, but the boy heard me. Are you saying that this thing is shenzi? The boy made me jump. Damn, boy, stop shouting. My heart is going to stop and you will need to leave this black thing alone. No, I don't even know if Shenzi's a dessert. That's what I get from this black thing. Shenzi's a god that fell around here during the Archan War. He looked a bit angry about being called a boy again, but I guess this is too important to be distracted. Are you telling me that all the black things I saw on the way are gods? That's awesome. Maybe I can collect a few in some jars and have a collection. Yes, they're remnants. Gods are too powerful, and even their corpses have the ability to spawn those things. He nodded, looking dead again. Oh, so until now you were cleaning the monsters and leaving the remnants alone, which in turn led to more monsters with enough time. How long have you been doing this for? I can't contain my morbid curiosity. Almost 2,000 years. I don't know how to answer that. It is too sad, yet too funny. I can't even understand the scope of 2,000 years. For me, watching a boring ritual that lasts 30 minutes is too long. Imagine 2,000 years. Oh, I know now. Is that why you are so cursed? Every time you fight these things you are in tough with this black sludge. It makes sense why he is so cursed. Then what about the hilichurls? Their curse is even more vicious. Yes, he simply nodded. Oh, I'm sorry for you, I guess. Still, how do we clean this thing? The black thing just stood there bubbling. Are these a god's farts? I don't know. I didn't even knew they existed. He looked frustrated. Well, maybe you thought that eliminating the monsters would tire the remnants, and they would eventually disappear, right? Yes, he nodded at my words. Well, you screwed up because this thing is just sleeping. Can you do something? He opted to avoid the question. Admitting one's faults is hard. Mom told me that. I have no clue of what I can do, but I know what I want to do, and that is touching this thing. I'm confident the pink woman will be able to cleanse me if I get cursed by this thing. Of course. That's only if I touch it one time. Our boy here is screwed for life. Wait, don't. Too late, little boy, my hand is already into the thing. I feel nothing. Oh, what a sneaky bastard. I'm not touching it. This thing just moved enough to avoid my touch. Living with the pink woman made me able to sniff the weaknesses of my opponent, and something tell me that it's avoiding me because it's bad for this thing to touch me. Bang. I felt a sharp pain in my neck. Snap out of it. Are you still here, or I'm talking with the remnant? The boy hit me with the lower end of his spear. I'm not going to let this live down. Slap. Oh, now I understand why was I called the slapping baby. I feel as if some sleeping instinct has awakened within me. What are you doing, emo boy? I may have find a way to hurt this thing and what I get is a neck pain. The boy looked surprised at the unexpected slap, still reeling from the shock of not being able to react, but when he heard I may have a method, he quickly recovered himself. You did that gesture as if trying to touch something, and you had a wicked smile, so I thought you were possessed. What a disrespectful adeptus, calling my gentle and kind smile wicked. Anyway, I wasn't able to touch this thing, it avoided me. As the pink woman taught me, when you know what makes your opponent annoyed, you do exactly that, and I jumped at the sludge. It wasn't able to avoid my whole body, and suddenly I felt my vision darken. I gained conscience, but I found myself in a black space. There was nothing around, but I found a little light a few steps ahead of me. I approached it. Well, I just thought that I wanted to see that light closer and suddenly I moved. Oh, I think I'm just a soul now. It's the only thing that makes sense. Anyway, I approached the light, where I saw a very beautiful woman in the ground with a dead look and tied by black things. She had long silver hair and red eyes. She was very beautiful, but I think she was a step short of being as beautiful as the pink and purple woman. I don't care about the purple woman, but I won't let the pink woman know that. She will tease me for my whole life. Hey, you okay? I lightly tapped her cheeks, but she didn't answer. Slap. She moaned in pain. I knew my slaps were special, but to be able to revive a dead-looking person, I'm awesome. Hello lady, you have been sleeping for a while, I said, while crouching down so she could look at me. Please set me free, was all I could hear. This is a bit heavy for me. It was the first time in my life that I had to face such desperation, and it was going to make me cry. Please set me free, she repeated with a dead look. Maybe I can help you. If you are still here, we may be able to help you, I said, feeling a bit nervous. If she is still here, it meant that a tiny portion of her soul is still safe. If I can remove these black things, she may be able to recover with enough time. Please set me free. Stop repeating that, woman. Don't you want to live? My anxiety made me explode, but I fear this woman is not paying attention to what I'm saying. No. Well, this is not promising at all. My husband and my daughter are dead. The is nothing for me to live, she muttered quietly, while tears escaped her eyes. I stopped at that. I only thought that I may be able to save her, but did I thought about what this woman wanted? I knew I am a kid, and as such there are a lot of things I don't know. I am annoyed at hearing a child cry. How can I know how it feels like losing one? I think kisses in the mouth, like the one some couples share in the shrine, are honestly disgusting and unhygienic. How does it feel to lose a husband? In the end, all I can do is follow her wishes. Maybe if I force her to recover, she will get over her family's death, but is it my right? I understand. How can I help you? I feel tears dripping from my eyes. I can't understand how it feels to lose your family, but I can hear all the pain in her voice. Free me, she asked, looking hopeful for the first time. When you look happy you can die. You realize that there is a limit to suffering. I cleared my tears while sniffling. I can cry later. Now I need to help this woman. I tried to grab the black things tying her to the ground, and to my surprise, while hard it was possible, I had to spend every ounce of energy I had, but I finally broke the last black strings. Thank you, she muttered while closing her eyes and turning translucent. The exact moment she disappeared, the black space changed. Two adults, both looking down gently at me. A young kid with red hair and a single horn. The red-haired man, chasing me while laughing. The red-haired man, on his knee while looking up to me seriously. A baby with red hair and red eyes. A young child laughing while red-haired man tickles her. A fire in the distance. The red-haired man shouting at me. A huge monster, walking towards me, and an impact that sent me through the air. The young child, impaled on the ground by a spear. Overwhelming sadness. The red-haired man, without an arm and bleeding on the ground. Despair and pain. The monster approaching. A sword piercing my heart. Relief. A promise. Darkness. I opened my eyes, not being able to see through the tears. Hey, are you okay? The boy asked me, but I was too busy cleaning my tears to answer. After a while, I looked towards the ground. Indeed, there was no black sludge anymore. Don't worry, just a bit emotional. There is no more black sludge here anymore, so there won't be any monsters nearby. Really? You can clean the remnants? That's what I said. Why don't we have a talk while eating? You pay. I'm broke. The boy nodded and started walking, and I followed him. Can you listen to me for a while? He hummed. There was a girl, who lived next to a red-haired boy. Chapter 12, A New Job. We finally arrived to the inn, where the boy asked for almond tofu, and I asked for meat. I'm feeling ravenous right now. The boy looked like he wanted to eat quietly and talk later, but I'm not having that. I'm feeling extremely tired, and I want to take a nap right now. I have a proposition. No, I can't wait until we have finished eating. I help you deal with that black things and you help me. The meat was making me feel energetic again. What do you need my help for? The boy asked. He was twitching sometimes, and I realized that it was when the curse tightened around his soul. He must be in pain. I came to Loot to learn about my ability to see souls. Now I realize that I can somehow manipulate them, so I want to practice. On top of helping you deal with these things, you take me to cursed places and the likes. I summarized my needs and wants. I don't think Spear Boy here knows a lot about medicine, so asking for help with Aunt Ko's situation is a bit too much. I agree. He nodded. You came from Inazuma, right? So he is able to discern my clothes. I need to buy another set of clothes. I catch too much attention with this. Yes. How are your species called? I never hear of a yokai able to see souls, he asked, maybe interested in seeing if we could get more help. So he thinks I'm a yokai. Well, A 5-year-old solving this kind of thing that has been around for 2,000 years is a bit unbelievable. But there is nothing the mighty Kenshin can't do. I won't clarify the misunderstanding. It's better for me this way, or he will ask the boss about how to deal with a precocious child. Ah, that reminds me. No, I'm the last one. I have 2 other conditions. The first, you help me survive. I'm not talking about protecting me from the monsters. It's just that I have no money. So you need food and a place to stay, he summarized. Yes. And the second condition, you keep what we are doing a secret. I can't do that, he denied quickly. Rex Lapis must know about it. There is a way to solve a problem that has plagued Liu for millennia. He must know about it. I thought for a bit. He is the god of contracts. Maybe I can make him enter one with me where I use my knowledge and ability to gain an advantage. Okay, but I will be the one to talk with him. And you won't tell anything to a half-adeptus named Ganyu? He nodded, probably not caring about my circumstances. Ah, he's grimacing again. Damn, that curse is powerful. And you will send a package to another adeptus called Cloud Retainer. I added that last one. I don't hold a grudge, but I need something funny to do. Something tells me that helping all these dead gods finally die for good is going to be depressing. He agreed. I honestly think that I can ask him for anything and he will nod. Then let's go. I was excited again. I can study some pretty rare things here. In assume there are no gods, I think. Well, aside from the one that the Shogun killed, but there are thousands here. And I can live for free without working, and I get to tease that birdie. Life's good. Aside from the depressing experiences of reliving the emotional moments of the tortured souls of the dead gods. It sounds a bit unbelievable, but it is what it is. The boy carried me on his back, and in less than half an hour, we were back at Liu Harbor. Maybe I should propose a delivery service. I told the boy to let me talk to the meteor caller alone for a while, to which he nodded. I quickly saw the boss, drinking yet another tea in the same place I left him around 7 hours ago. He is like a grandpa, a very old and ridiculously overpowered grandpa. Hey boss, I greeted him. He looked a bit surprised at hearing my nickname, but took it in stride. I see you are back. How did things go? Not good. That bird kicked me out. But I met another adeptus I'm working with, I explained, preparing my plan. What's his name? He nodded. He wasn't that worried. Probably he knew every single adeptus around. Before that, I want to enter a contract with you, I said seriously. And yes, I'm aware of what that means. And yes, I'm serious about this. He looked at me silently with an appraising gaze. What would the contract entail? First, I want you to analyze my proposal, and if you find that the benefits outweigh the gains, you will not interfere. If the benefits come at cost of innocent lives, I can't agree, he replied. Second, I continued. He made his clarification and I had no problem with it. I'm not innocent, and I'm the one willing to risk it, so no problem. I want you to keep this proposition as a secret from everyone. Only 3 people will know about it, you, me and the other adeptus. I agree, he nodded. He had the power to stop whatever I was cooking by himself, so there was no problem for him to agree to this. Now I could be assured that Ganyu and by extension you don't get a whiff of what I was doing. Third, you will participate in the proposal actively, trying to help me and the other adeptus. We could use your expertise and knowledge. There is a lot we don't know. You can refuse to participate, but you will abide to the first clause. I am not naive to think every god out there was a Shenzi. There must be a lot of gods out there raging. Maybe some of them would try to destroy Liu if something goes wrong. Asking the boss about who they were can help us, and leave those for last. I will try to focus on those more or less pacific or non-hostile to know more about this whole process. I agree, but I will refuse if I don't see a benefit on it, he agreed. Oh boy, you are going to participate no matter what. Even if you are retired, you are still the founder of Liu. There is no way you are going to miss this chance. And lastly, you will protect me in case someone wants to hurt me. This last one is a precaution against a wrathful Yi. I will go back before the festival, but if she somehow manages to get here, I will have the best shield possible. If you are being attacked for no reason or unjustly, I will help you, he agreed. I wasn't all that satisfied. There are a lot of holes in that statement, but it was all I was going to get. That's all, then I will add my clauses. He nodded with a serious face. Your proposal must not harm Liu. I agree. You must disclose your whole plan to me, with no secrets and with honesty. I agree. Our plan can be said in a single sentence. There is no room to hide anything. Erase the remnants. How can you hide something in there? I will have a say in your proposal, and you will listen to my opinion seriously. Any change in the plan must go through me, and I will have the right to veto it. With this he makes sure that we don't rope him into a plan only to change it later and leave him tied to it. I don't have that kind of courage anyways. I agree. You will tell the other adeptus participating in the plan to come to see me. If I don't approve of him, your proposal will be cancelled. He is making sure of who is behind me, maybe afraid I'm getting manipulated. Honestly, it's the spear boy who would get tricked anyways. I agree. Lastly, if I don't agree with the plan, you will do nothing, he said with a serious face. Basically, we need his permission. This is a bit tricky. Explain the situation in which you won't find it acceptable. It would be a tragedy for him to say that he doesn't agree to put a child in danger, making my whole plan useless. The pros aren't worth the cons. It will harm Liu in any way. It touches some things that should not be touched, which means that if this plan has anything to do with the hilichurls, it's automatically out, he added. Well, that's true. If I said I had a plan to save the hilichurls, it wouldn't directly harm Liu. But if the big boss fears touching that, it obviously out. I agree, but with a clarification. Every participant in plan will assume the risks and consequences of their acts, so every risk the plan has will be evaluated by the affected party. You will represent the interests of Liu. With this, if I risk my life, it will be my own business, and he won't be able to complain. He thought for a while, but he finally agreed. Then the contract is done, he nodded. When will I have the chance to meet the other adeptus? I guess he knows he can get a general idea of the plan seeing which adeptus I was collaborating with. Now if you want. Spear boy, I shouted, making everyone look at me in disdain, but I don't care. After knowing my deeds in Inazuma, I have lost any shame I still had. Then the spear boy walked towards us. I guess appearing in the middle of the city was not a good idea. If people in Liu were as fanatical as they were in Inazuma, he will be swarmed by people thinking that touching an adeptus will bring them good luck. Rex Lapis-sama, he bowed respectfully at the boss before looking quietly at me. Unfortunately, you are stuck with Spear Boy, Conqueror of Demons. I didn't expect you to be the one he was collaborating with. Boss nodded, maybe feeling relaxed now that he knew who I was collaborating with. Well, Spear Boy has been protecting Liu for 2,000 years. It shows his loyalty. Yes, he nodded and looked at me to explain. I was the one who will be doing the important thing. Good, the awesome Kenshin will tell you the perfect plan my unique and unrepeatable talent allows us to execute. I nodded, feeling important. These two were millennia old, and yet I was the key player. I'm going to grow a humongous ego. We are going to erase the remnant of the dead gods. I dropped the bomb. Indeed. Even the old Rex Lapis could only look at me, surprised by my bold statement, only to look at Spear Boy next, asking for clarification. Then Spear Boy told him that the remnants were not being erased, their energy wasn't drained and all that. He would need to fight for eternity. After all, those remnants were not going away without my help. I understand now. I would have refused your plan, but the risks you take are only yours. He nodded. Nice to see some smart people. What do you need my help for? The god I helped was called Shenzi. Did you know her? Yes, she was the leader of a small village. I heard that she died in the early stages of the Archan War. He nodded, looking lost on his thoughts. Well, I was able to help her without any problem because she wanted to die. But I don't think all of them are going to be this way. I identified her before touching the black sludge, so I will try to do the same. If the one I am hearing about is an hostile god, I think it's better to leave that alone for now until I get used to this. A most sensible thought. Yes, I agree with that. He nodded. I would also like you to teach me about curses, and no, not about the hilichurl one. You get pretty anxious every time that gets mentioned. I want to get more experience at dealing with them. But in Inazuma there are not that many to work with. Why do you want to get better with curses? the boss asked me. It's not about curses specifically. I have this special ability to see souls, so I want to develop it as much as I can. So far, curses or spirits are the only things I have knowledge about. I don't like curses per se. But aside from curses and ghosts, what can I do? I don't know that much about curses, but I am quite knowledgeable about places where there may be some enchanted things around, he mused. I could take you to them or tell you about them, but I will have the right to refuse if I think it's dangerous. No problem from me, I nodded. Can we start now? The last god I helped left a bad taste in my mouth, so I want to see if all other gods are going to be as hard as that one. I want to be prepared if every time I do this I'm going to experience all that pain and sadness. It's going to be hard if that's the case. Where is the nearest one? The boss asked me. I guess they really can't see it. I pointed to the floor 2 meters away from us, making me look awkwardly. They really couldn't see anything. I crouched near the ground, making people nearby look at me with weird gazes, but I didn't care. Chang ... Lee. I heard this one a lot clearer. Do I really need to approach my here? Maybe I'm learning their names in a different way. Food for thought. This one was Chang Li. The boss and Spear Boy frowned. He was a bad guy. Yes, they both answered honestly. What do we do? I'm confident I can run. They are pinned to the ground, but I don't know what to do after releasing them. I don't know why Shenzi disappeared, if it was a natural thing or if she wanted to die. If this Chang Li attacks me after I release him, I can't do nothing to save my sorry ass. I asked the boss. This is the reason I roped him in this after all. Are you confident you can escape and that he will not go in a rampage? He asked me seriously. Yes, I nodded confidently. Try it then. I will be near isolating both you and his remains. The moment you feel danger, retreat, he instructed. I nodded and touched the black wriggling thing. Chapter 13. Letters and Sweet Madam. I was in the same black space. I approached the illuminated zone and a pale man with white long hair pinned to the ground, the same as Shenzi. He also saw me and started yelling, "Boy, release me. I can feel that Mrax is near, let me go and I will kill him this time." He started yelling. I could have asked him for more information, but seeing how he was yelling stupid things I just followed my mantra. Don't interested. Get out. So I left the illuminated area, and found myself in the same position I once was, with both Rex Lapis and the Spear Boy looking at me. He is yapping about killing you, and it's probably not a good idea to try anything, I admitted honestly. Before you ask, he looked like a pale man with long white hair. Yes, that's him. It's good to know that he can't do anything. If he is pinned, as you put it, every single remnant will be in the same condition, mused the boss. Spear Boy nodded. Was he that strong? I can't help but ask curiously. He looked like a huge man, but not that amazing. He was almost as strong as me. It was the boss who said that. That's awesome. I could paint his face and he wouldn't be able to do anything. I started feeling powerful all of a sudden. I don't think I can bring paint to that place. Anyway, we can't do nothing right now. But if I can erase the non-hostile ones, Spear Boy's job would be easier, right? My name is Xiao. Spear Boy introduced himself after a long while. And my name is Kenshin. Anyway boss, where should we start? The area near you would take priority, right? Yes. Where do you see the next remnant? I pointed to the floor 2 meters away from Chang Li, making them deadpan. This is going to be a long day. It was almost night when I finally was able to fall in my bed in the Wangshuin. I wasn't able to help anyone. Out of the 50 or so remnants I checked, all of them were hostile. This isn't going to help as much as I envisioned. Maybe I can help after I learn more about it. But I was very happy and excited. Why, you may ask? The answer is obvious. It's letter time. That night in Inazuma. I have not calmed down yet. Every time I remember the damn letters, I feel extremely angry, and it was even worse when I realized that tonight another one will come. I could stop reading them, but I need to know if Kenshin needs something. If I stop reading tonight's letter and Kenshin asks for help, I'm the only one who can do something about it. So waiting for a letter that I know it will mock me, but having no other choice is making me feel an impotence I haven't feel in the last 500 years. Here it is. just on time. Looks like Kenshin tries to be punctual about this thing. It only makes me look like a trained dog. I'm going to skin him alive when he gets back. Hello Pink Woman. I hope your day has been bad and your anger has not subsided yet. If it has, don't worry. The mighty Kenshin here will reignite it. My day started being the best. I was walking around when I met a random god. Yes, you read it right. His soul was shining like a beacon, so of course I approached him to ask. As my mom told me, it's best to be direct, and surprise, a random Rex Lapis appeared. This can't be true. What are the chances of Kenshin meeting the oldest Archon? I can only hope that he shut up and didn't irritate him. I don't know him personally. I hasn't tried to talk with the other Archons since the catastrophe 500 years ago. But he doesn't seem to be an Archon that gets angry with a child, right? If only Kenshin was a normal child. Anyway, he offered to introduce me to a teacher that could help me understand my ability. Pretty awesome, right? And another surprise, this person was also the Grass Eater's teacher. I admit that put off me a bit. I mean, Grass Eater was walking with horns on her head thinking that nobody noticed them, and this person taught her. It's a bit ... you know. Indeed. That very Ganyu-like. She is such a naive and pure person that I can't help but tease her, even if she doesn't understand half of my jokes. But still, an adeptus recommended by the god of contracts. It was amazing, but she didn't accept me. She was busy. Not everything is going to be your way. Why am I happy about the misfortunes of a 5-year-old child? I must have made a mistake somewhere. So I had no choice but to get back. What could I do? No money. No place to stay the night, and my only option was to work for the funeral parlor here. I went back and accepted the job, but it wasn't what I expected. I didn't find any interesting things. I was just sitting behind a desk organizing documents. By the time I realized I was tricked, I had already promised to work here, and Mom told me that I shouldn't break my promises. I had to admit defeat. That's good. Now I can feel assured that he is safe. And I feel a bit more happy that he is not having fun while I'm swamped with work. He will be overworked for this month and he will come back only to be punished. Haha, good work brat. Is that what you expected me to say? Oh number. Ha, you naive little fox. You can grow even older, you ancient fossil, but you can't grow smarter. You should have known better than underestimate the mighty Kenshin. I am going to kill this kid. Let me tell you what really happened. I had plans to leave for Mondstadt. If I can't have fun in Liu, it's obvious what the solution is. Leave. Please tell me he hasn't gone to Mondstadt. Liu is more or less similar to Inazuma, but Mondstadt is complete anarchy. He will not return as a human but as a feral beast. I stopped in a nice place called Wanchuin, or Wangshu, I don't care. The landscape was amazing. Green plains, clear water, majestic mountains and those black spots everywhere. Black spots? Is that a new crop or something? I will ask Ganyu about it. And I met another adeptus. This one was a bit edgy and quiet, but he was very cursed. And I mean very cursed. His curse was second only to the hilichurl one. He is known as the Conqueror of Demons, or Spear Boy. Don't think I like where this is going. I know from Ganyu that the Conqueror of Demons has been protecting Liu since its inception, so I can be assured that he won't harm a child, but Kenshin is very annoying. So of course, I had to ask him. But we were interrupted. Something I came to know later was a remnant of the gods dead during the Archon War started spewing monsters, and Spear Boy destroyed them. Of course I was looking, so when the Spear Boy turned to leave, I had to remind him. Hey Spear Boy, aren't you going to clean that? Yes, as I am sure you realized by now, those black spots everywhere were the remnant of fallen gods. I really don't like where this is going. Please Kenshin, please, tell me that you didn't get close to that. It's a whole mess you shouldn't be getting into. I was curious, so I touched it. Damn it Kenshin. But I couldn't touch it. I don't know what would happen to you if you touched that. With your ability, interacting with a powerful millennia-old soul can bring untold disasters to your own soul. It avoided me, so I jumped to hug the black wriggling and bubbling sludge. Damn it Kenshin. That's even worse. Well, a few things happened, but guess what? I was able to erase the remnant. I am so awesome, and you had me cleaning the toilets of the shrine. Show some shame, Pink Woman. I am not even able to get angry. Kenshin being able to cleanse the remnants, Something even I can't do tells me that Kenshin's ability is extremely powerful. The Shogun mustn't know about it, or she could kill Kenshin for some stupid reason like protecting eternity. I will need to go Liu to explain this to him before he comes back. And I smelled an opportunity. I had no job and no money, but I could do something nobody else could do. Wasn't that the same as saying I have the monopoly of this ability? I can charge whatever I want. But I don't care about money right now. So I went back to Liu Harbor and I made a contract with the god of contracts. What the hell, Kenshin? You don't know how important contracts are in Liu, and you got into one with the god of contracts itself? This is only his second day in Liu, and got into the worst position one could get into. Depending on the contract, I may need to plead twice for help in this matter. It is a pretty safe contract, don't worry. But now, for a few weeks, I will be cleaning Liu from corpses of dead gods spawning homicidal and irrational monsters. This is madness. I can't do anything about it, but that sounds not like a safe plan. And you know what I'm the most proud about? I added a clause in the contract where the big boss, the god of Geo, will protect me from anyone that seeks to harm me. Do you understand now, little overgrown fox? I'm untouchable in Liu. Ha ha ha. You can send all the shrine and they will packed and returned to the sender. You can come here, but if I refuse to go back you can't do nothing but get your probably wrinkled ass spanked. Mwahaha. And even further, if you send the Shogun, while these two overpowered archons fight I will flee to Mondstadt. I'm invincible. While things are a bit different to Kenshin's expectations, it is indeed true that things got complicated. I was going to send the Shomatsuban to pick him if things got weird, and with him dealing with those remnants, I was going to send them to bring him back just after reading this. But that is now useless too. And I have to explain him that my ass is as smooth as it was 500 years ago. That hurt a lot. Mookie. Now that the shock was waning, every insulting comment on the letter was making me angry again. Yes, Gucci-sama. She entered and bowed respectfully. If only Kenshin was a tenth of a good child as Miki is. Send this letter to the Kamisato clan and tell them that I expect them to send it back tomorrow morning. Yes, I'm not going to suffer alone. Xuan Yun Peak. Master, what is this? Asked a quiet girl with white hair. This one doesn't know. This one found in on the entrance of this one's home, answered a big bird. Shin, open it. It must be a present from someone that knows me, the big said in a haughty tone. But she couldn't hide the excitement she felt. Who doesn't like presents? The now named Shin carefully opened it. She was having a bit of trouble holding back her strength these days. Master, what's this? I can't read it. She gave a piece of paper to the bird, who just moved her head to look at it. She doesn't have hands after all. The bird felt even more excited. She felt that whoever sent this really knew her, and that she enjoyed more a challenging puzzle than some exquisite tableware. How to? Shin, tear it off. This one needs to leave for a while. This one is going to find out who sent this, the bird said in an angry tone. Master, will I be alone? The girl asked in the same plain voice. Indeed. Now the bird realized that she could leave her problematic student alone. The bird just fumed and went to her room. Maybe she would forget this mockery during the night, but she was aware of her impeccable memory, so she doubted. Shen just looked at the paper, and like her teacher ordered, she tore it off, letting the now smaller pieces of paper scatter in the wind. One of them read, How to Cook the Best Sweet Madam. Chapter 14. A new friend. The next 2 weeks were spent just like that. During the day we three went around Liu, meeting a lot of people, trying different foods and seeing a lot of landscapes. I fell in love with that kind of life, but I always felt a pang in my chest when I thought about Inazuma. I love my country. The pink view, the sakura trees in bloom, the always stormy Sairai, the beautiful view of all of Narukami Island from the shrine. I knew that even if I travel a lot, and see a lot of new things, my heart will always be in Inazuma. Anyway, during these 2 weeks, I have improved a lot. I only need to concentrate, and I can learn whose remains I am facing without needing to approach my ear to the remains. And the most important thing, I can now seal things. Yes, you heard that right. A week ago the boss introduced me to an exorcist who taught me how to seal things. He made it sound a lot more complicated than it was, but maybe my ability helped me. I just had to approach the jade slip they used to the thing to seal, and the slip will suck whatever it is into it. Nice and easy. Why didn't they try this before with the remnants? Because they couldn't even see them, and to seal them you need to interact with the one thing you want to seal. So I needed to go into the remnants and seal a pinned down being. Of course, I released those who wanted to die and sealed the rest. And now we are in the last area of Liu left, the Daiwa Marsh. So this is the last area. I felt a bit emotional. I found a lot of tragic and moving stories like Shenzi's, and I started writing them in a book. I was quite proud of it. There were all kinds of stories. Tragic ones, happy ones, heroic ones, sad ones. And yet every single one of those protagonists ended up trapped and suffering. But now I could release the good ones and seal the bad ones. At least no one is suffering anymore. After watching all these stories I felt fulfilled, knowing that I was able to help that many people, be it gods or adeptus, or even the humans living near those remains. I enjoyed these 2 weeks a lot. Of course, I didn't forget about sending more letters to the Pink Woman, but I started to get nervous. A month sounded like a lot, but half of it was gone and my death sentence was approaching quickly. But again, that's a problem for future Kenshin. Yes, this is the last zone. Xiao nodded. His face didn't change during the last 2 weeks, but I can understand that he is feeling happy and relieved that his duty is going to end. I will ask him later what is he going to do. If he says something is dying to meet my friends, I will slap him back to sanity. The boss nodded. Was he feeling a bit emotional? After all, Liu was going to be safer now than it has been for the last 2,000 years since its inception. Let's end this and have fun later. I nodded and started doing my thing. Concentrate, feel his name, seal. Honestly, Zhongli wasn't even needed now. After thousands of times repeating the same, I could feel who was an angry god and who was a sad one, so I just enter, feel and seal. Of course, those who are sad or desperate are freed and they leave, I don't know where. Still, it's a bit depressing. Out of 100 gods, 99 are still wanting more beef, I said, feeling a bit perplexed. They have been in pain for 2,000 years and they still want to fight. Insanity made soul. That's indeed sad, the boss agreed and Spear Boy nodded. Oh, this one is different, I said, looking at a certain remnant. I entered and saw a small woman with grey hair, with the same dead look. Wakey wakey, it's time to wake up, I said with humor. If I had to cry every time I do this, I could have established my own subaquatic country. Please. I know, I will release you now. Thank you, she muttered gratefully. I started seeing the most significant moments of her life. A tall man, hugging a small woman with me in the middle, making me laugh. A short girl, saying something and making me laugh. A gap in the sky, fear. People running. A council of 6 people. A tall man wearing a white cloak. A woman wait. Was that the boss? A woman study. I told you to wait. I grabbed the disappearing woman, who had a face of relief. Now she looked perplexed at me. No lady, you are not going anywhere. If the boss knows I let his young lover go away, I will be a red spot on the floor. How do know it? She muttered, not having any strength. Lady, I have done this thousands of times. I know where this is going. Indeed I did. You know Mirax? She asked in a hopeful voice. If I know him, you say. He's just outside, probably looking at the black wriggling sludge you have turned into. To her credit, she didn't look that embarrassed or sad. Is he good? She asked with a happy expression. He is retired, but seems to be happy. But I'm tired of hearing him say how good Osmanthus swine is. But where are those we shared the memories with? Honestly, he's like a grandpa. He remembers we used to drink with our friends. She had nostalgic expression. Is cloud retainer good? That bird? He is and has a student. Can you believe it? I'm the first one to be able to cleanse the remnants of the Archan War in 2,000 years, and she has the gall to reject me. But don't worry, I got my revenge, I added with a sly smirk. What did you do? she asked with a worried expression. It's me, or is she talking more fluently? For the last 2 weeks I sent her a lot of recipes for dishes involving birds, I answered smugly. PFFF. She couldn't hold back her laugh. Is Liu a nice place? Liu, as the land is nice, a lot of majestic mountains and clear rivers. Liu Harbor is too cramped for me. I prefer Inazuma, it's where I come from. That's good. Now please let me go, she said with a relieved smile. Maybe knowing that her friends and home were safe made her feel relief. If that is your decision, I will abide by it. I will try to tell Mirax what happened. Any last words? I felt sad, but it was her decision in the end. I had to respect the life of someone who gave her life for those she cared for. Yes, please tell him I sealed her. Haha, you are truly naive. Did you think I would pay attention to your last words? Please, I mocked her. I am the mighty Kenshin. I will do what I want. And I want this stupid lady to live. Others like Shenzi had nothing to live for, and others had, but I didn't care about them. If those last ones wanted to die, let them. But this lady was someone the big boss knew, and I'm quite grateful for his help. What are you doing? An indignant voice screamed from the slip I had in my hand. You may not know, but even if he doesn't think so, I'm in debt with the big boss Zong, so I decided. You will be my payment, I said with an evil smirk. You are selling me? She shouted even louder. Yes, I am, and I'm not ashamed about it. Yes, the mighty Kenshin does not need to explain his actions. Who are you anyway? I am Kenshin, from Inazuma, the most powerful soul master in the whole Teyvat, I proclaimed with pride. What is a soul master? Is that a new profession? She sounded confused now. No, I'm the only one. Hee. Be impressed by my grand title. Are you stupid? Then you are the weakest one too, she mocked me back. I may have bit more than I can chew. Anyway. You will be staying there until I find a way to make you able to kiss the boss. Wow. How could you say such embarrassing things, and kiss Mirax? You fufu. She is on cloud 9 now. So lady, just relax. No one will be able to hear you anyway. So chill. What can you do anyway? You have to pay the rent. I was not going to carry her around for free. I don't want to be here. But I'm the best inventor in our group. No matter how much Cloud Retainer argues, I'm the best. Nice. You can invent things for me to sell and make money off. She was a mine of gold. You think my noble inventions are to be sold like that? This is the start of a beautiful business enterprise. It's not. Off. That was a hard one, I said while moving my cramped neck. Was everything all right? You took your time, said the boss. Now that I look at him, he is really the man in Gizhong's vision. Mirax? Is that you? I heard Gizhong shouting from the slip, but only someone with my ability would be able to hear her. Something wrong with my visage? The boss asked in his own archaic way. Well, I don't know how to say it, I lied. I had all the time to think about what to tell him. I spent too much time talking with Gizhong, and the boss always caught me lying, so have no choice but to tell the truth. It was a woman named Gizhong, I admitted, making Gizhong shout in surprise. What are you saying? You can't let him know I'm sealed here. He will get angry. Indeed he would. His way of thinking was more like what's dead is dead. Let them rest kind of bullshit. So I need to answer cautiously about how to tell him the truth while not letting anything slip by accident. Gizhong, you say? The boss looked emotional. Xiao also looked surprised and looked at the boss in worry. Yes, I realized midway that she knew you, so I talked a bit with her. Do you want to know? Maybe it will bring you closure. Yes, just like that. I'm doing great. Gizhong looked worried about Zhongli's answer. Yes, but we should wait for you to seal the other remnants. Our duty must come first, he sighed heavily. Dude, what are you doing? Gizhong just heard you say that. She is going to be Sar. Hey, why are you happy? You can talk to me? She asked surprised. You idiot, you are a soul. I don't think you can use your ears, right? Shut up. This is new to me, and to answer your question, it's because Mirax hasn't changed at all. He still puts his duty or protecting the people before his own needs, she said with a happy voice. You are stupid. Anyway, start thinking about what can I say to escape from this. I can't lie to him. He will catch me right away. Okay, Don't worry. I was the best as a strategist. They will not catch us, she answered in her happy voice. No, I don't care if they catch you. The one who needs to escape is me. You are truly a cruel human. We kept bickering while I kept sealing the rest of the remnants. Not a single was peaceful, so no teary story. At this point, I was grateful for that. And then I finished. After 2 weeks of exhausting work, I finally laid to rest a problem that had plagued Liu for 2,000 years. I would probably not appear in any book, but when I die I will be able to feel happy with that fact. Hey, if only the rest of the people could be happy from knowing you. I need to find a way to make this grandma not able to read my mind. Who are you, Callow? But you called Mrak's grandpa ... Yes, like a couple, with some children around ... He also, this lady is too weird for me to annoy. She gets offended by the weirdest things, and with the offensive ones she feels happy. We have finished, said the boss, with a relieved sigh. What will you do with all the slips? There are thousands of them, I asked. There were literally thousands. I will take them to a place no one will be able to reach, the boss said calmly. Just don't let anyone free them, please. They know my face. It painted a terrifying landscape. Thousands of angry gods looking for me to destroy my very soul. Well, I had the boss by my side and the shogun was supposed to be strong. They will manage. Don't worry about that. Now he exhaled again. We were going to talk about Gizhong, but I think there should be a few people around. The conqueror of demons has already gone to fetch them. Oh no, I paled. The lady told me she knew Cloud Retainer, and I went to her home once. She may recognize my voice. What's wrong? The boss asked me, maybe curious about my reaction. I need to be honest here so he can protect me should the need arise. You see, I was pretty pissed after walking for hours only to be sent back, so I pranked her a bit. What did you do? A random mob. Now Gizhong, it's in the story. In canon she was the goddess of dust who died in the war, friend to Cloud Retainer and great friends with Zhongli. She gave our dear dragon a dumbbell with some secret inside, and even today Zhongli hasn't been able to open it. I am proud of thinking about it, because I haven't seen her in any other fic. Chapter 15. No more remnants. Is that Spear Boy running in the air? We are here, Spear Boy simply said. What's wrong, Merax? Is it something that important that you need to call for all of us? Asked a giant deer. This one feels the air more pure. Is it related to this sudden meeting? The bird said, looking a bit surprised. And I saw a girl appear from behind her with a dead-like face, not showing any emotion. Yes, as you all knew, the remnants of the gods that fell during the Archon War were causing trouble, and with the help of the child here we could resolve it once and for all, the boss explained while nodding at me. The rest of the adeptors looked at me in surprise, before turning into looks of gratefulness. It was an emotive moment. Wait, child? It was Spear Boy who asked. He is a yokai, how can he be a child? I gulped. I honestly forgot about it. I don't know what you are talking about, but Kenshin is a purely human, the boss said while looking at me. Spear Boy looked at me with surprise, and then in indignation. Before you get angry, I never said anything about being a yokai, you assumed it yourself, I quickly added. After 2 weeks, he was more or less aware of my nature. You could have denied it or corrected me. And why should I do that? You assumed it. It's your fault. Spear Boy looked incensed. You ... This one recognizes your voice, the bird said, making me sweat. Good for you. I thought we were here to talk about that lady. I had to change the topic. Hey, lady, are you ready? Lady? Sorry. I felt a bit emotional after hearing so many nostalgic voices. She muttered. I need you to be ready and don't distract me. When I ask you, answer quickly and concisely. Yes, okay. She motivated herself. Yes, Kenshin sealed the hostile gods and released the rest, making him able to experience to some degree their lives. And the last one of those was Gizhong, the boss explained with a sigh. Really? Oh, old lady, I didn't see you here. With the giant deer and the 2 giant birds, I didn't realize you were there. It was indeed the old lady that guided me to Ganyu. Rude as ever, she answered me with what seemed to be her new favorite expression, the cramped smile. Yes, before this turns into an argument, Let us hear what the young Kenshin has to say. The boss interrupted the big birds and the giant deer. Why don't you ask and I answer? It will be easier that way, I suggested. Did she say anything about us? The old lady asked. Yes, she asked me about you all and I told her you were good. I didn't even know who you were, but telling her that I didn't know her friends when I knew Mrax could have led her to think that you were dead. I explained. It was not entirely a lie, but I don't know how many those can I say before getting caught. She told me that no matter how you argued, she was the better mechanic. I said to the bluebird I identified as the cloud retainer. Lies. This one is the best one. But ... She was indeed a close second. She deflated at the end. Streetward Rambler was a very ingenious person, not believing that machines could compose music. Gizhong told me to say, which I repeated. I don't even know who Streetward Rambler is. The old lady didn't say anything but took a bell. It must be important because Gizhong was extremely surprised and emotional. And like that, I told them what Gizhong was telling me to say. It was an emotive scene until the end came. Mrax, we need to talk with you, the deer said. I recognized that as a signal. I will be by the lake. Why don't you come with me? I asked the quiet girl who looked at the big blue bird. Seeing the bird nod, she walked to the lake with me. Mrax, is that what really happened? How could a human child cleanse every remnant in Liu? There must have been hundreds, said the deer. This one has to agree. It sounds extremely strange. The blue bird agreed. It is true. I made a contract with him, and I helped him and the conqueror of demons. Midway he got proficient enough with his ability and I wasn't needed anymore, but I still accompanied them to see that nothing bad happened. But you are wrong, there were thousands of them. We couldn't see them, and I was sipping tea just 2 meters from the remains of Chang Li. They all gulped, knowing how powerful Chang Li was, and Mrax was relaxed next to them. Even more reason to control him. His ability should be related to souls. If he is even able to affect them, it makes him extremely powerful. His potential is even better than my student, the bluebird said cautiously. In our contract, it is written that while he is in Liu, I will protect him. Even without such clause, we will not harm in any way a child, even less the one who helped Liu this much, Mrax said with a tone of finality. Then they looked at the one who screamed and saw Kenshin ascending at a rapid pace. The bluebird, cloud retainer, quickly understood what happened and caught him. That was scary, said the frightened child. I went to the nearby lake with the quiet girl to wait for their conversation to end. I saw the uneasy looks they gave me, but I didn't care. Why? Because the boss of these lands had to protect me. Easy. Still, why does this girl's soul look like that? It's like it's chained down. But it's not my business. Are you hungry? I don't know what to say to this ice cube. But she didn't answer and looked at a nearby tree. She walked towards it and saw that a baby bird had fallen from its nest. Do you want me to raise you? I asked her. If I wasn't scared for my life I would have brought it to the bluebird if she could teach me how to cook him. She must be an expert by now. She nodded. It was a bit embarrassing. I can't raise her, she is too heavy. I'm not the strongest kid around. But these 2 weeks, I have been walking a lot, so my stamina and strength have gone up quite a bit, but I still can't raise her. I will raise you, she said with a deadpan voice. I found myself thrown into the air. Thankfully the bluebird caught me. From now on I will not send more chicken recipes to your home, I promise. I was released into the ground again, and all the adepti came closer, interested in what happened. Damn it. How is that girl so strong? She could kill 2 stones with 1 bird. I definitely don't want to be on the receiving end of her punch. Ahahaha, you look pathetic. You couldn't even raise a single girl and then you were thrown. If you could see your own face. Gizhong was laughing. I will remember this. Hey, the 2 present birds were offended. Hey, my ass, look at what she did with only her arm. She might be stronger than you too, I replied. I have been formal and well behaved until now, but my patience was waning rapidly and my usual language was coming out. Sorry, the quiet girl apologized with her usual face. No problem, I was just surprised. Does that have something to do with the condition your soul is in? I can't imagine how a human can be so strong, I said, trying to tranquilize myself. You can see that? Asked the bluebird. Birdie, I sealed thousands of murderous and raging gods. If I couldn't see that, I wouldn't be here. Do you know a better way to restrain her soul? The bird asked, ignoring the nickname. Probably. At this point, I can do whatever I want with a soul if I have the means. Give me a rope and you have her soul bounded with a Gordian knot. Can you do it? The bird asked hopefully. Of course I can. Of course I won't, I replied. Why? She needs that help. The bird looked offended at my negative. Why should I? From what I see, her soul is very fiery, and she probably had a great temper before whatever you did to her. I know you are probably trying to help her, but I refuse to believe shackling her soul is the correct way. What do you know? The bird said with disdain. Do you want to play like that? All right, this one doesn't care more than you. Do you know how hard is watching a beautiful soul like hers being shackled? She is supposed to be a lively girl. Look at her right now. She doesn't show a bit of emotion. She was probably throwing a temper tantrum, and with her strength she was laying everything to waste. But to chain her soul so she doesn't rage is too extreme. Shut up. You should take her to a deserted place and let her destroy everything. You are a bird. I'm sure there are a lot of places you could take her. When she is tired, give her food and let her sleep. She wakes up, she rages, you feed her, and she goes to sleep. She will get tired at some point. You are sealing her because of how strong she is. If she was as weak as me you wouldn't care. I don't like how haughty this blue bird is. I have been seeing tired souls for 2 weeks, and now seeing a bright soul like this girl's being chained makes me feel angry. The blue bird fell silent. This child had a point. Maybe she should try some other things before resorting to this. That is what I could infer from her soul. How was able to know that? I will leave that for tomorrow's Kenshin. Then I felt someone grabbing my shoulder. I turned around only to see the quiet girl looking at me with a maniac smile, and her hair was quickly darkening. Indeed you fool bird. Listen to what this kid is saying. He has a point. She grinned. Oh no, was all the bird could think. Oh yes. Do you know how bad it feels to be sealed like that? When I see a pond, I no longer feel like I want to swim. When I see a flower I no longer wonder how it smells. It's quite terrifying to change like that, you know? She continued with her smile growing even more, and her eyes were shining fiercely. Before you go berserk, can you release me? I asked timidly. I was worried that her fingers would touch each other through my shoulder. I need to thank you, boy. You are the only one who understands me. Whatever, just release me. You have beef with that bird, right? Go fight her. I want to go away. No, I don't think I will. If I release you I will turn into that boring girl. I will have to keep you near, maybe on a leash so you don't escape, she said with a grin. I had been weakening her seals to prove my point that she could be reasoned with, but I was wrong. The great Kenshin is not afraid to recognize his mistakes, and this one has been a big fail. Sorry was all I said before strengthening her seals again, making her hair turn white again and her bloodthirsty smile turned into her usual calm face. Bluebird, hereby I recognize my mistakes. You were right and I was wrong, so please take mercy on me. You lack seals, give them to me, and I will make sure that abomination doesn't see the light again. I offered to help her. The bluebird looked stunned by what happened but gave me a few strips of cloth I had no interest in. I dived into the girl's soul just like I did with the remnants and started tying them. What are you doing? Set me free. She was screaming. No way, you want to put me on a dog leash? Screw you. Seeing that she was definitely getting sealed, she looked at me with a dark face. The next time I wake up I will make you submit, and I will treat you like the coward dog you are, she promised. Whatever you say, girl, good luck. I had no interest in her threats. I left her soul with a relieved sigh. Problem solved. I saw everyone look at me with a weird look. What? Anyway, we did something big today and I'm tired. I will go to bed, I said and started walking. I will leave too, said the deer, but before he could leave the bluebird shouted, please wait. I have a problem that I need help with. Hearing that I started walking even faster. I knew what that was about. Spear boy, help me please, and he complied. I guess he felt grateful, so much that he ignored the nickname. I was left in the Wang Xuan, but I quickly ran away. An angry bluebird will be here soon. I don't want to be here by then. When I can move, I will make sure to send you tied to Cloud Retainer and let that girl catch you, said happily Gizhong. When I find one, I will send the stinkiest of dungs into your seal. You wouldn't. I would, and you can't let it out, so you will have to live with it for as long as I want. I'm sorry, thought so. A few minutes later in the Wangshuin. Where is that little devil? Indeed, an angry blue bird came for justice, a Kenshin on top of her. Chapter 16, The Power of a Contract. Hey, Gizhong, what do you want now? I'm bored. Then do something. I don't feel like it. Then why do you complain? Because I'm bored. Yes, the mighty Kenshin is bored now. After the frenetic rhythm of the last 2 weeks, I suddenly find myself without anything to do. I decided to do what I couldn't do before, experience Liu Harbor and enjoy my last weeks of life. But it got boring very quickly. Everyone here was pompous and I didn't know what they were saying. Still, the most repeated expression was of course young master or courting death. Who wants to court someone as old as the planet anyways? I swear these guys are nuts. And now here I am, in the docks looking at the sea, bored out of my mind. Hey kid, I have a question for you. I turned my head and saw a pretty young woman around 16 with red eyes looking at me with gentle eyes. But she has the eyes the pink woman has when she was plotting something. The great Kenshin will not be fooled. You want to prank me? Be prepared to be on the receiving end. What did you call me? I asked her calmly. Hugh, kid? She looked a bit confused. Well, it's normal I guess. Kid. That's interesting. It's the first time I've been referred to as such, I said, while touching my chin, where my non-existent beard should be. The woman looked confused, but suddenly realized something and her face paled. Yes, as I can see in your face, understanding has dawned into your little brain. I am an Adeptus, contemporary and friend to the stubborn guy that built these whole harbor. So now, woman who doesn't look to be older than a mountain, tell me, what do you want from the kid you all should be praying to? I asked in a gentle voice, while my words had hidden thorns. Well, maybe not so hidden, but you get the idea. What are you doing? She just wanted to ask a question. Why are you so mean? Because I'm bored. It wasn't that difficult to begin with. I'm sorry, may I know your illustrious name? She asked while bowing deeply to me. A 5-year-old kid. It's funny. I have many names, but you feeble kind once knew me as Heaven Punisher. If I knew something about people here is that they liked anything that had the word heaven. I don't remember any Heaven Punisher in our history, she mused, a bit suspicious but afraid of expressing it. Of course not, child. I have many names, some of which were given to me by your own kind in reverence. Some centuries I came back only to find that my name had changed over the course of the years. What did you need from this old man? I asked in a gentle voice. If you are an old man, why do you look like a kid? Gizhong, don't be stupid. In such a crowded place full of animals, the victims of robberies and pickpocketing are always old people. Who wants to rob a kid? You said you liked humans, yet you don't know anything. Sigh, to need a kid 400 times younger than you to teach you these basic things. No, why are you behaving like you are a real Adeptus? I'm acting, and all actors need to embody their character. Poor Gizhong, being stupid at her age. I turned my attention to the woman, not listening to Gizhong's indignant screams. Nothing, just an innocent question. Then, I will leave. Please enjoy your hard-earned rest, she said, while bowing. I guess that no 5-year-old speaks like I do, so the only choice she has is to believe me. Ningguang-sama, the you are running away again? Oh, looks like the jig is up. Let's see how you run away from this. Gizhong mocked me when she heard Ganiu's voice. Why would I run away? It's her fault she got deceived by a kid. She was also plotting something, I know it. Oh, my dear Ganiu, how has your master been? It's been centuries since I saw her. I greeted my dear grass-eater. The woman called Ningguang saw me greeting Ganiu like I knew her from hundreds of years and confirmed I was an Adeptus. I guess. Oh Kenshin, what are you doing here? I thought you were helping that man. She wanted to say Adeptus, but she had this stupid notion in her head that nobody knew she was an Adeptus herself. But this white-haired woman realized the context, getting even more convinced of my identity. Our duty ended yesterday. How the time passes. It looks like it was a month ago when I arrived at this lands, and yet, my duty is now complete. I sighed while looking at the sea with an emotional gaze. At this point I'm already getting tired of this, and I was to return to my nothingness state. No fun and no energy to look for it. What are you talking about? You arrived in Liu 2 weeks ago. The grass eater was confused at my words. The white-haired woman had the decency to look suspicious. Of course, I was in faraway lands, battling terrifying opponents. To think I had to look for refuge in the land of Geo. My heart hurts. I grabbed my chest while shedding some false tears. The fact that you can do it at will, it's impressive. You could work as a con artist. Gizhong, please, tell me a single merchant who is not conning someone. Mrax would never do that. Mrax doesn't need to. Mrax wants, Mrax gets. Unless it to see his dead friends. I guess I used this time where Gizhong was shocked to look at Ganyu with an appraising gaze. What's wrong? Ganyu looked nervous. Tell me, my dear junior, are you willing to do a favor to Grandpa? I'm being chased by a pink monster that will skin me alive, but maybe your calmness and naivety can help this one. Are you willing? I asked with a serious expression. Is someone coming to Liu that we need to be careful of? Asked the white woman, looking alarmed. Even if she is suspecting something, I guess that until confirming who I am, everything I say mustn't be taken lightly. Yes, white-haired kid. A pink monster of 6 tails and 4 ears will come to Liu in less than a month. I will leave before that so Liu is not engulfed in the bitter flames of war, but I fear all that awaits me is death. That was not a lie. What monster are you talking about? Ah, I guess you don't know what I'm doing in Liu after all, right? I'll tell you later. Are you talking about Yi? Asked a confused Ganyu. Indeed, plant consumer, that's the atrocious name that was given to such a ferocious enemy. She is one of the strongest being in that faraway land, second only in strength, but probably the most cunning one. I nodded, wearing a scared expression. Ganyu, do you know who is he talking about? Ningguang looked at Ganyu, seeing how I was not saying anything important. I learned that here too, people talk and talk, but in the end you are left as ignorant as you were before the conversation. At this point it has evolved into an art. Why yes, probably he's talking about Yi, my friend from Inazuma. She is the head priestess in the Narukami shrine, their main shrine. Ganyu nodded and explained. Ningguang looked at me, with a dark face. The jig's up, I guess. Hey, kid. Are you sure you are an adeptus? Ganyu looked incredulous at me and started talking, but I raised my hand with authority to make her stop. I am Kenshin, with other many names as Heaven Punisher, Galaxy Conqueror, Absolute. You know, I don't care anymore. I'm Kenshin, a 5-year-old kid running away from Inazuma in fear of getting punished because I interrupted an important reunion. Nice to meet you, I greeted the woman and explained to Gizhong at the same time. Are so many wrong things in that sentence. Are so many wrong things in that sentence. Oh, they are synchronized. Gizhong, any chance? No, I did not have any kids. Stop annoying me so rude. Why did you tell me you were an adeptus? The woman looked angry now. I was bored, and you came here to disturb my meditation, and you were plotting something. I answered directly. She looked a bit ashamed and angry. It's your fault for getting deceived. Is this place all right? I can introduce myself like that without any proof and live like a king here? These people are messed up. That true. It's my fault I was deceived. She is a good woman. Other guy or girl would have started screaming that courting death thing. Kenshin, why did you do that? Also, why did you prank my master? The grass eater looked a bit angry at that. Wait, master? The white-haired woman looked at Ganyu, who covered her mouth with both hands. Are you the kid here? You know she rejected me, and I don't blame her. Taking care of the little psychopath is a necessary duty for humanity to prosper, but I felt a bit pissed that walking for hours went to the trash. So I pranked her. What did you do? The woman might have realized that while I was human, my acquaintances were not. Her master is a bird, so I sent her 14 different recipes to cook birds. One each day. I nodded. That's terribly offensive. Maybe, she said with a hesitant expression. She will get over it. She is more than 2,000 years old after all. Kenshin, Ganyu screamed in anxiety. Vegetable devourer, the woman here already knows you are an adeptus, or at least half. Her questions were directed to me because she wanted to know more about them, I explained to the slightly dumb woman. Indeed, Ningguang nodded and looked at me with an appraising look. Anyway, what did you want to ask me? I reminded the white-haired woman of her original intention. Did you see a ship with a blue container? She asked directly. Just as I like it. Yes, 15 minutes ago. I saw the same man in Inazuma, and was doing some weird things, doing signals to another. I don't think their purpose here is that different, I summarized while shrugging my shoulders. It's that guy. I pointed at the guy looking around as if checking nobody saw him. Excuse me, and the woman left to interrogate the poor guy. Kenshin, ye sent me a letter to let you know that you will be free for a day and 2 weeks. If you are not in Inazuma by then, she will come to get you, she said with a little smile. Are you enjoying my suffering? Nobody mocks the great Kenshin. Except for Mum, she is scary. Why would I do that? She asked, but she was obviously amused. You are going back? I've never been in Inazuma, but I don't want to leave Mirax. The old lady grumbled while feeling conflicted. You can't even see him. What are you talking about? I want to leave this place quickly so I don't get discovered by the meteor dude. Mirax would not do that. Apostrophe. Probably I'm back. The man is going to be interrogated by the Mylith. Ningguang returned and a light went on my head. Gizhong, you like humans, right? What about mingling with some for a change? That's a good plan, but why so suddenly? Weren't you too tired to do anything? The great Kenshin has a marvelous plan that will get rid of my boredom and will let me learn more about my ability with humans. Old lady, watch and learn. White-haired woman, I answered your question and helped you quite a lot based on how fast you caught that guy. This is the land of commerce, so it's only obvious that you answer mine, right? I asked while throwing a mocking look towards Ganyu, who looked uneasy. Yes. What do you want to ask? You are the grass muncher's superior, right? Based on how Ganyu was showing a deferential attitude towards her and called her apostrophe Sama. Yes, I am. I have been the most important person of Liu for a month now, she said with obvious pride. That ... isn't as amazing as you think it is. Remember, there is a guy around that can flatten the whole city in seconds. Anyway, I have a special ability, you see. The same ability that kept me occupied around Liu sealing some nasty things, and the one that led me to a stupidly tall mountain in search for the narcissistic giant bird. Why don't you hire me? I can sense some things in humans, and it will only get better the more I learn about it. I don't see what can I get from your help. It's not easy to judge the worth of a person with something so vague, she replied, indirectly refusing my offer. I also can identify any kind of cursed object and even seal it. I'm the best curse sealer in the whole Liu and Inazuma, and probably in the world. Our horned friend can attest to that. I have been working for Adepti for the last 2 weeks. This should be enough to convince her. A human kid who even the Adepti recognize? She can't be a merchant if she can't see my value. But I don't work with cursed things. Why should I hire you? She looked hesitant, but I recognize the glint in her eyes. She wants to accept the offer, but she is bargaining. Really? Are you bargaining with a kid? I was going to ask for a place to stay and food to live, but you had to mock me. Very well, I will go find your rival and offer my services to him. I will also contact the press here and tell them how the esteemed Ningguang, who had been leading Liu for a month, got deceived by a kid. Let's see if you want to bargain after that. The mighty Kenshin does not bargain. He doesn't ask for much, but his demands are clear. No bargain. Kid, you are truly vicious, was all the woman could say. Kenshin, be respectful. Ganyu looked alarmed. She can imprison you for disrespect to the authority, Ningguang. And I stared at her, making her look confused. Are you telling me that a grown woman will lock a kid in prison for a prank? I asked with raised eyebrows. Ganyu looked so ashamed that I decided to let her off the hook. Besides, nothing in this whole country can do anything to me. I could slap her and all she could do is say thank you. I firmly believe this. Why do you say that? Ningguang asked me with a dark face. I told you I had been working for Adepti for half a month. I'm not stupid enough to work for free. I got a promise to protect me if anything happened, I smugly said. All the more reason to be pissed when an upstart merchant tries to bargain with me, I added, looking at Ningguang. Yes, that's right. The mighty Adepti of this place are paying me, And you want to bargain? Is that true? She doesn't believe me. She is asking the one who can contact with a deputy. Why yes, from what my master told me, he did. And his ability is also true. He had helped solve a problem that had been around for nearly 2,000 years. Ningguang had her eyes wide open at that, and looked at me in shock. Yes lady, I'm that awesome. So hurry up and pay, you won't regret it. I nodded. But that doesn't give you the right to start causing trouble. I was scolded by the horned woman. And who is going to scold me if I call the boss? I mocked them. They don't know who are they talking with. This boss of yours can't make Liu Harbor stop working because of your whims. Ganyu scolded me again. This woman. Yes, he does, I petulantly said. No, he doesn't. She denied in the same tone. Ganyu, are you sure I'm the kid here? I asked her, using her name almost for the first time. Still, this is Liu Harbor. Nobody has the authority to bypass the law and rules, she continued, but her face was blushing. Do you want to bet on that? The deeper she goes, the dumber she will feel. Hey Ganyu, maybe Ningguang started. As you wish. Ganyu agreed with a heated face. Don't use Mrak's name to do that. He is a respectable man. He wouldn't support you in whatever nefarious plan you are plotting. Giz Hong, of course he wouldn't. Of course it gave me the impression that she was nodding while saying this. But they don't know it clearly. Ganyu and Ningguang admired Rex Slappers so much that it clouded their reasoning. I will call for him now. If you lose, you will hire me, Grass Eater. The woman here is obviously not interested, so you will hire me from your own money. I put forwards my conditions. If I win, you will leave for Inazuma right now. She screamed with a smile, clearly convinced that she would win. Nobody can break the trust of Liu citizens in their government, product of the most brilliant minds of this land working together. We need a contract. I don't trust you. I need to have this written, only to have something to mock her for the rest of her long life, or maybe my short one. I'm sure she will outlive my great-grandsons. Okay, I know someone. Wait here. And she run, going to look for the person who will sign her social death. Hiring a 5-year-old looks quite bad. I looked at the white-haired woman, who had a regretful expression in her face. Yes, woman, learn about it. You tried to haggle something that was even that much. You had something to win that you didn't understand, and that caused you to lose it. You should have tried to get more information out of me, and later decide. I instructed the woman. I will show this off to the pink woman. I'm scolding the practical ruler of Liu. Of course, I know Ningguang knows this. I'm just trying to annoy her. Because while I'm not bored, this is not being funny enough. She looked at me dryly. I'm back. She is Yanfei, the best lawyer of Liu. She proudly introduced the woman beside her that also had 2 antler horns. Hello, I'm Yanfei. As Ganyu said, I'm the best lawyer of Liu. She told me that you need me for a contract. She introduced herself with a smile. Do you also think that nobody sees your horns like that, Grass Eater? Or you have some common sense? I had to ask. She was a half-adeptus like Ganyu based on her soul, and I need to know if all half-adeptus have an identity crisis. No, I'm a half-adeptus. She looked a bit confused. How could anyone not see my horns? I looked at Ganyu with a mocking smile, and she hurriedly stated the terms of our contract. Yanfei started asking questions about everything that could affect the contract. After half an hour I couldn't keep up. Hey antler woman, stop it. I only want to have material proof of this foolish woman's loss. It's only about hiring me for 2 weeks. At this rate I will die in Inazuma before signing this. Okay, here, sign it, she said with a smile. I don't know if she introduced some weird clause, but I don't care anymore. So what now? Asked Yanfei, looking excited. Why are you still here? Doesn't a lawyer have anything better to do in this particular kind of city? Of course I'm watching. I'm a lawyer, so I want to know what can make you so sure that you can disregard everything I've dedicated my life for, she said with a smile, but her eyes were looking at me as if I offended her deeply. Another foolish woman. No matter how many of you are here, Kenshin has metaphorical for you all, I said with a sigh. Boss, I need of your power. You need to carry out the contract we signed, so come over here and tell this stupid woman how great I am, is what I shouted, without a hint of shame. even when people around were looking at us in surprise. But they dismissed it as a kid being a stupid kid. "Are you mocking us?" Yanfei said with a dark face. She was going to add something, but a green blur materialized in front of me. "What do you need the Adeptus in front of me?" asked. See Conqueror of Demons. Yanfei had a shocked look, and Ganyu looked a bit hopeful, maybe thinking that Xiao was not able to grant me freedom here in Liu. Ningguang looked stunned as one of the most mythical beings in Liu history was called right in front of her by a kid. Her spear boy. "These women are saying that they can't hire me because I'm worthless. I hoped for the boss to vouch for me," I pleaded with a desperate expression. "You are an asshole," is what the four women were probably thinking, including Gizhong. Spear boy and the boss were used to my antics, so they wouldn't be so angry about a false alarm. "Rex Lapis is busy now. If that's all, I will leave," and he disappeared, leaving 3 stunned women and an angry one. "How dare you use Mrak's name for your stupid pranks? Chill, grandma, or you will lose your hair." "What did he say?" Rex Lapis asked Ningguang. "Indeed. Now it's time for me to use my bragging rights." "You," I said, pointing at Ningguang. "You could have hired a guy that even the god of contracts valued enough to establish a proper contract with, for less than what buying your dress costs." "You," I said, pointing at Yanfei. "Your answer is power." "Rex Lapis is powerful, so he can ignore the rules, try to accuse someone that can raise Liu in seconds. Let's see how that goes." Yanfei looked like her life was in vain. "And you, vegetable enjoyer, tell me, are you frustrated now?" I asked her while approaching her and smacking her on the face with the contract we had just signed. She didn't move, looking dismayed at having lost against a kid. "So let it be known, today is the day the great Kenshin won against the most important woman of this harbor for a month, her paper pusher, probably, and the best lawyer in town. Let it be known. Let it be known." When did all these people gather around? Chapter 17, a new title in Liu. "You are so cruel," Gizhong commented, feeling sorry for these women. It will pass in time. It was just a prank anyways. People will forget about that soon. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, each time you say that I fear for the poor souls involved with you. Hear me, beloved citizens of our proud Liu. I, the human praised by the god of Geo himself, am offering my services for free for a limited time. Any cursed objects, haunted places, spirit possession, everything can be solved. The price will depend on the curse, but I can assure you that my skill is genuine. If I wasn't honest, would the god of contracts have signed one with me? I was a genius. I didn't came here to lead to work. I will have enough of that later. I will be my own boss, and earn money in the way. People started murmuring, leaving me satisfied. Liu was packed with cursed things due to the remnants. Those curses will disappear alone with time, but they don't know it. You have indeed started working as a scammer. Shut up. It's time for you to pay the rent. Start inventing something to sell. I will not sell my things so you can make easy money. Who, rebellious aren't you? I just slapped those 3 women's faces, and I still feel a bit itchy. Do you want to line up? Okay. Don't be like that. You are bored anyways, and it's your chance to interact with humans, albeit indirectly. Why don't you have some fun? For all the interested listeners, I will be just outside the city with a few things. Tomorrow my first 30 petitions will be for free, and don't worry for the rest, my services will be very cheap. After all, I looked disdainfully at Yanfei. I don't need to pay taxes or ask for a business license if I'm not inside the city. Yes, it was that easy to avoid getting licenses. You sell it outside, and no risk. Why would people try to evade taxes when you can just put your shop outside? I get it. The outside is not safe and you could be robbed by those pesky treasure hoarders, but guess what? The meteor caller is on my side. Yanfei had a hollow look. All laws from Liu were effective in the harbor. That will change in the next years, I'm sure, or Liu will end up as a ghost town with hundreds of shops outside its gates. But for the 2 weeks I will be here, there is no time to pass new regulations. Hey Ningguang, look, I whispered to her, and looking towards the huge crowd, where a few sly guys and girls were thinking about my idea. You have been in power for a month, right? Don't worry, if solve this you will be revered as the eternal ruler for years to come. I snickered at her dismayed face, She knew that she was not going to be able to sleep for a year after this mess. Hey Yanfei, looks like whatever you dedicated your life for is useless just after stepping a meter out of the harbor. But what do I know? I'm just a kid. I smirked at her dark face. Hey Ganyu, just wanted you to know that even after your shameful loss, you don't need to hire me. My job is probably going to be more interesting than yours, and probably better paid. I will keep the contract though. It's a proof of your naivety and my victory. I will mock you with this until I die. And I probably will pass it to my grandsons so they can mock you too. That way you won't be alone. No need to thank me. A long life can be hard. I laughed at Ganyu's blank face. You are pure evil, Gizhong muttered. Ahahaha, who would think that an hour ago I was bored? This is amazing. You know what? No, I don't want to know more. Please shut up and leave this beautiful city alone. No can do. People of Liu, listen to me. I know that curses are abundant in these lands, and you people have no way of cleansing them without paying exorbitant amounts of money. Money you have worked so hard to earn. Why should it be spent on these basic curses that are threatening your lives? This is pure abuse, I shouted. The growing crowd looked surprised, but after a bit they nodded at my words. I earn 300,000 mora a month. And removing a possession I suffered while working cost me 500,000 mora. How is that fair? Someone shouted. Once the first guy started, everyone started shouting their grievances, even if they were unrelated to curses. I earn 400,000 a month, and I need to pay 300,000 a month for my house. How can I live? I earn 200,000 a month. And I send on food 150,000 a month. How can I buy the latest books? I want to see my wife get effed by other guys. Why did she get angry? That last one was weird, but it doesn't matter. Indeed, it's unfair. Why does people have more money than you? You see them happy on the street, walking with their food, their paintings, their books, their exquisite tableware. Why are you the only one who can't get what you want? Hee hee. Everyone is in a worse economical condition than other people, no matter how much money they earn, so everyone is jealous of another person, even while all these guys probably have more money than other unfortunate people will see in their whole lives. What can we do? Ugh, human stupidity. Why are you looking for answers from a kid who hasn't worked in his life? Still, I think I have found my calling. Being an agitator? Shut up already, you are making a mess out of these people. Gizhong's screams tried to make me see the reason. They couldn't. They are grown-ups, they can think for themselves. Any possible action they commit will be on their own heads. And I ignored Gizhong's screams. You ask me? I said in a calm voice, contrasting with the loud voice I had been using until now. The crowd approached to hear what I wanted to say. You ask me? I started using an angry voice, as if to represent all their oppressed anger. It's obvious whose fault it is. Can't you see it? A farmer has no money to live, yet the ones selling his products are living in luxury. How is that fair? Let me tell you, fair people of Liu. I'm from Inazuma, exiled for telling the truth, banished for my ideals. I fell in love with Liu, its majestic landscape, its amazing people, its developed culture. Be proud, people of Liu. You live in a good country. That should be enough to stroke their ego and make them trust in me even without proof of what I'm telling them. So I wanted more. I wanted more of Liu. I spent every moment I had in the 2 weeks I have been here traveling and seeing this wonderful land. And what did I find? You, tell me. I pointed at a random person. Even I don't know what I'm about to say. There is no way she knows. I don't know, the girl meekly said. I saw poverty. I saw suffering. I saw unfairness. I honest people working every day, cultivating what we are eating, and yet. Why do they look poorer than anyone else? They are giving us all of our food, so why are they not the richest ones? Think about it, I shouted and fell silent. That's right. I didn't give them time to think. It's unfair. The ones selling their food are the ones with all the money. What does it mean? I asked the crowd. It's unfair. Injustice. I love cashews. So do I. I answered. What is a cashew? And then I though. If this is happening with food, what else is involved in this? I asked them again. A painter get paid 30,000 mora for his work, and he later needs to see the same painting being sold for 3,000 mora. What is this? Injustice, a robbery. Indeed it is. So we need to do something, right? I shouted at them. Yes. Justice for the people. Death to the oppressors. Ups, that last one got a bit far. Don't misunderstand. The moment we arm ourselves is the moment we lose this. We need to wield weapons, but instead of a sword, we will wield a quill. Instead of a spear, we will wield reason. Instead of cannons, we will wield the law. I tried to guide them into a non-violent path. The law is useless. I hear a voice saying that. No. The law is not useless. The law is the only way the people have to ensure they live in fairness. If the law is not working, it's because the law is not being respected. So people of Liu, raised to arms, those being reason, democracy and cooperation. Let us build a country where everyone is given where they are owed. I'm getting a hoarse voice, so I think it's better to stop now. I have an idea. I will be waiting tomorrow near the entrance. In a few days I will sell a book with my ideas, so please consider buying it. It will be around 3,000 mora, so please be assured. Together we will slap the faces of those who for so long had been abusing of our goodwill. Yes. After that the crowd dispersed, leaving me alone with 5 dismayed people. Wait, 5. There was an elderly man who I hadn't seen in my life. But looking at his soul, it was the good old Mirax. Hee. What do you think, boss? I will make your country a better place. No need to thank me. We are friends after all. I nodded at the god of Geo. I guess he looks like this because he wants to keep his other appearance a secret. The other 3 looked astonished at the literal god in front of them. I see he nodded. I don't know if he is angry or not, but considering I'm still in one piece must mean something. You won't care if I check your book before you sell it, right? I guess he wants to understand my philosophy so he can lead his country better. Yes. There is no way he doesn't trust me on this, right? Of course, boss. I nodded and he disappeared. Literally. So now, ladies, I hope you find your work fun because you are about to be swarmed. I will now go and eat some foul dish. I find them delicious. Don't worry, I will enjoy them in your place. Ahahaha. You. What have you done? Relax, lady. Your nature will affect you if you get so angry. You are the goddess of dust, right? Be careful you don't return to it. What have you done to our beautiful city? Nothing bad. Even if I was thinking about the speech on the fly, I didn't lie. Now shut up and start thinking something to sell tomorrow. I will find the boss to serve as an appraiser. Maybe we can start a business right here. A business with Mirax. Yes, count me in. What an easy woman. Now let me concentrate, it's letter time. What Kenshin didn't know is that people in Liu thought of this moment as a flexing point in their story, when a visionary shared with them the true justice in the merchant city. People celebrated this day as the Day of Light, second only to the Right of Descent and the Lantern Rite. Some people even think that the visionary was an emissary sent by the god of Geo, who strived to fight for them, as he has always done. People had doubts about how to call the visionary Heaven Destroyer, Sky-piercing True Monarch, Absolute Peerless Paragon of the 100 Lives. But the few fortunate people that saw how everything started shared their wisdom, and finally he was known as the Slapping Young Master. That night, in Inazuma, I am starting to feel scared about this hour of the day. I spent all day praying that Kenshin doesn't mess it up. He is working with the god of Geo, and that makes me extremely nervous. Kenshin is literally capable of annoying a rock, and in this case it could be fatal. And to make things worse, today I got 2 letters, one from Ganyu. This tells me that something big has happened. Pink woman, respect me and my might, for I am the one that brought salvation to you. Yes, it's true. Yesterday there was no letter because I was tired, but I will put you to date now. I ended sealing every single remnant of the gods. Now I think I'm more than qualified to take your place in the shrine. This damn kid. If you want it, take it, More work for you and more free time for me. Thing I won't do because you will probably like it that way. This kid is getting better at reading me, and it's annoying. Yeah, so there is that. Now I have half a dozen adeptus eternally grateful to me. You even have the gall to threaten me through the grass eater. Learn this, pink woman. You are stronger than these adepti, but they are more. So play your hands carefully or you will have a war. This kid is delusional. There is no way the Adeptus will risk facing Inazuma. It's not that they will lose, they could win easily, but I is definitely too strong. I don't know if Mrax can beat her. Anyway, I was bored in the docks when a woman approached me. My condolences to that woman. Nothing good will come out of approaching Kenshin. She disturbed my meditation, so I fooled her into thinking I was an Adeptus. It was quite funny. It was only later. Her name is Ningguang. She runs things here, I think. Indeed, even I knew of her. A woman so talented that at mere 16 years she is the richest woman, or should I call her girl, in Liu. And you had to antagonize her. Really smooth, Kenshin. After a while your friend appeared. Just by hearing that I could sense the reason why Ganyu sent me a letter. Poor girl, she doesn't learn to leave the kid alone. And we made a bet. If I could slap Ningguang and make her say thank you, I would win and Ganyu would hire me. If I couldn't, I will leave Liu and return to Inazuma. Of course, I would slap anyone. Who do you take me for? I can feel the irony. It's a deep one, and my cheek still stings from the slap I received. If I could bring someone that could allow me to do whatever I wanted, I would win. Of course I called the boss, but the spear boy appeared. I technically lost. But people here are so blinded by their admiration towards Adeptus that they didn't notice. Not even the white-haired woman, and she doesn't look stupid, only devious and cruel. I saw the same look you have sometimes. I hate this kid. I'm counting the seconds left for him to be in front of me. Ah, I forgot it. There was another half-Adeptus called Yanfei. She is a lawyer. She seemed pissed that I said I could ignore the law, so of course I made her realize my greatness. I won the bet and slapped their faces. Metaphorically, of course. And just when I started laughing and leaving, I heard something beautiful. This is not good at all. He mocked 3 very important people over there, and the letter is still not over. Please, Kenshin, tell me you didn't do nothing extreme. A chorus echoed my voice. At some point, a crowd was around us. They had seen Spear Boy come and they listened to us. So they knew I had contact with their god. And I had an idea. Please, Kenshin, please. Why do I need to work? At some point I started thinking like a loser. I want to have fun, not to work. Working with the grass lady is not going to be funny. So now, I found myself with a crowd of people with glistening eyes, venerating me for the mere fact that I knew their god, sometime and in need of money. So I decided to establish my own business. Haha, stupid kid. You think making a business is easy? It's hard here for different reasons, but in Liu you will have to compete with a lot of people. And you will need the license, and they will not give it to a child. I'm now expecting your letter from tomorrow, telling me how bad it went for you. Of course I knew the license was a problem. I found myself in a pinch. I want to form a business, but I can't do it here. Easy. Get out of Liu. I'm glad no one can see me now. Why didn't I think of it before? Of course this solved not only the license. I don't have to pay taxes. I glanced at Ganyu's letter. Now it seems even more important. I don't like where this is going. You should understand by now. I had a pioneer idea, one that Liu couldn't solve in these 2 weeks, and that will give me a lot of money, and a lot of clearly thirsty people lusting after money. The great Kenshin is a nice person, so it's obvious what I had to do, right? Please number. Yes, please yes. I communicated my plan to them. A few smart cookies were catching the idea, and I found myself applauded by everyone. I realized I liked this very much. I don't know if it's my calling, but I liked it a lot. So things escalated a bit, but anyway. Now I have an horde of brainless people ready to defend me against your induction attempts. I have God and the people on my side. Doesn't that mean you have to face a whole country just for a kid? Is it even worth any more? No, don't skip it. What happened there? Will we see Liu Harbor burn even from here? So tomorrow morning I will give some exorcists services and will sell some things. I will also try to buy things. The god of contracts is going to be my business partner. Incognito of course. But I wonder what face will you make when I earn more money in 2 weeks than what you have earned in 500 years. I will hire some people to take care of the business when I leave, so I will be making money even if I'm not here. I will even sell my own book. You understand it now, Pink Woman? I have one. No, you don't. I will confiscate everything you get, and I will buy some of the most useless things with your money just to spite you. Still, that things escalated a bit is worrying me. I will read Ganyu-U's letter now and get angry later. Yi, come tomorrow and take that devil out of here. That's worrying. Even the gentle and soft-spoken Ganyu is starting her letter like that. Do you have any idea of what happened today? I will start from the beginning. I found Kenshin fooling Ningguang, the new leader of the Kixing. I tried to scold him, but he said there was nothing we could do to stop him. It wasn't exactly like that, but he seemed to think his acquaintance could get him out of any trouble. I take pride on the fact that the city I collaborated on establishing is fair, so I took personal offense to that. We made a bet and I lost. How could I know he had been in a contract with Rex Lapis? It's unfair. He told me that he would pass his contract, made of extremely resistant paper, to his great-grandsons, so they could mock me too. I feel depressed just thinking about it. So after mocking Ningguang, my friend Yanfei and me, I got slapped on the face with the contract. He laughed. That's where things started getting out of hand. A crowd had reunited, and if it wasn't bad enough that everyone saw the leader of the Kixing get ridiculed by a kid, they looked at Kenshin with adoration due to his connection with Rex Lapis. A Kenshin with an audience is something I hope you never allow to happen in Inazuma. Indeed, that seems to be disastrous. He has been somewhat isolated in the shrine, but now I need to isolate him completely. His only visits will be his parents. At most. He had a devious smile on his face, one that made me shiver in fear. How can a child make such an expression? If it wasn't because he worked with Rex Lapis himself, I would suspect he was possessed by a creature that only wants to see the world burn. I'm sure he sent you a letter, and I don't know what he told to you, but I will tell you the unadulterated truth. He started agitating the crowd. That apostrophe s ... not something I was expecting, and something I hope I will never have see here. The fact that he sent me a letter tells me that he escaped alive. If he did that thing here, he will be charcoal in a second. Things were getting dangerous. Some people were even shouting that they should eliminate the intermediaries. It was pretty scary. I never thought humans were able of expressing such malice, and they were all led on by Kenshin. Of course I don't think that's what Kenshin pretended. He strongly argued that no violence was allowed, and that they needed to respect the law. But now we find that 30% of the business of Liu are out of the city in stalls, legally avoiding taxes. At the Kixing we are getting swamped by complaints and reclamations. Our workers have started a strike, and the farmers, painters, builders, miners ... they all refuse to sell their products until the law is changed. All for equality they say, and the lantern rite is 2 weeks away. Yi, what can I do? Indeed. What can I do? This is not. Things escalated a bit. Damn it, Kenshin. We may need to send supplies from here as an apology. We have no food for tomorrow. Our shops have no workers. The festival preparation is suspended indefinitely until we solve this. We can't earn money as people are not paying taxes. The Kixing leadership is in pieces as Ningguang was there when everything started. And Kenshin is even going to sell his book with his ideas, the same ones that brought us here. And you know something else? People are calling him the visionary or the divine emissary, just like you are over there. People are admiring the one that is causing us so much trouble. Sometimes I think that this is not worth it. Kenshin, you made a 2,000-year-old adeptess question her life in less than a day. You truly are talented. And I even heard someone alluding to the fact that Yanfei, Ningguang and my own face were slapped by the divine emissary. They started calling us three as the gods touched. Do you know how embarrassing it is? Someone tied the ends, and now Kenshin's name in Liu is officially the slapping young master. I'm sorry Ganyu, I don't know what to do. What could have I done about this? I was on a reunion with the Shogun about our festival, and next thing I know, Kenshin is in Liu. I think about sending a member of the Shomatsu band to retrieve him. He has now the protection of Rex Lapis. I think about making some time myself. Now he has an horde protecting him. Was there something I could have done? Maybe I should have dropped him after he pissed on me, rather than handing him back to his father. I decided to finish the letter. P.S. As you know, my master is a pure adeptus. That means that like some yokais, they have an animal form, and when they are strong enough they can adopt a human form. My master's form is that of a crane. It seems that Kenshin felt a bit pissed off after walking for hours only to get rejected, so he has been sending recipes to cook birds every single day to her house. Ha ha ha, that's a funny one. Still, after reading all this, I just want to sleep. Miki, I asked for her to come. She is one of the most trustful Mikos here. Yes, as always, send these letters to the Kamisato clan. Today's letters are sensitive, so pay attention. Some people will trail you, but they follow my orders. Yes. She didn't ask any stupid questions and just nodded. Today's letter was specially sensitive. If someone knew that Kenshin was agitating people in Liu, they wouldn't let him come back. In Liu a crowd of 100 people could protest, and maybe they could get what they wanted. In Inazuma a crowd of 100 people could protest, but the only thing they would get is a thunderbolt to the face. I feel older now than I have ever felt. Damn it, Kenshin. Chapter 18. Gifts and farewells. Look, Gizhong. It's so early in the morning and there is already people lining in front of me. It's the first time in my life that I don't like humans that much. How can they fall for a charlatan's words? Because of my regal figure. You are a child, a baby in my eyes. What do you mean regal? Gizhong, I don't really think you want to see me as a baby. I did some nasty things back then. Like what? Some things are better left unsaid. Anyway, I'm ready to study these specimens and sell my book. How disappointing. Back in the day books were a way to pass valuable knowledge to the future generations. Now it has devolved into a way of getting money. How sad. Whatever. I was just surprised that the guys at the publishing house were so moved by my speech that they made copies of my book for free. Indeed. Don't be such a sour girl. We are going to be rich. Welcome. You are the first to come. What would you like? I asked the guy in front of me. It's an honor to be able to shake hands with the slapping young master. I wanted to know if these items are cursed, he said, while cupping his hands and bowing. Slapping young master. I like it. Only you like being called that. Let me see. Yup, no curses. Need something else? This is how I want things to work. You tell me what you need, I solve it. Next person. And like that, a lot of people passed through my little stall. Well, it was just me sitting on a chair with a bag of jade slips next to me. These were the ones, the leftovers from our god sealing trip. And like this, a lot of people passed by, until a guy stood in front of me. He had the ugliest soul I had ever seen. If you can compare human souls with a sphere, this guy had a spiky and fractures ball, and its color was a mix of black and green. It was really disgusting. What do you need? I asked with a smile. It's a foolish question. There is no way I missed the woman's ghost near him, always screaming. What is that? Asked a nervous Gizhong. Something that is better for you to avoid seeing. I think I'm possessed. The guy stuttered. I see. Do you have any suspicions of who could be doing that? The ghost looked at me, surprised that I could see her number. Just then I noticed a tiny ripple across the surface of his soul. It's a phenomenon I have been seeing during all morning. When people lie they have this tiny ripple, but it's only now that I can clearly see it, maybe because it's such a huge lie and concerning something so serious as this. I see. There is something with you, but I can't see it clearly. It would do me no good if this guy starts attacking me. The boss is coming in the afternoon. And look at that, this guy is clearly relieved that I can't see the ghost clearly. Shouldn't it be the other way if he wants to get freed of it? I will leave for some specialized talismans. Your ghost is too strong for a mere jade slip. I will be back soon. There is no way I can't seal the ghost in a slip that can seal gods. But he doesn't need to know. I went for a mile length and explained everything to him. He looked hesitant, but I was famous for being an acquaintance of Rex Lapis, so they detained the man. I spoke with the ghost and got all the information that could be relevant to the case. From what I told, it was not a simple murder case. I didn't want to listen more of this. It was making me sick, so I left. It really leaves a bad taste in my mouth indeed. There are always humans like that, but those are exceptions. You just found another side of the exorcist work. Sometimes it's your duty to listen to the dead's grievances. I can see that. And the 2 weeks passed quickly. My business exploded in popularity after solving a pretty disturbing case. The boss helped me identifying everything that could be valuable, so I started selling things and buying others. My books also sold like pancakes. Even people from Mondstadt came to buy it. Gizhong wanted to sell things. I think she wanted to surprise the boss, but I decided against it. Some things she made were eerily similar to other things already here, like the Gizhong ballista. I was going to get caught in a snap of fingers. A lot of people went outside Liu with their business, allowing me to buy a lot of shops very easily inside Liu. Stupid people. There is no way the Kixing are going to let this go for long. Better for me, I guess. So I was thriving here. I hired people to take care of the buying and selling, so I only had to take care of the cursed things. This allowed me to meet a lot of people and witness a lot of stories. There was nothing like that murder case, but a few people had stolen goods. Even relics formed the nearby ruins. The boss' help was very essential identifying those. In these 2 weeks, I confirmed that when people lied, their souls had a ripple in their soul. I don't know why yet. Maybe they had some other reaction when they were angry or sad, but I couldn't see anything. Maybe I need to train more. I got along with Gizhong, and she looked pleased to see my business growing. Maybe she wanted to be near the boss that much. I don't really care. She was happy. And so, my adventure in Liu was arriving to its end, and I was starting to grow nervous. It's your fault. Even after I warned you to stop, you still send those infuriating letters every single day. I had to do it. I finish what I start, then don't complain when you reap what you sow. Woman, did you hear me complain? I will get what I sought, but that doesn't make it any easier. I did all I wanted to do in Liu though. I won a lot of money. I trained my ability and I got help for Ayato's mother. There are a lot of things I left to do, but I covered the important points I see. I'm excited to see Inazuma, but it would be a lie if I said I won't miss Liu, she said in a nostalgic voice. It's your home after all. Don't worry, it will not disappear anytime soon with the boss around. We will come back, but I still don't know when I will be allowed outside my room. Gizhong didn't answer. She was a bit melancholic. Anyway, tonight is the lantern rite. Are you excited? I am. But I fear that this year's lantern rite will be affected by your rebellion stunt, she said angrily. I spoke the truth, yet you want me to feel bad for it? I won't bow to oppressors. There you go again. Look, just enjoy tonight because tomorrow that pink woman will be here, and she will drag me back to Inazuma. Are you going to comply? I thought you would do whatever you can to stop her from taking you back. I know the limits. Don't look at me like that. I really do. I don't have eyes. And yet I felt your gaze. I have been here for a month, and I prefer Inazuma to this place. Also, I miss my parents. I have seen too many tragic stories here, either from the ghosts or the remnants, and I need some rest now. We both fell silent, looking at the busy people around, finishing the last touches of the festival. I looked towards the person that made such a rude sound and saw Ganyu. Yes. The grass eater who was as soft as velvet is now able to make those sounds. If you annoy her enough, she will even do a disgusted expression. My dear grassiate. She ran away. Even a half Kylan as her runs away from you at sight. You should know that Kylans are extremely peaceful and calm creatures, yet you have one avoiding you. That should tell you how annoying you are. It's not my fault. It's society's fault. I really don't like what you learned from meeting all those shameless guys. There were girls too. Indeed, there were. Oh, another one. This one is the antler girl. You are not escaping. No, let me go. She screamed while I grabbed her wrist. No, I'm bored. No please, that's even worse. Don't worry, I'm not in the mood. I wanted you to tell that young elder lady that tomorrow we will depart to Inazuma. Yes. The one who can help Aunt Ko is this disappointing lawyer's master. Yes, please leave, and don't come back. She is pleading me to not come back. How rude. Don't worry. I will study law only to think of loopholes I can use. No, don't put that kind of despairing face. It's only my duty. I have a lot of shops here after all, I nodded sagely. Please don't. Oh, are you thanking me? No, please don't do that. We are still in a disastrous situation after everyone left the harbor. Don't repeat this, I implore you. Don't worry, I will publish all those loopholes in the second part of my book. I nodded graciously at her, acknowledging her intention to fight for the people of Liu. She had a defeated face and walked away slowly with a slouch. I was happy now. What can I say? I'm a simple guy. You're evil, Hage's Hong. Don't you get tired of insulting me? At least look for a few other insults. And night arrived. The lantern rite was spectacular. Candles all around, huge dragons carved out of wood, floating lights, music, excited and happy people. It was amazing. Gizhong started crying emotionally midway, and for once I didn't tease her like I normally would. She was seeing her dream come true. This is the place she, and a lot of her friends, died to build. They fought tooth and nail, laying their lives in the process to build a place where adeptus and humans could coexist. And now she was witnessing it in its biggest moment. But I think something is off here. There is a weird melancholic mood around and I don't like it. But I don't know why yet. I will try to think of it later, and tell the boss about it the next time I come to Liu. Now my visit in Liu is officially ended. Well, not really. There is one more thing to do. I went an hour near the Wangshu Inn, where I knew Spear Boy was usually at during the nights. To my surprise, he wasn't alone. There was a guy wearing a green attire playing the flute. Aha, what do we have here? A new admirer of my melody? He said playfully. Or she? I didn't expect Spear Boy to have a friend. A wind elemental at that. Look, he is surprised now. How did you know? He looked interested. Not surprised or alarmed. That's a nice change for once. I can see your soul. But to be a spirit, you sure have a strong soul. It's not as strong as the boss, but he is nervous now. Whatever, I don't care about it now. I'm here for the Spear Boy. What do you want? Ops, he is in a bad mood. I guess I disturbed them, but I have no other time to do this. Don't get angry. I leave for Inazuma tomorrow. Oh. Didn't knew that. Then I will thank you on behalf of Liu, for resolving all curses plaguing the land. He bowed deeply. Green guy looked at me surprised, but I don't care about it for now. This guy is too strong. You can thank me when I cleanse all of them, I said looking at him. Is there a curse left? He looked puzzled. Of course. Yours. I had to practice a lot and try a lot of things. But I had practiced dummies in the form of cursed objects. I am confident I can make the curse stop tormenting Spear Boy. You can break his curse? The green guy is really not some random mob. You better stop. There is no way to break my curse. Spear Boy looked resigned. You still don't know how amazing the mighty Kenshin is. I can't break your curse. It's too strong for me right now, but I can make it target a different thing. That was my strategy. Make it torture other thing. How can you do that? Spear Boy still looked resigned, but there was hope in his eyes. The curse is coiled around your soul, holding it tight. That's why you feel pain. I will slowly introduce another soul between yours and the curse, making the curse attack the newer one. I explained my plan. His curse attacks everything that gets near, so I will cover Spear Boy's soul with another one, like a kind of skin, and then slowly and carefully remove it, making the curse latch onto the skin and let Spear Boy's soul free. Hey green guy, you are the strongest one here. I am going to use the sealed ghost of an animal to do this, but I don't know how the curse will affect this ghost. Maybe it will die directly, or mutate into something weird. I want you to delete it. No question asked. Spear Boy's curse is strong and we can't let it affect the ghost for an extended period of time. I will help too. Spear Boy looked hesitant now. Maybe he didn't want his curse to cause more problems, but I have no time to coddle his sacrificial thoughts. No problem. The green guy said smiling. Spear Boy, I don't know how tired you will be after this, so better shut up and trust this guy. I don't know who he is, but he way stronger than you. Anyway, I will start. 5 minutes later I finished my part. Green guy destroy that place. I pointed at a dark thing in the air. I wasn't sure the green guy could see it, And it was a good thing I pointed because he didn't have clue of what I was talking about. So he decided to blow everything up. A huge air vortex suddenly appeared, sucking everything around. Yes, even me. It was only because Spear Boy caught my arm and stood firm by nailing her spear in the ground that I wasn't turned into the meat those marvelous kebab had. The black thing didn't stood a chance. It was obliterated under the razor-sharp gusts of wind. I know who you are now. God damn it. This kind of power can only belong to an Arjun, and knowing that there are only 7 of them around, it is quite obvious. He knocked his head with his hand while winking with his tongue out. Spear Boy looked shocked and a bit angry. What's wrong, Spear Boy? You should be happy. Why are you angry now? I really can't understand him. The curse that tormented me for more than a millennia was removed in 5 minutes by a child. How can I not feel angry? He grumbled. Well, looking at it like that, it sounds stupid. The reason your existence was only pain and the reason you couldn't mingle with other people was gone in a snap of fingers. Of course you would feel strange. I was not stupid. I knew that his curse only got removed because it acted on instinct and targeted his soul. With a bit of time the curse would have found out that it was not affecting Spear Boy, and it would return to him twice as strong, but the green guy could delete it in an instant. It was a fearsome curse, one I am sure I won't be able to understand in years. And yet, what does it tell? The fact that the hilichurl curse is 1,000 times worse. You did it. It was awesome. You saved that adeptus soul so easily. Gizhong sounded excited and happy. Of course, lady. I'm the amazing Kenshin, I proudly said. No matter how stupid that curse was, or how Green Guy here made this even easier, it was also a fact that this possible only because I was here, and I had the will to do it. I can feel proud of this, I think. Xiao, you are now free. The Green Guy looked happy for Spear Boy, making him forget about how easy his problematic curse got solved. I am free, he repeated, the reality sinking in his suicidal brain. That's my cue to leave. I don't want to see more tears this night. I slipped up, but they can't know I was referring to Gizhong's tears. And it's not like I could see them anyway. I started leaving, but I heard the Green Guy shout behind me. Thank you for what you did for him. Come to Mondstadt when you can. I will for sure. From what I've heard, it sounds like a fun place. After I returned to the Wangshu Inn, I found the boss waiting for me at the entrance with his usual calm expression. Thank you for solving Xiao's curse. My debt with you doesn't seem to stop growing, he simply said. Don't worry, my friend. I don't need anything. Wait a minute. I want that debt repaid now, in the form of a promise. That child's curse came from him following my orders, so it's me responsibility to repay you from solving it. Tell me what you want and it's reasonable enough. I will abide to my promise. What a long way to say I accept. I want to forgive me once. What happens when Gizhong appears in front of him? I may meet the ants underground before I can explain myself. You want me to forgive your mistake once? He sought confirmation. No, it's not a mistake. I refuse to think that saving Gizhong is a mistake. Kenshin. Gizhong looked touched, but this is not the time for it. If you didn't make a mistake, why would you need my forgiveness? The boss looked intrigued. I may make a decision you wouldn't approve. Before you ask, it will not harm Liu in any way. I think it will make it stronger, and definitely a happier place. Adding a new adeptus to the roster, and one that likes humans as much as Gizhong does, is fated to help Liu. The boss looked pensive, but finally agreed. Ah, I forgot. Boss, wait here. I need to give you something. I almost forgot it. A part of me wanted to take it with me, as I valued it dearly, but I knew the boss would value it even more. I went to my room and picked 2 books. Here boss, a signed book. I gave him my book, the one that set Liu in flames. Thank you, he said with a straight face, but I could see some traces of bitterness. No problem. And take this one too, I said quietly, handing him another book. This one was a lot less showy, its cover being brown and some black letters I had to write. Chronicles of Liu Zong. I carefully received the book, realizing that I treated this one with a lot of care compared to the other. I wrote every single story I learned from the remnants. Some stories are tragic like Shenzi's, other are about violent people like Chang Li, and other are emotional like Gizhong's. I wrote in this book every single one, The good and the bad ones, I said, while feeling my vision blurry from tears. It took a lot of me to write this book. I had to relive a lot of stories, and it was incredibly taxing, but I felt that every story mustn't be forgotten. A person doesn't die when he loses his life, he dies when he is forgotten. The choices people make during their lives can affect the world, and how future people will be able to see it. Would Liu exist had Rex Lapis not fought for it? Would Liu be a safe place had Xiao decided to stop fighting the remnants? Of course not. So Liu must know who they are living because of. Every story should be told. Zhongli looked at the book in his hands, and his gaze changed into one of gentleness, seeing how valuable it was. It would probably be more expensive than any business in Liu, but neither he nor Kenshin thought about selling it. It had a historical value, and an emotional one. This must have taken you a lot of effort. Are you sure you want to give it to me? He asked me seriously. Of course. I value that book a lot, but me are stories of the past. These stories belong to your friends, comrades and even enemies. This book is more important for you than it is for me. But don't misunderstand this. I didn't give you this so you could drown in nostalgia. I gave you this to make you feel that is not only you the one that remembers them, there is now material proof they existed. So enjoy the life they shaped, be it friends or enemies. Then I thank you for this. He bowed deeply to me. But I was not in the mood to enjoy how the god of Geo was bowing. I felt actually drained. No problem, we are friends after all, and I hope you make a lot more living as a human. Now I will rest. This is the last night I will be able to sleep soundly. With that I left him, not looking back. Damn, that it was exhausting. It really was. Thank you, Kenshin. It was a beautiful gesture, Gizhong said with a calm voice, but I could feel how emotional she was. The people I wrote about in the book were also her friends. She saw me writing that book every single night, trying to write everything I experienced as soon as possible before forgetting something. There were thousands of stories to cover. Some were pages long, some were short, and some others only had the name of the god, but I did all I could. This is another thing I will be able to remember with pride. With this, now I was ready to go back to Inazuma. It was a blast. Chapter 19, Traitors Everywhere. No, I'm not ready to go back to Inazuma. When I woke up this morning, that was the first thing I thought. Don't be a coward. Yesterday you said that you were ready. Gizhong scolded me. I was, but when the moment to face death arrives, I get cold feet. I think anyone does. I remember you did it too. You were screaming in your last moments. How dare you remember that? I told you to forget it. How dare you mock my death? I didn't mock you, just saying that death is scary. You should know firsthand. After all, I got you from a wriggling mass of black sludge that came from your corpse. She was too angry to speak for a while. I will enjoy whatever suffering that pink woman brings you, she muttered darkly. I don't, and that's why I'm running to Mondstadt. You are what? Is it that surprising? I ran from Inazuma to Liu because I made her angry. Now she is murderous. Why wouldn't I escape even further? Dumb fossil. Think for a bit. I hope you fall along the way in some manure, she muttered darkly. I will seal that shit in a moment, and I will make sure it falls on top of your head. Good luck having a shower without water. Apostrophe. She fell silent, but I had no time for her. Knowing the pink woman as well as I do, she already knows where I am, so I need to leave now. It's still early, but it can't hurt to be cautious. Kenshin, are you leaving now? The boss and Spear Boy were waiting for me downstairs. Spear Boy looked refreshed, and even had a small smile, something I honestly did not expect to see on his face. Yes, I am. I will. What's that? There was a green thing floating around. It was something I was sure I could see because of my ability, but it was unlike anything I had seen before. I told you he would notice, the boss said in a calm voice. Looks like it was the green guy who materialized near us. What are you doing here? I asked, surprised. Has this guy lost something here? I knew you would leave today, and come to have fun. He is at least honest. Well, sorry, but I have no time to play. If I don't leave now, that pink woman will skin me alive twice. So goodbye, and I departed. Kenshin, Liu is to the other direction, the boss informed me. I know, but I'm not going to Liu. I'm heading to Mondstadt, I graciously informed them. Why? The boss had a straight face, but I could feel waves of confusion emanating from him. Because I don't want to face just retribution, I deigned myself to explain my motives. I thought you were ready for that. It was Spear Boy who commented. I was until I got scared this morning. You are going to Mondstadt? Yes, we will have a lot of fun. The wine there is the best. The green guy jumped in excitement. Hey, even the gods are excited about inviting me into their countries. I'm a child. I don't drink. I deadpanned at this alcoholic. Did you know? Mondstadt is the city of freedom, he said with a wink. That ... opens a lot of routes. I don't want to drink, but maybe I could do some other fun things. It certainly sounds more interesting than Liu, right? Let's go. The green guy said. I fear what you will become after visiting that anarchic place, the boss said with a wry smile. Come on Mirax, don't be like that. My city is the best there is, the green guy complained. It certainly sounds like it. Maybe I can start my own kingdom there. Oh, the ideas are flowing like water. The green guy wasn't so keen on inviting me anymore. You will not do such a thing. An icy voice came from the path in front of us. It was the pink woman. Why are you here so early? This woman predicted that I would run. I forgot how fearsome she is. I left in Azuma at 3 o'clock a.m. only so I could catch you, little rat. She started approaching me with a cold face. I looked around in panic until I saw the dependable figure of the boss. Hee, pink woman, you are doomed. Ha, pink woman, I recognize your slyness, but I have an ace you can't beat. Rex Lapis, I choose you. Show this foolish woman what it means to face the mighty Kenshin. I won. The boss looked tryly at me, but looked towards the pink woman, making her do a grimace. She needs to bypass a wall, a very big and sturdy wall. It's an honor to meet the god of Geo himself. I know Kenshin has a contract with you, one that makes him safe in Liu. May I know the contents of said contract? Even the angry and devious pink woman has to be polite towards the boss. No. Wait. Why are you nodding, boss? Just put her in her place. I will protect him from any undeserved punishment. Oh no, I forgot to add a clause where the content of the contract would be kept a secret. Then may I ask if the Lord of Geo judges this as a reasonable cause for me to punish him? She smirked at me and took out a stack of letters. My letters. Ha, you are effed. Gizhong was laughing so much she even forgot her polite language. But indeed, I was. The boss took the letters and started reading them one by one until he read everything. His face didn't change, but everyone noticed the obvious awkwardness he felt. Sorry friend, but I can't say your punishment is undeserved. He abandoned me. Thank you, the pink woman said with a smile, but started walking towards me with her icy expression. No, I will not go with you, Spear Boy. Help me. Spear Boy looked to the side, also abandoning me. Here you are. Why did you run like that? The grass eater appeared, panting. Then he saw the rest of us and was surprised to see the scene. The imposing tall man she knew was an adeptus was looking at the sky, wondering something. A small guy with green clothes was laughing while reading some letters, and the conqueror of demons was looking to one side with a red face. I was screaming in panic and Yi had an icy expression. What happened? Was all she could ask. Our little devil had the idea to run to Mondstadt, the pink woman explained to her. The grass eater looked at me and smiled sweetly. Yi, can you wait for a bit? There are a lot of people that want to say goodbye to Kenshin. When did this naive woman learn from the devious pink one? Of course, they can meet us on the way. The pink woman nodded with a smile. No other choice. Barbatos, save me. The moment I had to plead to the alcoholic green guy was the moment I lost my dignity, but my life was more important. No other choice, the green guy said. Looks like he liked my letters. But why does the pink woman not look scared? Barbatos, if you get involved in this I will send Beelzebub to visit your city, she said with a frown. Sorry Kenshin, and good luck. He smiled at me. You are so shameless. And I was the one saying it. Sorry, I can't beat her. I can't beat anyone in fact. Why is he saying it with a smile? Don't lie, you are way stronger than the pink woman. Just beat her and I will take care of the rest, I pleaded. It was my last opportunity to leave this place. At least let me escape. You can fly, right? Help me get away. Sorry, I don't want Beelzebub in my city. My city is great, and I want it to keep it that way. He refused my begging. Yi, We are here. The grass eater appeared with a lot of people. A lot of people. I forgot they are adepters and most of them can fly. This is not going well. They will gang up on me. Pink woman, I challenge you. My last choice, a one-on-one. You really don't change, do you? Very well, she got her magic stick up. Wait, what about the wager? I asked nervously. Maybe I should have shut up. She is going to make it hurt. No bets. I tie you and take you back to Inazuma, she said, and a bolt of lightning rushed to me. I tried to seal it, but it wasn't a soul or a curse I could seal, it was just pure energy. So I lay on the ground, defeated and tied, seeing all the people looking down on my humiliated form. I will not forget this, I muttered with a grim face. This one also doesn't forget the recipes you sent this one over the month, the bird said to me. I won't forget the mockery you made of Liu's law. It had been working an unchanging for nearly a millennia until you had to open your mouth, the antler girl said. Do you know the trouble I was in? Asked an incensed white-haired woman. I had been in my position for less than a month and this huge problem happened. I'm lucky to be still here, and I lost a lot of power and money. And I will forever remember the time I met you as the turning moment in my life. My goodwill and naivety have gone forever, the grass eater said darkly. I looked towards the still silent people. And you three? I asked, engraving this moment in my mind. I will not forget that you lifted my curse, Spear Boy said while averting his eyes. I will not forget how much you have done for Liu and for me, the boss said with a sage nod. You traitor, I trusted you and your meteor. And you. I will not forget how funny your letters were. The green guy said amusedly. What a nice goodbye. I can almost see the summary of your stance in Liu right here, the pink woman mocked me. Now that I can't escape, she was feeling at ease. I'm sure. You all think this is my end? I asked, trembling in anger. They thought these things for at least 2 weeks, and it's only now they are saying it. Cowards, they are hitting an already beaten person. I will be back. I don't know how or when, or even if my whole body will be able to come back, but I will return. And I will make you all pay, I promised. And what will you do? Mocked the antler girl. She is feeling secure now that I'm caught, right? I will turn Liu into Mondstadt version 2. No, she exclaimed. Honestly, everyone here looked scared except for the pink woman and the green guy. Nice idea. I will help. He even promised to help me. But I also have a grudge against you. I will turn Mondstadt into a place like Liu, where rules are everywhere. You will die of boredom. And how are you going to do that? He is even mocking me. You still don't know the great Kenshin. I will tell every single merchant that Mondstadt has no rules, which means that they don't have to pay even half of the taxes they pay here. Your free city will be swarmed by the ravenous horde that are Liu's merchants, which will make you need to establish rules. Easy. I was revered as the slapping young master. They would listen to my words. He fell silent, looking scared. He disappeared after muttering a single sorry. And the rest, I have not forgotten about you. To the big bird, I will go to your house and rub a chicken dish all over your place, so even if you clean your house it will still smell like a BBQ. To the white-haired woman, I will turn Liu into a communist state. I only need to tell the people how equality is justice, and they will bring the kicking down in a day, I said with a bloodthirsty smile. The white woman looked scared of that, knowing she would lose almost all of her money, and would not be able to win more without incurring a crime. For you, vegetable consumer, I will buy every single business that sells anything plant-related, and will sneakily add some triturated meat to every single vegan dish. She will not be able to eat calmly again. But the sanitary tests will reveal your actions. She tried to argue back, but she was stuttering. I will have a guy from Mondstadt appear as the owner. They seem to be stupid anyway. With this everyone is scared into submission. The boss and Spear Boy disappeared midway, so I can't punish their transgressions against me. Everyone, please think a bit. That can only happen if he can return. Think I will not allow him to do. The pink woman had to interrupt my plan. Hey, even if the others look calm, they are still scared. Good. Now they fear Kenshin's might. They quickly left, not wanting to hear more things that would give them nightmares. Look, Pink woman, that's what I can do. Do you think you are any different? I will grasp your weakness sooner or later, and then I will make you fear me too. I laughed. It would be more convincing if you weren't tired and in the ground. She dismissed me and picked me up like a sack of potatoes. Hee hee, you fool. The moment we arrive at Liu I will scream for help, saying that they are trying to silence me and the people will help me. Foolish woman. At this point, I think it's better for you to give up, Kizhan said wryly. Never. We approached the harbor, and I was prepared to execute my strategy, but suddenly all went black. This kid really thinks I am not aware of what he's thinking. I have to admit that he gave me trouble till the end. Had I not been able to convince Rex Lapis, things would not have been that easy. Speaking of which, does the Lord of Geo need something from me? Why is this guy still here? I just want to leave for my dear shrine with this troublemaker in peace. I came to say goodbye and prevent Kenshin from causing a scene, but I see you got it controlled, he said. Looks like even he is aware of Kenshin's plan. And to warn you. That was ominous. As I'm sure you can see, Kenshin's ability is powerful. I thought so when I met him, but I was still surprised when he started sealing the remnants of gods, he explained. But after yesterday, I have to once again reconsider how powerful he is. I didn't receive a letter yesterday, so I don't know anything. What happened? Is there something harder than sealing gods? If that's the case, then I should know about it. He cleansed the curse of the last Yakshaw. He was cursed by karma itself, due to countless years of slaughter, he clarified. That's absurd. I couldn't say another thing. Cleansing karma? That's something I'm not sure even a god can do. It is. I was ready to intervene, but things were too quickly for me to react. While he didn't destroy the curse, the ease he manipulated the curse was surprising. And his ability is only going to grow stronger. I know Beelzebub's attitude with the irregularities, but I still want to warn you. His eyes turned into slits for a brief moment. No matter how Beelzebub thinks or acts, Liu owes Kenshin a huge debt, one that will not be able to be repaid during his short life. Should anything happen to him, I will act myself. If he is not wanted in Inazuma, he will always be welcome in Liu. After saying that, he calmly walked away. What a mess. Now I have some leverage against any radical choice the Shogun will make, but if I can't convince her, we will have to fight an angry dragon. Ha, Kenshin, why must you make everything so complicated? I woke up and saw that I was on a ship. Good morning. Probably the last one. The pink woman looked at me and said with a light smile. Good morning, I answered calmly. What a surprise, I didn't expect you to be this calm. I thought you would try to jump and swim to Liu, she said while looking at me. I don't know how to swim. And even then, I recognize that it is time for me to go back, I replied calmly. I see, she nodded to herself. A comfortable silence fell between us while we looked at the slowly receding Liu. How was it? She asked me in an interested tone. Wonderful. I saw a lot of things, tried even more things and learned even more, I answered honestly. Did you like Liu? She asked while looking at me. Yes. Sealing the remnants, I traveled a lot and saw a lot of things. Every god had their story, just as any human does. Every person has their own dreams and aspirations, and even the mighty adepts are vulnerable to solitude and loss. And I don't think you Kai are any different, I said while looking directly at Yi. I never thought of this before coming to Liu, but what is she hiding behind that teasing attitude? Even Mrax is like a lonely old man. How is this devious and mischievous woman inside? Who knows? She said in a light tone with a teasing smirk. Do you like traveling then? Maybe you will want to leave Inazuma in the future. I love traveling, but I know that Inazuma will always be my home. I really love Inazuma. I truly do. After seeing the whole Liu, I realized that I know so little about my own homeland that is not even funny. I'm glad you do, she nodded. Do you think this trip was worth it? I know she is not asking about the punishment I will face. She is asking me if I'm glad I came here. I saw good things and bad things, but the answer was obvious. Absolutely. I will return to Inazuma with a lot of things I didn't have before this trip. Like what? Knowledge? Friends? Money? Of course. But I felt fulfilled. When I saw Mrax's grateful face after sealing the last god, when I saw Xiao's expression after lifting his curse, when I wrote the last testimony that the gods existed and their plight, I felt that those were things I would feel proud of all my life. When I'm on my deathbed, Hopefully with my family, I will be able to look back and think, my life had meaning. Yi fell silent for a while but then talked again. That's not something I expected from a 5-year-old kid. Isn't it too soon to talk about your death? Maybe, but not going away. Everyone dies. I got that clear when I had to bury those gods. Even you will do and even the Shogun will. The thing I was in contact with the most in this month was death, one way or another. I learned that death is not something you fear, it's only a result of being alive, so we'll try to have as much fun as I can while I'm still alive, I said while closing my eyes. Oh, what is the thing you have in your neck? I was curious about it, I heard Yi say, so I tried to answer before I fell asleep. The sealed soul of Marax's dead lover. And I fell asleep. This kid just fell asleep just after dropping that bomb. I picked the jade and heard a voice coming from it. I can't see souls like Kenshin can, but I can hear them just fine. Hello, I'm Gishong, I heard a nervous voice. Are you here unwillingly? I don't think Kenshin wants to harm you, but he is still a kid. If this Gishong is trapped here, I will set her free. If she doesn't, I will let her stay. This is not my business, it's hers and Kenshin's. I was unwilling at first, but now I want to keep experiencing this world. Nice, a clear and honest answer. What do you hope to get? I guess Kenshin promised you some unrealistic things. He promised me a body, but I don't really care about that. I am satisfied seeing how my friends fare and how Liu is a happy place. I probably have a way to make her a body. I can build puppets you can introduce your soul in, but I won't mention it. As I said, this is their adventure, and looking for a way to restore her body is a part of it. Is there something I should know about Kenshin's trip? You have been with him. Is there something I should know? I know Kenshin has done a lot of things he shouldn't have done. Experiencing thousands of gods' memories can affect him a lot, either for good or for bad. Not really, he is really a special kid. In my opinion, he grew a lot from our memories. I can assure you that he will not be a common person in the future. I'm not talking about his ability, but after experiencing all that at his tender age will make sure that he will be a very special person. I already know that. I felt like crying when he asked me about how I was. It was the first time someone asked me that in more than 500 years. It's not easy to live for so long. It makes you unable to connect with anybody as you will have to bury them. And the only person I could on was sulking inside a puppet. It is hard. Listening to Kenshin's views on death moved me. Maybe I should stop lamenting the passing of my acquaintances and start celebrating that I was able to meet them. I will have to think about this. Still, you have to be careful, I heard the voice speak to me again. He almost started a rebellion at age 5. I don't know what his teenage years will be like. We will need Celestia's help to deal with a hormonal Kenshin. Yes, I'm already dreading it, was all I could say. I also need to teach him more politics, or we will face an angry dragon hurling meteors at us. But in the end, I'm happy Kenshin is growing to be a genuinely good person. He finally fell asleep. I heard the voice of an old woman as soon as I lowered the barrier I erected to give us privacy. Indeed, no matter how much trouble he causes, he is still a kid, I answered while looking at the old-looking woman beside me. When I was going to board the ship, she approached and introduced herself as an adeptus. She told me how Kenshin had convinced her to come to Inazuma to help with the lady of the Kamisata clan. Will you be able to heal that woman? Her family has had this illness for generations, I asked her. Of course, it's better if she can heal, but I wouldn't even know where to start. I won't know until I try. But things are not day or night. Even in the case I can heal her, she will still suffer some symptoms that will leave her weak. But she will be able to keep her life, she gently explained. I hope so, I really do. Chapter 20, New Work. 3 years passed, and now I'm 8 years old. Finally, freedom, I said while exiting the shrine for the first time in 2 years. You really had me waiting. I wanted to see Inazuma, and for 2 years the only thing I saw was that damnable shrine, Gishong grumbled. It's not like I wanted to stay there, I replied. That was the punishment I had to face. 2 years in the shrine training and studying. I learned mostly politics as Yi couldn't help me train my ability. Yes, you heard that right. I'm calling her Yi. At some point the pink woman thing got boring. I remember the last time you crossed this arch. You were a lot smaller back then. She laughed. I'm still small. I don't think I'm going to be as tall as Mirax, I replied. Mickey told me that I was handsome for a kid. My black hair and attractive face helped me, but what attracted more attention were my shining purple eyes. I had a lot of fun scaring people at night in the shrine. They always screamed when they saw two glowing purple orbs floating in the air. Of course not. Nobody is as good looking as Mirax. She shouted proudly. Your illness has been getting worse. You will have to wait a few years though. I don't think I will be able to leave Inazuma for a while. Don't worry, I can wait. And I'm not ill, she denied. I'm not so sure about that. Where are we going? She asked me. Going to visit a friend. Is that other kid Aito, if I remember correctly? Yes, he lives in the house near the shrine. I arrived at Aito's house, only to see some guards nearby, who looked warily at me. Do I have to do this again? I put on a noble demeanor and prepared myself to humble them, but Aito's voice was heard. Just come in, I don't want to face more complaints from the guards. 2 years ago it was all we got. He also grew up a bit, but he still looked the same serene kid. If you see this guy coming, just let him in. The danger he poses comes from his mouth, he added. Yes, Aito-sama. They all straightened their back and nodded. You have taught them well, I commented. 2 years ago I had to convince them. It's my duty as the lord of the Kamisato clan, he said with tightened lips. Yes, he is the lord. His father died a year ago. From what I learned, it was a suspicious death. Some think poison was involved, but it was never proved. I wanted to leave the shrine to be at the funeral, but Yi didn't let me go out. I am not stupid enough to think she did it out of spite. The normally calm mood of the shrine had been somewhat prickly this last year. There is something brewing. Is there anything I can do to help? I always offered him my help. My position in the shrine must count for something. No, thank you, and he always refuses. It's enough what you did for my mother. Let me take you to see her. We arrived at the same room we once barged in. Why am I feeling nostalgic when I'm 8? Mother, Kenshin has come to visit, Aito said as we entered the room. I saw a beautiful woman sitting on a desk and reading some parchments. She looked fine, a far cry from the sickly appearance she had 3 years prior. Aito told me that sometimes she felt a bit weak, but it didn't impede her life. From what he told me, Aunt Ko's illness was so serious she would be dead by now. Kenshin, you have grown a lot, she smiled and hugged me. And you no longer have a baby in your belly, I greeted her in my own way, returning the hug. Ugh, I forgot that talking to you always gives me a headache, she grumbled. Want some pills for that? I asked seriously. No, she muttered and went back to her work. I have a meeting now, so I need to leave. Aito, take care of your sister, she instructed and left with a tired sigh. Where is the previously eaten baby? I asked curiously. Don't talk about my sister like that. Aito jumped. He was a very gigsiscon, a term I learned from Yi's books. Don't be an ass, you know it's a joke. If this guy doesn't tone it down I will make him. He is in a hard situation, so I will cut him some slack. Whatever, please leave. I need to study, he grumbled and left me alone. This is not good. How can I have fun if my only friend is too busy? I thought. You need to understand his situation. His house must be facing pressure from all sides, and he can only watch how his mother overworks herself, Gizhong gently explained me. Oh, I have an idea. No, I don't care about what you say. Please don't. Like I said, you have no voice in this. You are literally my backpack. Don't call me that. The next time I'm eating all your food, then even Mirax wouldn't want you. Apostrophe. Yes, I was using this seal to put all my stuff. Over these 2 years I had been hiding nice things. Now I have food for another year there, in case I get lost. What is your bright idea? Gizhong asked with sarcasm. You know, I'm feeling tired in the shrine. Obviously. But Yi is always telling me not to go near the city, and that is irking me. You know why she did it? Honestly, you Shogun is nuts. Probably. And then we have Aito's problem. We have 2 problems, and we can solve them in the same place. Please don't tell me. Yes, we are visiting the unstable and possibly psychopathic god of eternity. I enjoyed the trip a lot. It took me 8 years to see anything other than the shrine. my parents' house and the Kamisato clan. Setting aside Liu, of course. I still don't think this is a good idea. Didn't you want to see Inazuma? Here you have it. I like Inazuma a lot, and this city is not as crowded as Liu Harbor, making it feel a lot bigger. The sakura trees were gently swaying in the wind, and the tantalizing smell of food being cooked in the nearby restaurants was making me drool. But I'm on a mission, and it will come first. Also because I have no money. A part of the punishment was that I wouldn't be able to get any money from my business in Liu. I don't even know if it was still standing. Yi told me she hired some people to take care of it. I arrived to the biggest house around, and saw that the two guards here were looking at me with a frown. Well met. I come from the shrine carrying a report from Gucci-sama. My friends are important, that's what my mom told me, and I'm sure Yi agrees. Show us proof, one of them said angrily. These guys are stupid. If I show proof they will apologize. I still have to be nice. I can slap them later. Can't you see my hack armor? The one that only the shrine personnel can use? I said in a calm tone. Let us see the report and we will take it to the head of the Kuji clan, the other said with a demanding voice. Ah, that explains it. This Kuji clan are the most cumbersome people in existence. They are always belittling the other citizens and clans, and they are probably the ones causing Aito to stress out. Bad luck for you. I don't care about that. That is not for you to read, lowly curs, I answered with a smile. What did you say? He shouted in outrage. Kenshin, maybe you should tone it down. Gizhong, you are so old, and yet still a coward. Did I stutter? I asked them with a raised eyebrow. One of them grabbed the neck part of my clothes. Do you even know who we are? We are from the Kuji clan. He shouted at me. And I'm the personal assistant of Gucci-sama, I said, making him release me. I will explain it to you clearly. The Great Narukami Shrine has an entirely different chain of command than the army. You can't order even the girl cleaning the shrine on Mondays. The only person that can order even the most unimportant person from the shrine is the shogun herself. They looked a bit apprehensive hearing me mention the shogun. And even then, I'm the second most important person in the whole shrine. Even the lord of the Kuji clan himself can't stop me. What makes you think you can do it? They looked chastised enough, so I left them there and confidently entered the premises. What a disappointment to see such a beautiful city marred by such incompetence. Gizhong fell silent, and I know why. Liu had its own problems, but this kind of abuse of authority wasn't one of them. The fact that the shogun was actively working gave these rants legitimacy. The more I walked the angrier I felt. Kenshin, calm down. Don't do anything you may regret. I never regret anything I do. I finally arrived at the giant doors that a lot of guards were guarding. Move. I come on behalf of Gucci-sama. I already scolded you two friends downstairs. Don't make me do it again. Maybe my eyes were glowing or I grew horns, because they looked scared. I opened the doors and walked inside, only to see the purple-haired woman sitting in Caesar at the middle and a lot of people sitting on both sides. Aunt Ko was one of them, and looked me in dismay. Who are you? Shouted one of the guys here. Sitting beside him was a girl with short black hair looking at me in shock. Shut up, old man. Based on your belligerent attitude you must be the lord of the Kuji clan. You should stop worrying about me and teach you goons about politics. This is the man whose soldiers are annoying everyone. How dare you? The girl behind her stood up in indignation. I see. Shut up. You are a half yukai. Why are you even here? There are no yukais anymore, and even those don't mess with politics. I promptly ignored her. She looked at me in surprise, followed by mortification. Who are you? This time I couldn't ignore it. It was the purple woman in the middle. I sensed Aunt Ko looking at me in dismay. You saw me before, don't you remember me? I asked her. My anger was clouding my reason. Kenshin, what are you doing? Shut up, I'm too angry to think. Indeed. You are the child who interrupted my reunion with the head Maiko 3 years ago. She nodded, not looking away from my eyes. Yes, though now I'm her personal assistant. I came to give you a report, but 2 guards from the illustrious Kuji clan had the gall to stop me. I looked disdainfully at said lord of the Kuji clan, who looked even more incensed. I will punish them. He quickly complied, sensing the shogun's gaze directed to him. No, You won't. I will not let get away with it that easy. They offended the shrine and the shrine will punish them. Is that okay? I asked the shogun. Yes, she agreed readily. Now give your report. The amount of curses is increasing over the last 2 years. We don't know the cause, but it's a fact. That was true. Yi didn't want to report because she thought that this was something the shrine had to take care of. Well, she was planning of reporting tomorrow, so she won't mind if I report now. I see the shogun nodded. Why did she not report it earlier? She needed time to confirm it and to try to search for the reason. She planned to come herself tomorrow. I laid the bait. Why did you come instead? She asked. Of course, I wanted to talk with you. With the shogun I mean. The last time we met I thought you were a secretary or something like that. I admitted. I was feeling a bit calmer now that I was going to punish those two. How brazen. The annoying guy jumped again. Shut up, I'm talking with someone important, way more than you. I dismissed him, making him angry again. What do you want from me? I don't know the reason, but she is always calm. Knowing what I know, that's not a good thing. But I will charge forward anyway. I wanted to talk about the Kamisato clan. My friend Ayato is worried about her overworking mother, and from the shrine I know that they are facing a lot of pressure. I wanted you to help them. I laid it in the open. Aunt Ko was grateful and worried at the same time. She looked nervously at the shogun. Is that true? The shogun asked. Aunt Ko was about to answer when I slipped up. Why are you asking? I wanted to punch myself. But what's done it's done. You are the shogun, how can you not know the relations between your vassals? I asked in a tone that expressed how unbelievable this notion was. In Liu the Kixing frequently organized meetings with the representatives of all kind of business, clothing, food, art. How can you lead a country you don't know about? Why should I? The shogun asked me. Is she serious? This woman is even dumber than Ganyu when she was worried about her horns. I was going to explode, but Aunt Ko started talking. Your Excellency, we are indeed being pressured. We are being asked to give up our position and vacate our house. We have been attacked 3 times. In the last months she used the opportunity I created. Good. Now ... Wait, what? What are you talking about? You were attacked? It's my first time hearing this. Do you know the assailant's identity? The shogun asked calmly. I have some suspicions, but there is no evidence. Since my husband died, I saw something from the corner of my eyes. A slight tremor, not a physical one, but one I could see nonetheless. It came from a guy that was near the Kujugai, and I know what that means. ... So even if we don't have, why are you nervous? I was looking in astonishment at the guy. This guy looked at me with an affronted face, but I was not looking at him. His soul was trembling, and during this last years I know what this kind of tremor meant. It was fear. He was yapping about something, but I didn't care. I was still studying his soul, and how it reacted. The more I looked at him the more it trembled, proof that he was getting nervous. What are you implying? A quiet voice silenced everything. The shogun had spoken, and the rest of us needed to listen. I hesitated. It was a risky thing revealing my ability, but ... Would I able to look at Ayato's face if I let this asshole go? I don't know what this guy is scared about, but I need to push as much as I can so this is resolved. If he is innocent, I will beg for forgiveness, and everything it's okay. If after investigating everything, he knows something, I hope the culprit can be found. Kenshin, don't do it. Aunt Ko told me with a cramped smile. So she knew about this too, that he knows something. I answered the shogun. Show the evidence, she demanded me with a serious face. I can't. I shook my head. Are you mocking us? Kujugai jumped, yet again. This guy, as much as I want to hit him, didn't show any trace of fear, so he is probably unaware of all this. I could accuse him too, but I would lose all credibility. The shogun just looked at me with a serious face. I have the ability to know when a person is lying or feeling nervous. When the matter of Aunt Ko's husband was mentioned, he felt fear. Under my accusation, he felt even more fear. I explained, glaring at said guy whose face didn't change, but inside he was screaming in anxiety. I am not accusing him or anything, I just want this to be investigated. Do you have a way to prove it? The shogun asked for proof once again. I didn't want to get in trouble the first day after finally earning my freedom, but it is what it is. Yes, Gucci-sama should be able to confirm it, I bitterly said. I'm getting punished again. The shogun nodded and sent someone to call for Yi. While we were waiting, everyone was silent. Everybody here knew that depending on the Guji's words, an investigation was going to take place. I'm here. What does the shogun need? From me. Yi entered the room and saw everyone with a tense face, and me at the table, in the opposite direction from the shogun. I muttered a sorry under my breath, and he looked angrily at me. This child said that he can detect lies with his ability. Is that true? The shogun asked Yi calmly. Yes, she nodded. Lying here would make no sense. No, they are lying. That boy is friends with the Kamisato clan. They're colluding against me. The guy suddenly jumped. You will participate in the investigation. Leave for the Tenryu headquarters, she instructed. Shogun-sama, wait a bit. I need to talk to you about other thing later, but it will be helpful if I could show how my ability works. Why don't we conduct the investigation here? I proposed. I'm going to show everyone here that this guy is involved. Judging by his position near the leader of the Kuji clan, they are allies, even if the Kuji clan's head is innocent. Making this pompous bastard lose power is only a good thing in my book. Very well, the shogun nodded. When the investigator in charge arrived, I made him some questions to make sure he wasn't bribed, and he passed. Then the investigator started asking some questions about the time, the place, etc. My patience was nearing its limit. Are you stupid? Hey you. Is there any proof that you are involved in Aito's further murder? I asked the guy in question. No, he answered calmly. Hey, you can't fool me. Lie. Is the proof in your house? No lie. Is it in your room? And no lie. Like this we finally knew the location of the evidence. The shogun sent someone to retrieve it and voila, a culprit has been found. I thought he would only be an involved person, not the culprit himself, but that's even better, I guess. The guy knew he was caught, and had a dismayed expression. The other guys' faces ranged from outrage to apprehension. Aunt Ko was crying. I get it was hard to meet the murdered of your husband almost every day and not being able to do anything. Anything you need to say? The shogun asked while getting up, but the guy didn't answer. Then a flash blinded me, and the guy dropped dead. Just like that. What did you want to talk with me about? She questioned me. The coldness with which she killed that guy and stood like nothing happened was chilling. Well, I won't miss that guy. I looked around and saw everyone looking at the pile of ashes in awe and fear in some cases, probably those who had something to hide. I felt Yi's soul trembling, and I didn't know why, but I decided to trust her. I only hope you can make a statement to protect the Kamisato clan for at least 10 years. Let the future lord grow free of danger. For example, the Yashiro Commission will belong to the Kamisato clan for the next 10 years, and even in the case of the Kamisato clan, that won't change. With that, Aito should be able to grow and consolidate his power. Ningguang was leading Liu at 16. I think Aito can do the same. Yes. That is a good plan, the shogun said, making Aunt Ko feel relieved. With this they will be safe, at least for a while until Aito can stand with his own 2 feet. I looked at Yi, who looked at me and nodded. We knew we would need to talk, but for now I didn't give away my ability's true power. I started walking towards the exit when I hear the shogun's voice again. I have not finished, she said to me. I turned to look at her, but she only had her usual calm expression. You will start working here. How and why? I am 8 years old. What can I do for your excellency? I said with a bit of irony. In case this doesn't happen again, you will assist a number of meeting from here onwards, she instructed, ignoring my sarcasm. Isn't making sure this doesn't happen again your job? I won't wipe your ass. He agrees. Yi hit me in the back of head and spoke for me. Good. Now leave and let us continue our meeting, she instructed. Take this, you will answer only to me. She gave me a strange purple medal. On my way out, I discreetly gave my middle finger to the Kuja guy, and he looked incensed, but maybe a bit worried. Suddenly this job isn't as unappealing as it was before. We will talk in the shrine, Yi informed me coldly. I don't regret anything, so I don't care about the punishment. I caught a murderer, so there was no way that what I did was wrong. Stop for a moment. I need to punish 2 guys, I said, leaving behind a confused Yi. I walked towards the 2 guards, who had angry faces looking at me. Maybe they didn't see how the head Micah was watching everything. What do? Slap. Hey, what did you do to Hai? Slap. You two are incredibly stupid, I said, taking out the medal the Shogun gave me. They paled seeing it. And you, I said while looking at the guy who grabbed my clothes. I kicked him in his formerly most virile parts. A mute scream was all that escaped his open mouth. No one touches me, I said with a cold voice. I returned to Yi's side with a refreshed smile. Yi, as the intelligent woman she was, didn't ask anything. We continued our travel to the shrine, leaving behind us a surprised crowd, who looked in disdain at the guards. I would write this in the author's notes, but I think it's important. This is the most cringe chapter 1 ever wrote, and I apologize for that. In canon, Ayato and Ayaka's parents are dead, their mother dead because of an illness, and I have no clue about the father. Considering that Ayato said in his trailer that he had been facing assassination attempts during his life, I thought of this. I wanted Ayato to be the leader of the Kamisato clan, but with his father around, it was going to be difficult. And the only way I could think to get Kenshin in those meetings was impressing the Shogun enough for him to be forcibly inducted into them. Again, I apologize for the cringe, but there is nothing I can do. I wrote chapter 96 already, and correcting every single one of them is something I have no time for.